Harris Health's proposed condemnation of almost 9 acres of parkland. I urge the court to delay this hearing until it has considered all alternatives to improve Ben Taub without taking precious parkland. Our park gets millions of visitors each year. The Conservancy receives donations from all across Harris County. The Conservancy's plans for these 9 acres include adding much-needed parking while preserving tree canopy. To take these acres without thoroughly and transparently considering better alternatives violates Chapter 26, or at least the spirit, and ignores the park's value to the community. We can meet the indigents' healthcare needs, and they have them, without taking valuable parklands. Please do not condemn our park. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Good morning. My name is Joy Kleinberg. Over 30 years ago, as a student at Rice, Herman Park was somewhere you did not go. It was considered a place one could get mugged at best and raped or worse. Fast forward, and 2 years ago, it was the driving force behind our condo purchase. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Park Lane. Herman Park is literally my front yard and functions like my backyard. I spend hours visiting multiple times a day as I walk dogs. I represent just some of the park users who fully embody our city and the best of Houston. I enjoy gossiping with senior citizens at their preferred benches or watching the younger runners repeatedly lap us as they train for cross-country season. The park is a place where everyone feels welcome. I've watched it thrive with the installation of the Commons, and I've seen its resilience up close with staff working overtime to clean up after Beryl. I've also seen its demise when it rains and the trails become unwalkable or the exercise area literally falls apart into pieces. Let's not go backwards in time. Please support our park and fund it with these proceeds.
Thank you. Thank you. Tiffany, I know we have some folks on the medical staff from Harris Health. If you can, let's try to bring them up so they can get back to to dealing with the folks at Harris Health.
Okay, yes, sir. Sandeep Markin, Dr. Paul Klotman, Catherine Seeger. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning. My name is Sandeep Markin. I'm the Chief of Staff at Ben Taub Hospital. I'm very honored to be here in support of the mission of Harris Health, the Baylor College of Medicine, and Ben Taub. I would exhort the court, this honorable court, to consider who's on call for your loved ones tonight. And I would call to your heart and conscience to know that I represent, as the Chief of Staff, every nurse, every technician, every physician who has ever cared for generations for the last 60 years and the next 60 we hope to come. The need for greater capacity at the Ben Taub could not be more acute. And I'm here to appeal for that, and we hope to get your support. We can do great care, continue our tradition, but also every human life matters. And in that tradition, we are sworn to service, and I implore this court's consideration for the expansion of resources that are so sorely needed at the Ben Taub within Harris Health. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Dr. Paul Klotman, President and CEO of Baylor College of Medicine, and we are incredibly proud of the programs at Ben Taub, internationally renowned in cardiovascular disease, stroke, trauma, now cancer. It's an important thing to know that if you're a patient in Ben Taub, you get the same care anywhere of any Baylor patient. About a decade ago, the decision was made to convert beds from 4 bedrooms to 2 bedrooms. That cut the capacity in half. But the emergency room didn't stop being busy. We have over 100,000 emergency room visits. By any metric, in any standardized metric, you would need 500 to 550 beds to care for that many patients. We have 400 now. So we need 100 or so, 100 and 150 beds. It's absolutely required for safety. Patients with expecting surgery get bumped routinely because people come in emergently. So this is a real patient safety issue, quality of care. We need it, and we really appeal to you to help us build the capacity. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Morning, I'm Catherine Seeger. I'm the Chief of Trauma at Ben Taub Hospital. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Ben Taub is one of only 2 Level 1 trauma centers in the city of Houston, which means we are one of only 2 places that provide the highest level of trauma care to our patients. Generally speaking, it is a recommendation that cities have 1 per million residents. So by definition, we're a very busy trauma center. We have about 8,500 presentations a year of traumatically injured patients with about 3,000 admissions. I'm incredibly proud of the trauma care that all of my surgeons provide to these patients. And that they do it at a hospital that's routinely operating above capacity. We do it with patients in hallways. We do it with patients, boarding in any free space we have in the hospital. For that reason, I really implore you today, to approve the expansion of Ben Taub into the Herman Park land. It's incredibly important for everyone in our city. Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for coming down. And I'm in a weird place on this thing because I have a park that is intended for people of all abilities, but in particular children of disabilities, with disabilities. And there's a concrete batch plant going right up next door to this place. I've tried everything to keep that from happening because it would bring adverse health conditions to the community, in particular the people using the park. One of the things that we have explored is eminent domain. Can't do it. So I'm a little frustrated that potentially we could take a park but not a batch plant that has worse effects on the community. Secondly, just as a matter of nodding heads, does the community feel that they were adequately engaged? And I've seen the list that Dr. Porcia has provided with a list of meetings, and it looks impressive. The one thing that does strike me, though, is that the point of eminent domain has come up real late in the conversation. I knew we had talked about it, Dr. Porcia, that this was a complicated transaction that had to happen, but eminent domain wasn't discussed early on, and so I have some concerns with that. To the staff, God bless you. I love you. Thank you for all you do, and I am absolutely committed to making sure, as we're doing with LBJ, that you have the facilities that you need. But these are processes we have to work through. So thank you for all you do.
And thank you, Commissioner. And there's some more speakers, and then we'll have some dialogue on it. If you want to call up the other speakers.
Gerald Scott of Ben Taub, Lisa Wolford of Baylor College of Medicine, Derek Curtis of Harris Health. You each have 1 minute.
Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Lisa Wofford, and I have the privilege of serving as Chief of Anesthesiology at Ben Taub Hospital. I've been a Houstonian my entire life, and my connection to Ben Taub is deeply personal. My mother-in-law, one of my closest friends, and 2 of my uncles were all treated there after devastating accidents and serious illnesses, and each time they received extraordinary, compassionate care. That same commitment to caring for every patient continues today, but we've been out of space for way too long. Our teams repurpose hallways, double up clinical areas, and at times even board patients sick enough for admission in chairs in the waiting room because there are simply no more beds available. The space and structure we have today are no longer enough to treat and reach all of the people in Houston who rely on Ben Taub. Approving this land acquisition is more than a construction decision. It's a commitment to access, equity, and safety for Houstonians who need it.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Derek Curtis, Chief Nursing Officer at Ben Taub Hospital. As a nurse serving within Harris Health, I speak in regard to the toll of delivering care in a system stretched beyond its limits and physical capacity. Bentop nurses support the land expansion project because it fulfills our promise to the community to care for the underserved and with dignity and compassion. The hospital's overcapacity compromises quality of care and creates strain on services. We admit 16 patients to hallway beds. 50 to 70 are admitted patients waiting on hospital beds in the emergency center. The land, it was donated over a century ago to the people of Houston. Acquisition of this land is an investment that will profoundly impact the People's Hospital. It allows for expansion of essential services for all souls who cross our threshold as we continue to deliver safe, quality care. We refuse to underserve the underserved and urge your support in this initiative. Thank you.
Thanks.
Blessings to everybody. October 24th, 2018, not only was I thrown off a freeway, not only was my leg ripped off my body, not only was my arm shattered, but I bled out for 3 hours. That was the day my life changed. And not only did Bentop save my life along with God, but they also provided me a home to be myself there, you know, and I feel like if I wasn't able to have a bed to be treated like I was supposed to be treated, I would not be here today standing in front of you for this expansion. So I owe my new life, my new form life, to Bentop and the surgeons and the even the patients there. Just the home that you get at Bentop, even though it's a trauma center, it's like a family, you know. So they really saved my life. They really did something for me that I'm able to give back to other people and inspire other people to be better and to just push forward through anything. So I owe Bentop my life. Thank you.
Sir, can you please state your name for the record?
I'm sorry. I'm Gerald Scott.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Next is Rosalind Bazil Mitchell, Lori Upton, John Bishop, Peter San. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning. I'm Rosalind Bazell Mitchell, Board Chair for Herman Park Conservancy. For over a century, Herman Park has been Houston's heart. As stewards of this legacy, our mission is clear: to protect this beloved public space so it thrives for generations to come. The Texas Medical Center spans over 1,345 acres, yet taking parkland has been presented as one of the only options. Before you bring this matter to a vote, the public deserves a full and open process, one that includes a thorough analysis of all options, a chance for community feedback, and a complete impact assessment. Taking parkland must be the absolute last resort, and Harris County must make that determination carefully. Therefore, I'm asking that you not vote in favor of the proposal at this time. If a taking becomes unavoidable, compensation must truly reflect what's needed to restore and strengthen the park, because replacement of land or money alone cannot replace what might be lost. This decision will shape Houston's future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Lori Upton. I'm a registered nurse who spent 14 years working in the Bentop Trauma Center. I now serve as the CEO of the Southeast Texas Regional Advisory Council. During my years at Bentop, I witnessed the extraordinary care Harris Health provides, care that truly saves lives every single day. But I also saw how the demand for services far outpaced the capacity of our facilities back then. The Harris Health teams continue doing incredible work under immense pressure and capacity issues, while the needs in our community continues to grow. From a regional perspective, the services provided by Harris Health are essential to stabilizing the medical infrastructure. The proposed Harris Health expansion is not just about adding buildings. It's about ensuring access to timely, high-quality care for every resident of Harris County. It's about strengthening our trauma system, improving health equity, providing a safety net, and preparing our region for the future. I urge this court to support and advance the expansion of Harris Health. Our patients and healthcare workers and our entire county depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, first, thank you for your stewardship. My name is John Bishop, and I've been on the board of Herman Park Conservancy for 10+ years, and I've run the Finance Committee for the majority of those. My objective today is to clarify HPC's long-established intentions for the Warneke Tract, the land in question. HPC formed a master plan in 2017 through a very public and very extensive process. Out of that feedback, we embarked on a 20-year methodical approach to fully develop every acre of Herman Park through a series of carefully coordinated projects, each step dependent on the previous one. The Warnicki track is a key part of our master plan execution, enabling future projects that address central parking congestion, which is a key and problem and one of the biggest challenges facing the park and the zoo today. The past few years, we've devoted hundreds of staff hours and board committee time to the Warnicki track development and spent over $500,000 on consultants and architects. Taking this land changes the master plan that we promised to Houston and have been funding with precious donor capital. Without the track, we go back to the drawing board and squander our investments to date. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Peter Sand. I'm a frequent visitor to Herman Park. It's my special place in the heart of the city. I volunteered in the gardens for over a decade. I lead a monthly bird survey group there, and I serve on the advisory board of Herman Park Conservancy. I believe that Harris County citizens deserve modern healthcare facilities, and in a perfect world, we'd be able to expand and redevelop Bentop Hospital without taking any land from Herman Park. But since there is discussion of repurposing parkland for the hospital, I urge the county to discuss ways to make sure that the park isn't diminished at the end of the day, to make sure that the park can get back at least the same amount of land in the long run, and to make sure the park gets an appropriate share of the just compensation in the meantime, so that both Bentop and Herman Park can continue to support the growing needs of our growing community. Thank you for exploring ways to expand the hospital and protecting the park, too.
Thank you.
Next is Brian Lopez, Beth Robertson, Barbara Davis, Robin Stillwell. You each have 1 minute.
I better put my glasses on. Hello, Commissioners. I'm Beth Robertson. I'm the chair of the Harris Health Strategic Fund, which raises private dollars to match the $2.5 billion that you and the voters approved 3 years ago for the expansion of the Harris Health facilities. We're doing really well. But I'm here to support the notice of the meeting. And I love parks, and my family has been involved since the creation of Herman Park, back my people. And we participated in every one of the upgrades and are very excited about that. But this particular 9 acres, or under 9 acres, is really, looks to me like part of the TMC, and it is the perfect place to expand Bentop. What will be more cost effective and really allow us to really use the facility like it used to be. Whoops.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Robertson.
But please look at the public benefit.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Brian Lopez. I am a member of Assumption Catholic Church and here representing TMO. And we are here to say that we strongly support the expansion of Bentop into this small parkland because it's not just a want, it's a need. Every day, hardworking families in our community struggle to find affordable health care, and it's getting worse. Right now, when every door is closed, Bentop has their doors open and offers us access to health care that's treating people and saving lives. And not only saving lives, also bringing new lives to this earth. So this park, this expansion can actually become a sacred ground and stronghold for our community to bring support. And also, we have over 30 congregations that support this initiative with TMO. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got a request. Is it possible to have 2 minutes?
Make sure you say your name for the record.
Oh, sure.
And because we have so many speakers,
I understand.
So rule is one
I'm Barbara
minute per person.
Davis, and I do have brain damage. And when I'm stressed and the weather's changing, I have trouble sometimes at communicating the words I want to speak. So that was the reason. Hello, Adrienne. Anyway, so.
Even after you speak, we'll start your minute in a second. You can still submit a statement, and we'll all have it.
All right, great.
If you need some help typing it up, just don't ask me to do it.
I've got it written out, but thank you. My name is Barbara Davis. I'm a survivor of a drunk driver. Thanksgiving '96, drunk driver killed my husband and friend, and I was declared DO actually by the paramedics. Fortunately, Ben Taub, who told my family I was brain dead, they still worked on me. And here I am today talking too much. Very blessed to be here. The area in question is on Cambridge, on the side where the ambulances are. It is a very unused area because I personally drove around it and observed for quite a while. The park space is not utilized by anyone, but unfortunately homeless people, it looks like, and employees that are cutting across from the abandoned building that's owned by the city across the grass. I think if I were the person that donated over 100 years ago and seen that it's not being used to what I would have wanted, I would have thought
you. Your
that
time is
perhaps
up.
to be able to use it in saving lives would make a big difference.
Wonderful.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And don't forget
Thank
to
you
submit
for
that
being
statement.
Thank you for being here. We're so happy you're okay.
I'm very blessed.
Your
Today,
brain is
Sorry
very
for
much
your
alive.
loss.
having troubles, but I'm
Your brain's completely alive. You did a good job.
and blessed, yes.
Thank you.
Crazy, and they only let me out for a few hours, no me sharp objects. It's okay.
Thank you.
Ma'am?
Oh, this way. Yes, ma'am. This way.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Robin Stillwell, and I'm representing TMO and First Congregational Church, but I really want to share a close friend's experience at Ben Taub recently. Jennifer worked as a teacher and a middle school counselor, and she turned 50 6 years ago and was no longer able to work full-time. She went to doctors in Houston and in Dallas trying to figure out what was going on with her health. Last summer, 24, she spent 3 days in the Ben Taub Emergency Center, never had a bed, was in the hallway in a chair. Despite that, Jennifer has high praise for the care and attention she received at Ben Taub. More importantly, she was referred to specialists who were finally able to diagnose her condition as early onset Alzheimer's. A devastating diagnosis, but finally there's a path forward to prepare for the next phase of her life. And this is just one example of the invaluable and life-changing support that Ben Taub provides our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. As we call the next students up, colleagues, we have some students here. We have Rain Eatman, and he's executive director of Acres Home Community Advocacy Group, and he has some students from Northwest Houston, Commissioner Garcia, from both your precinct and my precinct, and we just want to welcome. If the students will please stand. I know you have to go back to work.
Yeah.
Thank you all for joining. You see how we civil all the time, just like this. Thank you for joining us. All right. Thank you. Next speakers.
And Commissioner, they're actually also going to go vote today.
Oh, good. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
All
good,
right. Thank
good.
you.
Okay,
Commissioner,
Tiffany.
that's all for item 229.
So, colleagues, we got a lot of our speakers. Would you all like to discuss this item now? So maybe it would, if I might, since it happens to be in my precinct, but it impacts all of us, as do many landmarks like Herman Park and Ben Taub. Ms. Fonbaum, because my colleague raised an interesting issue, I know there's a batch plant over there next to the new LBJ site. And Commissioner Ramsey, I was trying over the weekend to remember. I can remember when your predecessor came up there to beat up on me one time. And my predecessor, Commissioner Lee, came up there to see me. It was something about a Duchenne Academy. And Commissioner Raddick was trying to get the law changed. And he got it, although I didn't vote with him. I think to make it more difficult for the county, for a governmental entity to take some land. Seems like the bill had something to do with forum shopping, which normally a lot of my colleagues were against it. You called him, I won't but ask, but I remember that's the first time he kind of went off on me a little bit, and Commissioner Lee was working me pretty hard. But I want to know the distinction. Why is it so difficult to do a public condemnation of a concrete batch plant? Because I'm thinking the one over there next to LBJ.
Yeah, the issue in that case was it wasn't specific to the land. There were some issues with the procedure that happened before we could get there. If we really want to discuss what happened in this case, we should go to executive session just because
Okay, yeah.
there's pending litigation where we've
I was
settled
just
it.
wondering.
But
Dr. Parsley, you probably ought to come up and do your presentation. Does that make sense on this item? So colleagues, we'll take up that item now, which is item number 229.
Good morning. Thank you. Do I have control of the presentation or somebody's going to be pulling it up?
It's up. I think you do have control.
I do?
Dr. Porsa, let me know when to move to the next slide, please.
Oh, okay. All right, I will. Thank you. There we go. Thank you. One more time. Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. I'm excited to be here today to discuss in more detail the proposed expansion of the Bentob Hospital. My goal today is to explain as clearly as possible, as I have done so, Commissioner Garcia, as you mentioned, in more than 50 occasions dating back to August of 2024, now almost 14 months ago. That included individual meetings, small group meetings, large group gatherings, town hall meetings, several radio interviews, several TV interviews, several newspaper and magazine articles, and much, much more. To explain the reasons behind Harris Health's effort to purchase through eminent domain the 9 acres of parkland immediately adjacent to Bentob Hospital and literally in front of the Bentob Hospital's emergency room entrance. In doing so, I sincerely hope that I may be able to put to rest at least some of the misinformation that has been circulating in social media about this effort. The facts are that this expansion is needed to address an urgent public health necessity by providing the desperately needed additional capacity for Bentob Hospital. It is also a fact that this is the only viable option for this expansion that is fiscally responsible and operationally feasible. This expansion is also needed, as you heard, to deliver on our promise to Harris County residents who overwhelmingly supported our $2.5 billion bond November of 2023. This proposed purchase of the 9 acres of land is the only fiscally responsible and operationally viable, as I just mentioned. This expansion is meant to serve as the first phase of the future and eventual replacement of Bentob Hospital into a much larger, much more capable Level 1 Trauma Center hospital. And Harris Health, really important, remains committed to continue our collaboration, our engagement, and conversation with all stakeholders, and to do everything possible to minimize impact to our green spaces and maximize the benefits to the public. If we can go to the next slide. Very briefly, Commissioners, I know that you guys are familiar with Harris Health, but for the members of the public who may not, it is true that Harris Health is the only public safety net hospital system in Harris County. We have a statutory mandate to take care of the indigent, the uninsured and underinsured, a mission that we are proud of. However, through our Level 1 Trauma Hospital at Bentob, Level 3 Trauma Hospital at LBJ, and more than 40 locations across Harris County, providing primary care, specialty services, dental services, chronic dialysis, outpatient surgery services, and much, much more. We serve the entire community. We train the next generation of healthcare providers. Every year, more than 2,500 medical students, residents, and fellows train at our hospitals. We are in partnership with 40 plus nursing schools. We have our own physical therapy residency program, nursing residency program, pharmacy tech school, School of Radiology, training the future radiology, CT scan, MRI, and ultrasound techs, and much, much more. According to the Texas Medical Board, almost half of all the doctors who practice medicine in Houston did their training at Harris Health, and that includes me. We drive the economy of Harris County and the state of Texas. Through an economic impact study that we did in 2022, we were able to show that with more than 10,000 employees and more than 400 contracts with local businesses, many of whom are MWBE, we returned back to the county almost $6 for every dollar tax support that we receive. In 2022, that amounted to $5 billion. According to that study, 1 out of every 70 jobs in Harris County, either directly or indirectly, is related to Harris Health. And yes, we are a safety net hospital, but we rank among the best healthcare systems in the country, not just health safety net systems. Both of our hospitals now enjoy magnet status for nursing, the highest possible recognition for nursing in any health system. Just last month, Ben Taub became the first hospital in the Texas Medical Center to receive magnet status with distinction. Only a handful of hospitals in the country enjoy that designation. This month, we learned that LBJ has received the highest possible quality and patient safety recognition, again, possible in the country, not just among safety net hospitals, but all hospitals. And we are resourceful. We are doing all of these things while on average, safety net hospitals in this country spend about $60 to $70 million on indigent care. Last year, Harris Health spent $750 million on indigent care. And only a third of our revenue currently is supported through the property tax support. We can go to the next slide. This is what's at stake, commissioners. Ben Taub Hospital currently is operating almost 97% of the time in a saturation status, and many times over 100% capacity. What that means is that people have to wait in the emergency room sometimes more than 24 hours before they can see a provider. That means that people who have been admitted to the hospital have to sit in the waiting room or the emergency room before they can get a patient room. This overcrowded space impacts negatively our efficiency and creates quality and patient safety issues that we have to grapple with on a daily basis, and not to mention the stress that it produces on our patients, our employees and medical staff that are doing a miraculous work of their backs literally against the wall, doing the great work that they are doing to receive all the recognitions that I just mentioned. If we can go to the next slide. What that means, commissioners, in real life is what you see in this picture. We literally have patient beds placed in our hallways and corridors because we don't have any space. Last week, I heard during one of our safety huddles that out of the 98 possible ER bays at Ben Taub, 80 of them were taken up by patients who were admitted to the hospital but had no place to go to. The question that I ask the public in my conversations so far is that, would you want to be treated this way? Would you want your loved ones to be cared for in this way? And I know the answer is no. And if the answer is no, then why should people who are coming to Ben Taub Hospital exposed to this? Your ability to access health insurance should have absolutely no impact on the respect and the dignity and the care that you receive in a hospital. If we go to the next slide, please. As you heard already from our doctors and others, Ben Taub Hospital has faced a capacity issue that is getting worse on a daily basis. When we looked into this issue a couple of years ago, we fully anticipate that in about 5 years, we can expect another 18,000 additional ER visits, amounting to more than 3,000 additional hospital admissions to a hospital that even today does not have enough room to take care of the patients. This situation is only going to escalate because of what has happened over the recent few months. With about $1 billion cut to Medicaid through the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, additional $800 million cut just to the state of Texas hospital funding through the disappearance of the disproportionate share hospital funding, and everything that is going to come upon us because of the changes to the Affordable Care Act, putting access to health insurance out of reach for at least 1 million Texans and thousands upon thousands of Houstonians, the need for our services is going to escalate dramatically in the coming months. The time to act is now. If you can go to the next slide, please. To reiterate what I said at the beginning, this expansion is to address an urgent public health necessity for our community and fulfill our promise to our community who voted to designate $400 million toward this expansion, but also to provide them with the services that they have come to expect from Bentop Hospital when their lives literally hang in the balance. If we go to the next slide. So the promise that we made was that we were going to increase the capacity of Bentop Hospital to, again, address the desperately needed capacity issue at Bentop by adding the 100 or more patient beds through this expansion project and some procedure areas, equating to about 25% increase in the capacity of Bentop Hospital that currently operates with 402 licensed beds. We will literally be able to save thousands of lives in the coming years by providing time-sensitive level 1 trauma and critical care to our community when they need it the most. It will reduce wait times in our emergency room and will undoubtedly reduce or eliminate the use of hallway beds. We go to the next slide, please. We have looked at this issue every possible way. We considered building this additional capacity on top of Bentop Hospital. Unfortunately, this option is not fiscally responsible nor operationally feasible. Bentop Hospital, it's not a secret, is facing dramatic and significant infrastructure issues. To build on top of a structure that is literally falling apart is not a good use of $400 million of taxpayers' money. In addition to that, any construction on the current Bentop Hospital will require that we close parts of the hospital to allow for the construction. And as I've just explained, that is simply not possible operationally for a hospital that is inundated with patients and lacks capacity even today. If you go to the next slide, please. Bentop is landlocked. There is no space in the current footprint of Bentop Hospital to allow for the creation of expansion facility, plain and simple. We can go to the next slide, please. There have been comments about why can't an expansion facility be built somewhere else in a geographically distant to the existing Bentop Hospital. Several reasons why not. Building a facility somewhere distant to Bentop Hospital will do absolutely nothing to address the current capacity issue at Bentop Hospital. In addition to that, it would dramatically increase the cost of what we're talking about because it would require us to duplicate all the services and the staff that are currently available at Bentop Hospital, including things such as emergency room, operating room, radiology services, pathology, phlebotomy, specialty services, and many more. Building a facility somewhere distant to Bentop Hospital is basically building another hospital, which again, fiscally is not possible. If we go to the next slide, please. As I have explained in, again, numerous meetings and interviews, the use of the 9 acres of parkland immediately adjacent to Bentop Hospital, literally across the front door of the emergency room to Bentop Hospital, is the only fiscally responsible, operationally viable option for creation of this expansion. This facility is close enough to the Bentop Hospital that it can literally be connected to it by a sky bridge, making it part of Bentop Hospital, negating the need for a new hospital license or any regulatory issues, or more importantly, negating the need to duplicate our services or staff because it will be part of the hospital. Really important, and this is part of the misinformation that is unfortunately circulating in the social media. As you can see on this map very clearly, and I invite commissioners, their staff, and the members of the public to visit our public-facing website, www.harrishealth.org, because this is the first thing that pops up, to look at the map and review several pages of frequently asked questions that covers everything that I've just explained. As you can see, this land, it is owned by the city of Houston. It is under management by Herman Park, and as you can see clearly on this map, it is separated from Herman Park by Cambridge Street. It has no impact on the Houston Zoo, and it has no impact on the Herman Park Golf Course. If you can go to the next slide, please. So again, in contrast to the misinformation that is circulating in the social media, this parkland, it is true, it has grass, it has trees, it has a few benches, and it has a pathway. Other than that, it has no significant park amenities. And I want to reiterate this. Creating this facility on this 9 acres of land will have no impact on the golf course and no effect on the Houston Zoo. Really important, and this is another one of those misinformation circulating in the social media, that this in no way impacts any of the public attractions that we all have come to enjoy and expect from our beloved Herman Park, including the Miller Outdoor Theater or any other public attractions of Herman Park. To go to the next slide. Really important, commissioners, and this is something that I have said in every opportunity in the past 14 months, that Harris Health is committed and remains committed to minimizing any impact to pedestrian access to Herman Park during or after the construction phase. We commit to beautifying the land by developing a healing garden, walking paths, and enhanced public areas. As many of you who have seen what we're doing on the LBJ campus, I think it goes without saying that Harris Health is committed to doing whatever steps necessary to mitigate risk and any negative impact to our environment. And one more time, I want to say that we are committed to continue our engagement with the community and collaboration with all stakeholders to ensure that there is minimal impact to our precious parkland and maximum benefit to the public. If you go to the next slide, which I have summarized here as the fact that this expansion facility through this proposal will be attached to Bentop Hospital by a sky bridge, making it basically part of Bentop Hospital, eliminating any additional regulatory burdens or costs associated with duplication of services and staff. It would allow Bentop Hospital to continue serving our community while the expansion project is ongoing. It would create an opportunity for Bentop to remain as part of the Texas Medical Center, making available to Bentop Hospital, Baylor College of Medicine, and our patients the rich education, training, and research opportunities that exist in the Texas Medical Center, which I believe wholeheartedly that should remain available to our patients. Our patients are different than patients treated elsewhere in the Texas Medical Center. And again, I believe wholeheartedly that they should not be deprived of access to the rich training, education, and research opportunities that exist in the Texas Medical Center. And again, this expansion facility will serve as the first phase of the future Bentop Hospital replacement. If we go to the next slide. The main points, take-home message. The proposed Bentop expansion will address the urgent public health necessity of the desperately needed additional capacity to Bentop Hospital. And as I have already mentioned, it is the only fiscally responsible and operationally viable option for this expansion. It will create a viable future for our nationally recognized adult level 1 trauma center hospital, Bentop, so that it can meet the growing needs and expectations of our community, especially when their lives literally hang in the balance. It would provide a continued ability for us to train the future healthcare workforce for our community, and as I mentioned, provides the first step for the future replacement of Bentop Hospital. If we go to my last slide, please. There was one last slide, if you could go back.
I'm going to back up to one slide. Let's see if I have it here. We can tell which one. We may have it here.
It's the list of the letters of support that we have received. There we go. I have it. As you can see, Commissioners, again, as I mentioned previously, over the last 14 months, I have had more than 50 individual, group encounters, town hall meetings, radio, TV interviews. You heard from the TMO and others as well. We have received this and more letters of support, and we continue to receive letters of support every day for this expansion project. What I would like to do is to read only 3 paragraphs from different letters of support that we have received as an example of what people and organizations are thinking. The Texas Medical Center Hospitals wrote, and by the way, these letters of support are all also listed on our website, www.harrishealth.org. TMC wrote, Bentop Hospital is a lifeline to Houston's most vulnerable populations and a national leader in trauma care and medical education. With our city's rapid growth, the hospital is operating beyond capacity, putting access to life-saving care and training of our future healthcare professionals at risk. Expansion of Bentop Hospital is not just a desire, it is an urgent public health necessity. Sheriff Gonzalez wrote, there is a simple question I ask myself before making any major decision as Sheriff of Harris County. Will this action make the people I serve safer? If the answer is a clear yes, then I move forward with confidence. It is with great confidence, therefore, that I fully endorse Harris Health's thoughtful proposal to expand Bentop Hospital to keep the people of Harris County safe and healthy. Representative Armando Wally wrote, I fully support the continued expansion of Parkland in Texas. However, it is equally important to ensure that such investments are balanced with the region's critical need for accessible healthcare services. The proposed plan is a thoughtful way to address the critical need in a manner that minimizes the impact to adjacent parcels of land. Commissioners, that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
So colleagues, in this order, we have Commissioner Briones, Commissioner Ramsey, Commissioner Garcia, and then me. I think it would be helpful if you, Dr. Barca, and maybe Mr. Fonbaum chime in on what is this item, what's the process? So what are we being asked to do?
I'll let Mr. Fonbaum take that.
Yeah, so all that you're being asked to approve today is to set a hearing for December 11th or later under Chapter 26 of the Parks and Wildlife Code. And that's because when there's a taking of parkland, there's this additional step where you have to do a hearing. You're not actually authorizing the condemnation today.
And when you say December the 11th, we have to wait 30 days under the statute before
Yes.
we can say
Yeah.
it. And for what it's worth, if I might, Tom, obviously we're going into Christmas. So why would we pick December 11th instead of January the 5th or 10th?
That's a question for Harris Health.
Yeah, I mean, I want joy to the season, but I'm saying I normally don't schedule my town hall meetings right before Christmas.
Yeah, so Commissioner, I would say 2 things. One, as I have tried to impress upon this commission and the public, is that the need for the expansion is urgent. This is something that should have happened many years ago. It hasn't, but it is upon us now.
Okay, so we picked a date. Is that right? So in the motion, we picked a date, at least for me. I just don't think, I mean, however, it could have come to us sooner. I mean, obviously you put it on the agenda, but you just kind of don't go do it during the holiday season for what it's worth. You know, so I just prefer at least for me, it happens to be in my precinct, I'm gonna make the case. But
And the other thing I would say, Commissioner, is that the price of construction is not getting any cheaper.
I got you, but we could have started we We could have started a year ago. Okay. Okay, in that order, Commissioner
Sir.
Briones, Ramsey, Garcia, then I'll come up.
Did you want to respond before I make my comments?
No. So the comment was made that we could have done this a year ago. I started this in August of 2024. But going back to the comments that Commissioner Garcia made, which are absolutely correct, is that this is something that required a lot of engagement, communication, meetings, explanations, and even then, 14 months later, I'm here. And we are still discussing, additional communication, which is fine.
I'm not being critical of it. I'm just saying from
absolutely.
my experience,
Yes, sir.
usually if somebody's against something, they don't always say why they're against it.
Yes,
They'll complain about the process. So you normally don't just give them a Christmas gift. So that's why I would say do it in January.
Yes, sir.
So, Dr. Porsa, thank you for the presentation and thank you for everything that you and your team do across Harris County and beyond to deliver excellent quality care to the most vulnerable and for training so many of the physicians that all of us go to. So I appreciate it tremendously. You know how strongly I support Harris Health. This expansion is critical. It is urgent. I could not agree more. We do not need people waiting 24 hours to be seen in an emergency room. We don't need treatment in hallways. I could not agree more about the need. And as fiduciaries, we need to make sure we're doing this in the most prudent way that respects our fiduciary duties. And this is necessary and critical, period. And I see it as a both and. I recognize that you have had numerous meetings since the bond, before the bond was passed and after the bond was passed, and I've been with you at many of them, and I appreciate. And more work is still needed. And so I will be supportive of requesting additional community meetings and support, as well as not only in person, but an online portal. So for those who are working and can't make it to a meeting, they have their ability to make their voice heard. I love parks, and I especially love Herman Park. I've spent countless hours with my 3 little girls at that park. It is a jewel of Harris County and of Texas. This is a both and. We must, Ms. Robertson put it beautifully, this is a balance of public need, public priorities. We need to work as closely together on this, as collaboratively as possible, so that we're minimizing the impact to the parkland while maximizing the benefit in terms of adding the capacity in a way that we're good stewards of taxpayer resources. So I know there have been conversations and there need to be more so we can be as solutions-oriented and creative as possible. I recognize that time is of the essence. And I also agree that over the holidays, this is not the best way to get additional feedback from the community. And so I at least would still want to keep a very tight timeline, recognizing that we will need January, as far as I'm concerned, for these additional meetings and creating different forums for this to happen. And to be able to do it in a way where we have language access for those, so that everyone's voice is heard. So I am just eager to move this forward. And so my question to you is, well, I would love to design as much kind of park-like design. You already talked about the meditation garden and pathways, so that's really important. So I'd love to hear any other ideas you may have as to how we're going to minimize the impact to the park while maximizing the benefit to the community. And then I also wanted to hear kind of big picture so that we're level setting for the community. What is the timeline, given that there's a lot of different steps in this process?
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate, first and foremost, I appreciate your continued support. And I absolutely agree that Herman Park is a jewel and a treasure for City of Houston and Harris County. I hope that by now, commissioners know this about me, that, I have now been here for 5.5 years, and I have never, ever, to my recollection, said no to an invitation to engage with the community. And I full-heartedly, 100%, commit to and agree with doing additional community engagements from now until whenever this item comes back to the Commissioner's Court for consideration. I strongly believe, and I've said this many times, that I believe community engagement, being able to communicate and learn from our community is the only way for us to be successful in our mission of improving the health of our communities. So Commissioner Briones, you have my support and my submission to do whatever it is going to be required between now and whatever the date that this item's back to the Commissioners Court to do more, different, whatever is going to take to better inform the community. So absolutely.
Thank you for that commitment. And I've seen you in the community many of times, and I know how important it is to you. So thank you for being willing to do even more on that front. In terms of the timeline, just to level set.
Yes. So two things, actually. You talked about the park, and, Commissioner, we can't really get into a whole bunch of details about what the future is going to look like because, as you know, we follow the county procurement process until and unless, and actually just gets through the timelines, until and unless we actually have legal possession of the land, which is sooner than actually when all the legal processes occur. We cannot engage with a design firm to do exactly what you said, which has always been my commitment, that we will do that, and we will do that jointly with the parks to make sure that we do whatever we need to do to ensure minimum impact to the park and maximum benefit to the publics.
And Dr. Porsa, and I recognize there's a lot of contingencies, and I used to have eminent domain cases in my court. So putting aside a myriad of contingencies, just big picture, when we were out in the public explaining the bond and the general timeline, can you just walk us through the Bentob expansion and when we anticipate delivering?
Absolutely. Let's say, Commissioner Briones, that this item comes back to the court in January of next year, and it passes. My understanding is that it will take a few months, somewhere between 4 to 6 months, to actually do the follow-up legal process before we can take legal possession of the land, which is, again, not the end of the conversation. At that point, we can actually engage with a design firm to establish what the facility is going to look like. Let's say middle of next year, we have legal possession. It will take us the rest of the year to actually engage with a design firm and actually design. Best case scenario, sometime in 2027, we break ground. By 2030, 2031, we can actually celebrate the opening of the expansion facility. So we're talking best case scenario sometime in 2030, 2031, probably a year after the hospital and the LBJ campus opens.
Thank you, Dr. Porsa. And again, thank you for your work. I know this is critical, urgent, and we want to save more lives, reduce wait times. So I'm all in, and I'm all in making sure all community voices are heard and that we do this as collaboratively and as creatively as possible to find those win-wins to the maximum extent possible. So thank you.
Yes, of course. Commissioner
Ramsey.
Dr. Porsa?
Yes, sir.
The reasons for addressing the needs at Bentob are compelling.
Yes, sir.
Clearly, there's the needs that have been there for many, many years. Let me just go through a series of questions. So we had a $2.5 billion bond issue. And in that bond issue, we set aside $410 million.
That's correct.
For Bentob. You believe that you can do phase one of the expansion for $410 million?
No, sir. The expansion will be the phase one of the future replacement of Bentob Hospital.
Okay, I'm going to get in. We had a bond issue.
Yes, sir.
There's $410 million in the bond issue. I'll make it a simpler question.
I got your question now.
What is your expectation for that $410 million in the bond issue?
To create an expansion facility adjacent to Bentob Hospital with around 100 inpatient beds and some procedure areas.
So that's your 80,000-foot look at what this $410 million.
Yes, sir.
Now, clearly you got to go through design. Clearly you got to go through cost estimates. Will LBJ and the completion of LBJ take pressure off of Bentob?
It will.
So the immediate point of relief in terms of level one trauma in this county is the $2 billion we're spending today out at LBJ.
Not quite. Not quite. I see what you're getting at, Commissioner, but let me get a little more detail, if I may. When the new hospital in the LBJ campus opens, it will be level 1 trauma capable. It will not be designated as level 1 trauma because it takes several years of practice in the hospital before you can become designated. It does impact some of the pressure on the Bentop Hospital because today we are not able to provide some of the services on the LBJ campus. For example, interventional cardiology, interventional neurosurgery. Patients who arrive at LBJ emergency room with a heart attack or stroke, we stabilize them and transfer them to Bentop Hospital. That's the pressure that will go away.
Well, clearly you identified LBJ as a higher priority than Bentop by the fact you've already started work on it, right?
Yes, sir. And there was a reason for that.
And we understand that and in terms of your priorities. So I only mention that in terms of there are needs in the community. We're not ignoring those needs. In fact, through the hospital district, we're investing $2 billion in that effort. As I understand, it's $400 million over budget right now.
It is $400 million over the initial estimate, not over budget, Commissioner.
Okay, it's 400 over initial estimate. How does it being over initial estimate not impact the budget?
The initial estimate was made in 2021. Before.
I get time and whatever, but we've got X number of dollars, $2 billion. Can you still do LBJ for $2 billion?
LBJ, yes.
So you're fine?
Yes, yes, we are.
Even though it's over estimate, you're fine with the $2 billion. And the reason I'm mentioning that, the 410 million is a part of the 2.5 billion.
Yes, sir, it is.
So once an LBJ is under construction, what I don't want to experience is we get through with LBJ and, man, there's no money left for Bentop. You don't think that's a problem?
That is not going to happen, Commissioner.
That's not going to happen. Okay, well, duly recorded.
Please do, and give me something to sign.
Okay. You've said it, it's in the court, and Mr. Fonbaum was here to hear it.
All right. And I'm happy to sign it in blood if that makes any difference.
And the conversation is simply meant for transparency.
Of course. I appreciate that.
Because there's been a lot of conversation around what we're doing and what we're not doing. That's what we are doing. How often have you met with the Herman Park Conservancy, the board, you personally?
The board? Never.
The people that are here today, how many times have you met with them?
I have not with the board. I have met with the current and previous executive director.
Okay. So,
and that is not because of lack of interest on my part, Commissioner. I just want to say it for the record.
In terms of, have you looked at their plan? Obviously, they've had that property for a number of years. Have you seen what their plan is?
Yes, sir. I saw that from the previous executive director, yes, in August of 2024.
So they clearly were thinking parking.
The plan that was shown to me, Commissioner, did not include parking. There was conversation about parking, but the plan that I saw did not have parking on it.
And again, I think the process matters.
Yes, sir.
And I think that's much of what we're talking about. We're being asked, Harris County Commissioners Court, to condemn this piece of property on behalf of the hospital district.
Yes, sir.
And I think what we just want to know is that there's a process to be respected. I've only worked for 50 cities and 20 counties and every state agency you can't name.
But
and
this
in
is
my
the best
work,
county, Commissioner.
in my work and efforts there, numerous times I've had the pleasure of dealing with park-related issues. And just so you know, in the state of Texas, I don't know any place else, parks are sacred.
Yes, sir.
And the difficulty and to make it difficult for a reason. We got compelling reasons on what Bentop wants to do. This is very logical in terms of what you're putting out there. But I can tell you my 3 adult children, when they were little, we went to Herman Park. My 7 grandchildren, when we went to Herman Park, We had great times there. Do you know what I experienced every time I went there for the last 40 years? Parking problems.
Yes, sir.
So that is their number one issue. It would seem to me in the category of win-win, whether you're working through the city of Houston or you're working directly with Herman, that you would say, hey, the win-win here is we're going to help Herman Park deal with their parking. It clearly it could be done in a way. In fact, they may even have a plan or two in terms of how you could improve the parking for them. It would seem to me at this stage in the process, we would already say, yeah, we've got a plan for that. We've been talking to the Conservancy, and the money that's going to come out of this condemnation is going to be dedicated to that specific thing. I'll not support anything unless it's clearly understood that the money that's going to come out of this is going to be invested in specifically, from what I understand, talking to the people, parking at Herman Park. And that's not complicated. That's a pretty easy thing. We know there's going to be dollars coming out. I suspect they have cost estimates related to that. So as we move forward with condemnation, we ought to clearly define what the dollars that are going to come out of this and the city of Houston will have. And to me, we ought to require that be invested. So I agree with Commissioner Ellis, and certainly within your precinct, that we do follow a good, transparent process so that these kinds of details, there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Even the four of us that are going to be asked to vote, we've got questions. We don't know. And if we're going to vote and support and deal with something, we need to know as much as you know. And today, I know more after this conversation, but we need to know exactly what will be the schedule and details. You gave an 80,000-foot summary, and that was helpful. But I think at this point, there needs to be a commitment from the city of Houston in what they will do with those dollars, specifically in terms of investing within the Conservancy. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner, thank you. If I may, a couple of things. You know, to your point about the escalation of costs and the $400 million, the $410 million towards this expansion, that is precisely the reason why this expansion needs to happen next to Bentop Hospital, because otherwise, then we're talking about a couple of $1 billion instead of $400 million, number one. And number two, Commissioner, you're absolutely right. In our conversation with the city, parking specifically to address parking issues for Herman Park, the zoo, and perhaps even the golf course has been front and center. So those conversations are happening. Couple of things. One, and I know you can appreciate that, Commissioner, but I think I should just say it. It is not my position to tell the city what they should or should not do. However, it has been our commitment that we are willing to do our part to ensure that this becomes a win-win-win-win situation for everyone. If I can just leave it at that.
Yeah, I simply think that if there was that, I don't think there's an understanding today. And obviously, we'd have to have the conversations with the city of Houston. Those need to be, that needs to be clearly understood. But I think in terms of going forward, getting those details worked out, and if this is so urgent, I honestly don't know why we didn't start this first. The day after the bond was passed, we can work on LBJ, and if you need to get this thing moving early too, it should have started earlier. But we're not going to rush it today.
We are not.
Because you didn't start early enough.
Okay, Commissioner. There is a bandwidth. There is the fact that there are only 24 hours in a day. And there is the fact that we can't do everything everywhere all at once. But I appreciate it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Of course.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Porso, for the presentation. And, you know, I've made my points earlier. The the point that Commissioner Ramsey brings about parking and traffic is one that I've gotten a couple of ears full of. So I think that's important. And you referenced that this must be done next to the existing location. Say why, again, that is a must.
Sure. Several reasons. One, by creating this next to the Bentop Hospital, I think the main reason is that it would allow this facility to actually be part of Bentop Hospital because it would be connected to it. So there is no additional license, first and foremost, and regulatory issues. But more important than that, it would eliminate the need to duplicate a lot of the services that a hospital facility must have, including emergency rooms, operating rooms, radiology, and all those things. If this facility were to be created somewhere else, we would have to duplicate all those services. Then again, instead of $400 million, we're looking at $1.5 to $2 billion, which we currently do not have. That's really the main reason.
Gotcha. And early on, when we talked about this, you mentioned that there was some reverting clause on this.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
Yeah. So, and that's really the reason I think you asked me previously, why the eminent domain process? Why can't this just be a purchase from the city? And the reason for that, not being a lawyer, but we have lawyers here. My understanding is that because there is deed restriction on this parkland, i.e. when the park was given to the city of Houston, it was deed restricted to park use only. The way to circumvent that or to overcome that deed restriction is through the eminent domain. That's really the reason for the purchase through eminent domain, to show two things. One, that there's a public necessity, which I hope I've been able to indicate. And number two, that we have looked at other options and this is the only viable option. Once you again, I felt silly talking about this legal term without being a lawyer, but once you qualify those two things, going back to, I think it was mentioned, Chapter 26 of the Texas Parks and Wildlife, you need to qualify those items before you can proceed with the eminent domain process. I hope that answered your question, Commissioner.
A bit. And then early on, when we talked about this, and there was some conversation, I think maybe most of us engaged you on it. When you first started talking about this with the city of Houston, we were curious why you hadn't started with us, being that we're more related than the city of Houston is with you.
Yes, sir.
And you use the phrase, well, it's a complicated process. People don't understand why it has to be done this way. And, you mentioned that several times, but you never mentioned eminent domain. Why?
I never mentioned eminent domain. I don't recall not mentioning it, Commissioner, but let me go back to what
I'll just tell you, Doc, that in all the calls that you and my team have been on, eminent domain was never referred to.
Okay, Commissioner, again, remember that I'm not a lawyer. Through all of this process, I have been following legal advice from Harris County legal team, our external legal team, and all the different lawyers that are involved. But the statement that you made, why the city before the commissioners, that's not quite accurate because, Commissioner, you knew about this way before the city did. At the end of the day, the city owns the land. Without city's support of this transaction, there's really very little conversation to have. I have learned about this process slowly over the last year and a half. This was not on my radar. This was not even on my radar as a possibility, going back to what Commissioner Ramsey said. Why didn't we start this after the bond? I didn't even know that this was a possibility. So I have learned through this process all the nuances about the eminent domain. If it was not mentioned, it was probably because I was not aware of it. But regardless, why the city, what that conversation with the city happened, is because it was important, according to the advice that I had received, that the city had to be on board with this, at least directionally. Not that they have agreed with this, but at least directionally they are in support of this transaction before we could even engage in this conversation. That was the reason, Commissioner. It was not disrespect.
No, I hope it wasn't, but I think it may have been strategic, so I'm just making sure that.
Legal. I was not strategic, but legal.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. So with that, look, to Commissioner Ramsey's point, I mean, I jumped flat-footed into your bond. Totally support the entire system. And to your comments of this should have been done years ago, it should have been done decades ago. As a young cop, I think I was still on probation when I had to do one of my first hospital visits at Ben Taub, and it was crazy, chaotic, controlled mess there. And I saw the beginning of open heart massages taking place in the hallways. Saw so many things. Had to watch prisoners in the hallways. So there's probably nobody here better informed as to how delayed this improvement was. So I get it. But I'm also, I also like to be upfront with people. And so to Commissioner Ellis's point, this isn't his precinct. I do have a motion I'd like to work through and see if there is alignment. And so my motion would read, coordinate with court offices to hold one community meeting in each commissioner precinct prior to this coming back to court. And I would say prior to it coming back to court in January, to Commissioner Ellis's point. The meetings must be, and look, all of this was taken from the way we did community engagement on through the toll road on a major project where residential property had to be acquired, which is going to be incredibly chaotic. There was a lot of initial pushback. But once a toll road went through what I'm going to lay out, there's almost an incredible unanimity in terms of alignment with the community and what we're trying to get done there. So the meetings must be advertised on Harris Health's website and social media channels. The meetings must be advertised via flyers distributed at Harris Health service locations and at other publications. And when I mean distributed, not just put on a desk and hoping people will pick it up. I hope there's more effort in that. An advertisement of the meetings must be clearly and prominently state that the subject of the meetings is the use of eminent domain to take a portion of Herman Park for construction of Ben Taub hospital facilities, and no other subject may be listed. Harris Health will advertise the meetings at least 7 days before they occur. Harris Health will provide advertisements to court offices to distribute and promote. The meetings will occur on a weekday evening other than Friday, beginning after 6:30 p.m. The meetings shall be in a publicly accessible location that is compliant with ADA. Spanish interpretation must be provided at these meetings along with any other language the Commissioner's office deems appropriate. Informational materials provided at the meeting must be provided in English, Spanish, and any other language the Commissioner's office deems appropriate. Signage, such as yard signs, should be placed near the meeting area. The meetings shall be planned so that members of the public can provide their feedback for at least 1.5 hours. If a commissioner declines to participate, Harris Health will not host a meeting for that precinct. Harris Health will provide a mechanism to provide comments online, either by a portal or through email, that must be made available by December 10th. Prior to December 10th, transmit to court offices a report of the meetings detailing attendance, opinions, and concerns offered by community members and any other relevant observations, as well as a summary of comments received online. Commissioner Ellis, I took this from the HECTRA because they had hundreds of people who participated in those.
I think it's fine. Is it online, by the way?
It is, yes.
The
So when you
dates-
put the portal point there, you said, so they ought to live stream the meeting.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
I'd be happy to support it, absolutely, 100%. And I have a few recommended friendly amendments. Would love to add to direct the Harris Health Leadership Team to meet with the Herman Park Conservancy Board at least twice before this returns to court.
Yes.
And then on an ongoing, regular basis as the project progresses. And then secondly, depending on what date our team thinks is appropriate, there's a January 29th court date or a February 12th. So I think we should align those dates,
I agree.
depending on what you all think, which court.
Yep, we have the 12th and the 29th.
We have January 29th and February 12th.
Okay, well, I would take.
And so that would be my other amendment, just to make the dates align.
Because obviously we do need to move on it.
Yeah.
But I got a few, any others? I got a few questions before we vote on it, but I'm fine. I'll second. I don't have a problem.
Good deal.
Any others?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I got a couple of, I'm fine with it. And so we'll plan to, we will vote on whether or not, we'll vote on having the public hearing.
Yes.
On the 29th. So I do want to stress that this item before us today is us voting on having a public hearing on the condemnation process. So at least for me, I want to reserve the right and make it public on how I'm going to vote on the condemnation matter until we get there. And here's why, Dr. Porsa, you've done a great job. And look, I hear you when you say that, you're not a lawyer, you're not a politician. I was going to say I'm not a doctor, but I am. It's just called a Juris Doctorate.
Not a physician.
You know what I mean? But
Don't work on me.
you don't have to refer to me as doctor. But they did call it a Juris Doctorate. That's what's hanging on the wall, at least. But look, it's a complicated process.
Yes, sir.
When you did call me about it, it sounded just so logical. I want Ben Taub in the medical center, and I would fight vigorously
Thank you.
against anybody who didn't want it in the medical center, to the point of saying the best medical center in the world is a great place for those of us who can afford it. But then we would decide for people who get the early bus, but I won't go into that speech, they can't go there. And look, I grew up knowing in most places the so-called charity, the public hospital, is where you go. The joke used to be when I was growing up during challenging circumstances, if you get shot, we need to get you to Ben Taub. And look, even in the neighborhoods where we worked, when I worked as a kid, I would hear affluent neighborhoods like the ones that we live in now say, if you get shot, get to Ben Taub, because they deal with trauma care. Or my mentor's children, when they were born in at Atlanta as preemies, we took them to Grady. And I didn't know. I just knew Grady because I was trying to do a financing. Tom, I was trying to do a bond deal over there with my firm, so I went to Grady. And the doctor and the mayor of the city the next day, it was Andrew Young at the time, said, if you hadn't brought her here, she and the twins would not have survived because it's for trauma care. But that ought to be in the medical center, because in case there's something else is discovered, if you have cancer or whatever else after some trauma issue, it ought to be right there. So I would fight. So when you explained it to me, of course, everybody knows that, Ben Taub is crumbling. And as Commissioner Garcia said, it should have been done a long time ago. So when you said it, I immediately figured, oh yeah, I'm for that. And then because I happened to go to a park with a friend who will remain nameless, not Herman Park, but another park, and I just mentioned the conversation. And the friend said, all hell's gonna break loose. You know, I agree, but it ought to be a win-win. And leverage matters. You made reference to the MWBE numbers when you're going through your pitch. Pretty good at politics, by the way.
Thank you, sir.
You kind of knowing who that would appeal to. I just want to stress that was the result of leverage. And that's what the parks people here, they're trying to leverage it. So most of this money is going to go to the Warnke family, the heirs, if they choose to donate it, as their predecessors did. That'll be their call. But most of it will go there. For this to be a win-win, I know the city controls the land, but even the city agrees. If any of our friends over on city council at City Hall have a traumatic experience, they're going to go to if they know what they're doing, they're going to get to Bentop quick as well. So to make it a win-win, the city does have to give something as well. This ought to not be an opportunity. It won't be that much money anyway, because the bulk of it's going to go to the family. I know that much from talking to the the judge over there. That's where the money's going to go. So it ought to not be a way to go and figure out how to fill other holes. For it to be a win-win, that's where some version of a community benefits thing comes in. When Rice University wanted to go do its expansion into the Ion Center, it matters to our everybody in the region, but they did a community benefits agreement. So for me at least, for me to vote to actually do it, I plan to use that leverage. I want to help them. Now, they can't be unreasonable because it is parkland. These 9 acres, I don't ride by it. I walk by it. I ride my bike by it. Sometimes roll through it. Sometimes get mad wondering, are they going to put something here? Just stick a piece of art or something over here. I get that. So you don't go overboard. But there ought to be some structure there where it is a win-win. The parking is a problem. It'd be good if more of us walked to the park. If we parked somewhere else, it didn't have to be so close. Park somewhere else and get to the zoo. You know, you're going to be with nature. Well, walk like the animals. The others. You know, so that there ought to be a win-win in this. But look, I am wondering, why didn't you talk to the heirs? I mean, they were going to find out. So when I saw some of the news accounts, I'm just saying, if it was in my shoes, if the lawyers told me don't do it, I said, well, you go talk to them. If they tell me I can't talk to them, somebody ought to talk to them. Just certain things, with hindsight, I would suggest you sort of sort through when they will get the money.
Yeah.
You got me? And or say, well, you're so upset you want to make sure it's parkland. If you get it, will you donate it back? Get me in the room. I'll lay it out. You know, but it ought to happen, but it ought to be done in such a way that it is a win-win. Now,
Commissioner, if I may, let me just say one thing, if I may. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you touched something that I should have actually touched on, but I'm glad you brought it up. The issue of informing the people who have inherited the land. Again, going back to the law and the Chapter 26 of Texas Parks and Wildlife, it is very clear and very prescriptive of when and how that happens. That informing of the folks who have inherited and have reversionary rights to this land happens only after this commission has voted to actually proceed with eminent domain condemnation.
Ms. Feinbaum, is that your understanding? Because I would send them a smoke signal. If it was me, I'd damn sure they'd find out.
There's a difference between the notice of the actual taking and engaging with the heirs, which is not, it's not against the law to engage with landowners before a taking. There's reasons you might not want to do it, but it's not illegal.
But I'm just, so doctor, look, there's Mr. Feinbaum, Harvard, I believe.
I'm sorry?
Yale or Harvard?
For law school, oof, University of Michigan. It's pretty good too.
Wait, it rated slightly. It rated slightly above the University of Texas, but we understand the spirit of the law.
Yes,
That's why we become presidents coming out of the University of Texas, might I add. You know what I mean? You know, I'm just saying, I'd find a way. I would have walked around that. But look, when you're talking about you need to be in the medical center, you got 400 million, you hope, will pay for it.
Yes, sir.
I'm well aware, you know, we had a Harvey bond issue, but we didn't have enough money. Things happen beyond your control. I'm assuming at some point you'll have to come back to us and ask to go and get more money. In
For the-
fact, will $400 million do this and go rehab? Why would you go do this and then Ben Top's falling apart? At some point, you got to do that, or you're going to have the extension and this other thing falling apart.
We have to have the extension, Commissioner, to actually buy us time to do all the.
So the point I'm making is you will have to come back and ask.
Oh, absolutely.
We'll have to ask the
Yes.
voters for more
Yes.
money. I'm just
Yes.
laying that on the table.
Absolutely.
That's
No,
partially
yes.
why this took so long to get here. People have sometimes people have a reluctance to say you got to pay for it. You don't get, we get quality health care because we pay for it.
The eventual replacement of Ben Taub Hospital, Commissioner, is going to cost at least another $2 billion.
Okay, I
And
just
that would
wanna lay
require
down.
another bond.
Did you look at an option? I think Dr. Klopman may have left. I know they had to get back to work. But look, I was just in San Antonio. Why can't we think outside the box? Was one option, could you go on top of somebody else's building? I'm just laying it out. I know I'm just a country lawyer, but anybody talk about that option?
There's a lot of legal issues and regulatory issues with that, especially for a safety net hospital to be on top of a for-profit hospital, Commissioner.
Could it be on some of their land?
It would not be next to Ben Taub Hospital, so instead of 400 million, we're talking about $2.4 billion.
I just want to, because you didn't walk through those options, I just want to make sure all of them.
No, so
Or
I
explode.
actually touched on it, Commissioner. The reason this facility has to be next to Ben Taub Hospital is because otherwise it would be cost prohibitive. We would not be able to create this anywhere else for $400 million, not to mention the fact that it will do nothing to address the urgent public health necessity that this is addressing.
If we get these 9 acres,
Yes, sir.
hypothetically, if this happens, what restrictions would there be? Everybody in the medical center is trying to expand. When you're over there now, it's like Gotham City. Everybody's going up. Are there any restrictions on us structuring some arrangement to help us fund what we have to do so they go on top of what we will get?
I'm sorry, ask that question.
Could some other hospital go on top of the extension you're doing for Ben Taub?
Not to my knowledge. I don't believe that
Can
exists.
it be, it can be designed with the possibility.
Because when you build a building, you got to
It
build
can
it,
be designed to go up higher, correct? And this is something that we will definitely
which
do.
obviously costs some money. It's like the
Yes.
building we bought. We bought the Sakowitz building downtown.
Yes.
And Robert Sakowitz told me his father built it with the intention of going up. So if we ever wanted to do it, we could build, as an example, more courtrooms on top.
That's right.
If you spend the money to go and make it shut. Now, I'm
absolutely.
not an architect either, just a doctor.
No, Commissioner, that's one of the things, unfortunately, that was not taken into account when Ben Taub was being built is exactly what you're saying. The opportunity and the need for the expansion in the future.
So,
This-
Dr. Poisson, you've done a good job, and,
Thank you, sir.
and it is important. But I would say one thing I think I'm good at is I know what I don't know.
Okay.
And if I don't know something, if I get sick, I get on AI, it tells me a whole lot of stuff. Then the doctor points out, it's just spitting out what somebody said. And it doesn't have the ability to ethically go through and decide who's lying. They just spit out everything somebody wrote somewhere and you got it online. So I would just say on the politics, I know you got some good folks, but you should, I just think it would help with the mission that you want to do, and that is provide health care to the underserved in particular, to ask some of us or others to help you a bit more on the politics. I think we all want to get to the same place. It's just how we get there. But there ought to be some community benefits tied to this, not, as I understand it, some commitment from the city, since they control the land, with all due respect, not the board, not the conservancy. The city controls that. But there ought to be some pressure on them. All the folks who over here want to come to our meetings, who might have wanted some of this language, they need to go over there and do that at the city, because we all ought to, with all of these city-county partnerships, Nobody's, other units of government are stepping up to help us pick up the tab for indigent health care. That all falls on the county. But it's so important to the whole region. I could go on and on. Nobody's showing up to help us pay for the jail. They got a lot of ideas on how to get people in it, but we have to pay for it. So partnerships matter, but there ought to be some community benefits. So this is a win-win. But with that, I'm prepared to second you. Oh, we're going back down the list. Is it Garcia, Briones, Ramsey? Y'all want to talk? Commissioner, y'all want to talk again?
No, just to, we made the
To vote.
motion.
And just to clarify the exact words, I asked my team to work on the timing, given I know that there's a period statutorily. So the friendly amendments would be to amend to return to Commissioners Court on January 29th for presentation of community input and request a public hearing for March 19th. And then the other language was amend to direct the Harris Health Leadership Team to meet with the Herman Park Conservancy Board at least twice before January 29th and then meet regularly thereafter.
Commissioner, did you say March 19th for the public hearing?
March. Because the January 29th meeting, and then that we need to allow, I'll ask Mr. Von Bond to explain.
I was going to ask for clarification on Commissioner Garcia's motion, if you wanted to approve the noticing of the hearing today, but still, and go forward with the hearing on January 29th, or if it was what you were asking, Commissioner Briones.
So Commissioner, just to clarify your question, to me, having a public hearing, we should poise that for success because we have explained the case even more clearly and compellingly and collaboratively with the Conservancy. So to me, personally, it does not make sense to have a public hearing before we deepen the robust community engagement piece. So that would be my preferred timing.
That's correct.
So
That's
what
correct.
is-
Personally.
The engagement needs to come before the hearing.
Is there a
Right,
problem
and I
with
guess just-
waiting for the hearing until March as opposed to January 29th?
Just the time, Commissioner.
So it would be, so if there's a public hearing on the 29th, that's where we would make the decision on whether or not we're going to let you condemn or not.
So you're saying we're going to make the decision on the 29th?
That's what I am hoping for.
The part I don't understand.
Yes, sir.
We're going to have all these meetings. We're going to have all these conversations, and we're going to hear all these comments. Shouldn't there be some point that we hear the comments, hear the good suggestions, here's our reaction to the comments? And I agree with the March date. If the 29th is us taking all those good comments, that good input that we're going to receive between now and then, somebody write that down and say, thank you for sharing that perspective, and here's how we're dealing with it, and call and then in March, we would call for to condemn the land or not to condemn the land.
So that's what I was thinking, that January 29th is when you'd bring back all of that additional community feedback, plus the partnership and thought partnership with the Conservancy team. Plus, I couldn't agree more with Commissioner Ellis, we need the city of Houston stepping up. I mean, this is an all of us project, and all of us need to be working as collaboratively and creatively together.
If we vote to condemn in March and not know what the city of Houston's position is going to be.
So like if they fight us on condemnation. Is that what
Right.
you're saying?
Well, on the condemnation, I don't know that there'll be any fight on it. I think Dr. Porce has run that trap.
Okay.
But to your point, Commissioner, what will the city of Houston publicly commit to before condemnation to make a difference?
That's the community benefits part.
That's the benefits. So we need to understand that and understand it from the city so that, again, on March, when we vote, that'll all be on the table. We'll understand it, and at least we can vote with clarity on where we're going and what
I think that's good. I
details.
think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel good about that. And so for the parks people who are here, I don't want to jump ahead of you, Commissioner Ramsey. I'm just saying they need to go make that case over there because the city controls the land.
Yes, sir.
It's sort of like, people, if we control the land, if the city fights us on condemnation, by the way, it's an uphill battle. Yeah. I mean, this provision in the statute it's kind of it has to be something, we want to do it legally, we say we want to condemn, but if they say they don't want, and you got their legal department fighting our legal department, it'd be like whatever that Duchenne thing was about, I just can't remember. Call them and tell me later.
I will.
But
But I mean, to your point, I mean, you make a good point. We could list a whole lot of other things, but we're making Harris County and through the hospital district is investing over $2.5 billion in indigent healthcare.
Yeah.
Can you at least look at the parking in Herman Park as we deal with this significant indigent care that was so clearly communicated? Can you at least take 5 minutes and find some money to deal with the parking at Herman Park? I think that is very little to ask.
and the community benefit goes all the way around because the city controls the land. We're trying to figure out parking for their land,
Yeah,
you know?
that's right.
And they ought to be, there's certain times of the week, by the way, like most weekends, unless we got a series of accidents, unless it's the Labor Day week, a Memorial Day, New Year's Eve weekend, but you got a lot of empty parking lots in the medical center on weekends, absent,
That's right.
something going on. Okay, all right.
So, just to,
No friendly amendments?
yeah, I accept the friendly amendments as proposed by Commissioner Briones. And just to confirm the dates that were laid out.
And
Yes, sir.
Commissioner, just one more thing. You mentioned in your motion about construction of Bentop Hospital, which is different than what we're doing. You're creating an expansion facility for Bentop Hospital.
Okay, we should say expansion instead of
Yeah,
construction.
okay.
So just to confirm the dates that I propose for y'all's, from the
We'll
team's
read it to you
consideration.
too. I know you wonder if we're gonna read it.
Good deal. So here it goes again. To return to Commissioners Court on January 29th for presentation of community input and request a public hearing for March 19th. Coordinate with court offices to hold one community meeting in each commissioner precinct prior to January 20th with the following specifications. The meetings must be advertised on Harris Health's website and social media channels. The meetings must be advertised via flyers distributed at Harris Health Service locations and at other public locations. Any advertisement of the meetings must clearly and prominently state that the subject of the meetings is the use of eminent domain to take a portion of Herman Park for expansion of Bentop Hospital facilities, and no other subject may be listed. Harris Health will advertise the meetings at least 7 days before they occur. Harris Health will provide advertisement to court offices to distribute and promote. The meetings will occur on a weekday evening other than Friday and begin after 6:30 p.m. The meetings shall be in a publicly accessible location that is compliant with ADA. Spanish interpretation must be provided at these meetings, along with any other language the Commissioner's office deems appropriate. Informational materials provided at the meeting must be provided in English, Spanish, and any other language the Commissioner's office deems appropriate. Signage such as yard signs should be placed near the meeting area. The meetings shall be planned so that members of the public can provide their feedback for at least 1.5 hours. If a commissioner declines to participate, Harris Health will not host a meeting for that precinct. A community engagement report is to be provided to Commissioners Court by January 23rd. For the Harris Health leadership team to meet with the Herman Park Conservancy Board at least twice prior to January 20th and conduct regular meetings thereafter. Do you want to say monthly meetings? Monthly?
You only have a
Okay.
couple of
Okay.
Thank you.
So regular meetings thereafter.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Is there any objection? Okay, motion's adopted unanimously. Anything else, Dr. Porter?
Just one thing, Commissioners. What I ask in return is for your offices to work with our staff to
Always
arrange
have.
for
We'll
the
get it done.
100%.
I'm gonna do mine at Herman Park. Y'all pay for it. See if the Conservancy give us that room over there. Thank
Whatever
you
you
all.
all decide, Commissioner, I'll be there.
Thank you all for being so
Appreciate
patient.
you all very
Thank you,
much.
Dr. Porce.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This doctor needs a break. Dr. Ellis needs to
Yeah,
take
yeah.
a 10-minute break. It's now 10:50. We'll come back at 11 o'clock. Let's go. Let's turn it on. Okay, colleagues, it's 11:01. We're back in session. And we will take up item 266 now. I want to let Human Resources make their brief presentation. We'll hear the speakers on that, and then we'll hear the other speakers and go back to that item. So at this time, if we're ready, we'll get back in session. Okay, item 266, and Human Resources, if you're ready, I think you have a brief presentation. They didn't really think we'd get back here at 11 o'clock. Yeah, we're going to get out of here today. Okay, good. We're ready? Oh, we'll give you a few minutes.
Commissioner, there are two speakers on that item as well.
Yeah, so we'll hear from we'll let them do their brief presentation of the report, and then we'll hear from the speakers. Did I give you a second to get your breath? You all right? I should have told you before.
That's okay, no worries.
Sorry.
Good morning, commissioners, and thank you for this opportunity. Today marks a truly historic milestone. For the first time in Harris County's history, we've completed a comprehensive countywide compensation and pay equity study. This was not merely a paperwork exercise. It was a direct response to longstanding concerns and issues from employees, department leaders, and this court about pay disparities, outdated salary structures, and inconsistent compensation practices across our nearly 20,000 workforce. This project reflects a bold commitment to fairness, transparency, and modernization in how we recruit, retain, and reward county employees. In just a moment, our partners from Gallagher Benefit Services will walk you through the results of this study, results that are both eye-opening and actionable. You will hear how we started with more than 4,000 unique job titles across the county and streamlined them into a modern, easy-to-understand system with pay ranges built on real market data. We'll talk about market benchmarking, highlighting areas where we lead and where we lag. You'll see compression charts that underscore the need to reward longevity. And perhaps most importantly, we'll share the results of a rigorous pay equity analysis, identifying disparities by gender and race and what it will take to fix them. Gallagher will outline 3 implementation options, each one carefully modeled to give this court a clear picture of cost impact and equity outcomes. Each scenario is rooted in data and built to support both equity and fiscal responsibility. This is more than a study. It is a rare opportunity to reshape our compensation system for our future. So again, we respectfully ask that you consider the recommended changes and the funding options that will allow us to put them into action. On behalf of the Office of Human Resources and Talent and all county employees who contributed to this effort, I want to thank you and your commitment to investing in the people who serve Harris County day in and day out. And now we'll have our partners from Gallagher.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, for your time today. We appreciate the opportunity to follow up on the study that we've been doing over the last 12 months in partnership with the county. If we could proceed to the next slide, please. We'll be talking about a handful of things today, as you see here on the screen, and as Ms. Douglas outlined, talking about the study, the components of the study, and the recommendations. We can move to the next slide, please. With me today, you had a chance to hear me over several quarters, but I brought with me the project leaders who actually work the various project components of this engagement. With me, I have Sherry Fallon, Catherine Thorpe, and Zach Stuhlberg, who led the various components from classification, compensation, and pay equity. We can go to the next slide, please. And so for background and context and sort of objectives, when we engaged in this study, there were a handful of things that were outlined in the initial RFP that we responded to, looking at establishing that market-based competitive structure those rates, the ability to continue to allow the county to recruit, retain, and reward highly talented employees. The deliverable that comes out of that is having recommendations tied around pay structures, mechanisms for employees to move through those ranges. The next part of that we looked at was eliminating those pay disparities as we looked at the pay equity study and the equity components of that, looking at gender, ethnicity, and age. With that, we conducted a pay equity study, looked at employees across the county and how they stacked up side by side and relative to their pay ranges themselves, and then understanding what does that mean? What is the anomalous data? What are those outliers? Looking through that to help develop remedies, and then implement consistent pay practices, administration, and so on. All the while recognizing that there is a complicated and complex and rich overall total rewards package here at the county that includes a strong benefits component, but also recognizing that the labor market is ever evolving and ever moving, and that in order to effectively retain and recruit that talent, you have to consider both facets. Next slide, please. And that said, as we went into the study itself, 3 major components, and we'll talk about these in a little bit more detail over the handful of following slides. The classification study, in which we looked at exemption, non-exemption status. We looked at the structure of titles, talking about that vast number of titles and how do we distill that down to something meaningful, having career paths and having the ability to talk about that and having job descriptions that articulate what jobs are doing. The compensation study itself that builds those structures, that talks about the market benchmarking, helps understand where is the county today, where could the county go forward, and how do you stay competitive on a going forward basis. And then the pay equity study, and as we've talked about this over the past year, recognizing these had to be done in a particular order to ensure that each was done appropriately. The classification study ensures that we know the structure and how the roles are performing, what they're doing. The compensation study allowing us to understand what is the market paying, what does that look and feel like, and be able to take that information into the pay equity study to help inform that, to understand when we talk about equity itself and looking at those different classes of employees and sort of looking across key demographics to understand what are those disparities, what are legitimate, and what requires further investigation with that. That said, if we can move to the next slide, I will hand it over to Ms. Fallon, who will talk about the classification study and the results of that component of the engagement.
Good morning, Commissioners. Next slide, please. So throughout the classification study results, we read numerous, over 6,000, close to 7,000 position description questionnaires that came directly from your staff and your supervisors and management, along with 1,200 job descriptions. And from there, we reviewed them all and looked at condensing now the titles into something more manageable for the county and that can be used countywide and consistently. And with that, we developed 30 job families to describe all the work across the county with 166 classification series for progression and growth. And with that, underneath that, 758 unique titles to describe all of the relevant work done here in the county. This proposed classification structure helps facilitate career growth and career paths, along with professional development for employees countywide. Next slide, please. So during the classification review, we evaluated job duties and responsibilities of every position description questionnaire and job description to determine proper classification under the Fair Labor Standards Act, ensuring compliance with the federal wage and hour guidelines. There are potential adjustments to FLSA status and classification that may result after a departmental review of the duties and responsibilities with each department manager. A comprehensive review of the position description questionnaires, job descriptions. We also did interviews, job shadowing, and focus panels, which did reveal some incorrect classifications under the Fair Labor Standards Act. It currently is affecting approximately 200 employees across 36 departments. This study revealed additional areas of classifications as well that need further investigation. Next slide, please. So we just want to give you an example of under one current classification here at the county, Clerk 2, there are many different duties and responsibilities and work that is being performed. And what this classification structure does is to more relevantly define the type of work being done. So for example, under Clerk 2, we had an accounting assistant, and that will be the new classification title for employees to see their career growth and path at the county. We also had an administrative assistant, of course, a court clerk, and a library assistant, all under one classification, and now they will have their own with their own career path. Next slide, please, sorry. We also wanted to show an example of a career progression here with payroll. So as you can see, we have payroll administrator 1 and 2, payroll clerk 1, 2, 3 to show that career path and for professional development for employees. And currently, you can see the previous classification titles where you had employees in all different types of roles, such as analysts, coordinators, specialists, and clerks as well. And by this new classification title series, it will show employees and be more descriptive of the work that they are performing and show their career path. Next slide, please. I'm now going to turn this over to my colleague, Catherine Thorpe. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. We wanted to discuss the compensation study results. So next slide, please. The first thing that we did when engaging with the county was to establish from the RFP what organizations would be incorporated and invited to participate in custom surveys to gather salary information, actual salary data, as well as structure information. For the law enforcement survey, 21 organizations were identified in the RFP, and they're listed here. The ones on the left did provide their data directly through the response of the custom survey, which was a 52% response rate, which is very significant. Anything beyond 25% is considered a successful response rate, so this was very high. On the next slide. This was the grouping that was asked to participate in the general and department head survey. That was for all other employees with the county. And it was the 10 largest cities and counties in the United States, and that is of July 2024 census data. So on the left are the ones that participated directly. In the center, those states do provide a website where you can gain actual salary data and structure information. So we data mined that as well, so we could incorporate that into the responses. And the ones in the center you can see there are the ones that did not provide their data directly, or we were not able to data mine. All of the data is treated equally, so it's all aged forwards to a single point in time because there could be variances and increases and things of that nature. And then also a geographic adjustment was applied to each data set to make sure it was a comparable comparison to Harris County. So if the cost of labor in one of these organizations was higher, it would have been adjusted down. And if their cost of labor was less than Harris County, it would have been adjusted up so that we make sure we have an apples to apples comparison. Next slide. So we look at the market positioning, and we wanted to show here that the groupings that were asked to participate, or I'm sorry, asked to be identified in the employee segments were the first were the department head and elected officials. Of that, there were 35 jobs that were benchmarked, and 10 of those showed to be either above or below 10% of the market. So that greater than 10% above or below is that group there. The general workforce was 427 jobs, and you can see there between the two categories of above and below, there are 170 jobs that are outside of that kind of competitive position we look for in the market. And then we have also another grouping of the civilian civilian employees on the law enforcement plan. You can see there they have 3 that are more than 10% below market and 7 that are more than 10% above. And those were the positions that we look for as far as disparity and looking for trying to align more competitively to the market when they're outside of those factors. We do want to call out that effective October 4th, Harris County did approve and implement an increase for law enforcement officers. And with that, they gained a 21% in the market positioning. It went from being 23% below market to highly competitive at 2% below market. So that is a significant increase on the behalf of the law enforcement officers. Next slide. Okay, so we wanted to talk about the salary recommendations and the costing. And I know we have had many discussions on the benefits here at Harris County, and it is a robust and attractive package. And the benefits are important because they do establish or sustain long-term success, but base pay is important for being able to support daily living. So although they're both very important, they have to both be competitive to be most effective for the employees of Harris County. Next slide. Okay, this is a first set of recommendations, and we'll have some examples as well. So what we're recommending is that Harris County adopt a 20-grade market-aligned structure across the county. Currently, the county has 127 different grades across 7 different salary plans. The positions are grouped strategically based on their pay grade, based on the duties and responsibilities, and where they align to the market median, or that 50th percentile. We do have the recommendation of it being an open range, which will have a minimum, a midpoint, and maximum. That's to be able to establish structure and also guidance and movement for moving through the range for the employees. You can see in the blue boxes, it just kind of shows what group should be within each one of those sections. Of course, the minimum are folks who are new to their career, new to the role. Those would be the ones closer to that entry level. The midpoint is for individuals who are fully proficient in the work that they do. And then the maximum is set to be able to put a cap on pay for fairness and also for cost control for the county. We do recommend that the step-based structure for law enforcement remain as it is, as that's currently best practice and what's seen in the industry. Next slide. This is the structure that we're recommending. You can see there are the pay grades on the left, and on the far right, we do have the number of employees that are in each one of these proposed structures. You can see there is the annual representation as well as hourly, and it shows that minimum, midpoint, and maximum. And now the current structure will not have a minimum rate that's below the $20 an hour minimum wage that was set forth by the county earlier this summer. Next slide. So additionally, we have recommendations that no pay cuts would occur. We do recommend that employees be held harmless for any disparities that are found. All employees should be placed within the structure, meaning that anyone that's below the current minimum of their new grade, proposed grade, would be moved up to that minimum, and that employees that are either at or above the maximum would have their pay frozen at that rate or the maximum, whichever is higher. We do, to address compression, have modeled a 1.5% per year increase for each year that the employee has been in their current position. This is to address internal compression and to move people through the range in accordance with their tenure with the county and their role. Of course, all of these recommendations and changes are pending the approval of the court. Next slide, please. Wanted to show you an example of what the time and position adjustments look like and how they're calculated. So for example, these are 3 actual employees in the model. They all have the same job title that we're recommending they move to, right? So the first one you can see, the second column is the proposed minimum of the new range. You can see the first line, that individual is below, so they have an adjustment to minimum firstly to bring them into the structure as we recommend. They also have 2 years in their current role, so we have applied a 1.5% increase. It's a compounding calculation for each year in that role. So you can see their new rate on the far right. The second individual is a new hire. They currently are above the minimum, so there's no adjustment there, and they also don't have a tenure calculation because they're new to the role. So there's no change recommended for their rate of pay at all. On the third one, you'll see that that individual is above the minimum, but they have 5 years in their current role with the county. So we do have the calculation there to move them forward. And so what's reflected on the far right is you can see the individual with the most tenure does have the highest rate of pay and so forth. These are strictly time-based. We don't have performance indicators to take into consideration at this time. So that's what we're looking at here. Next slide. Okay, so here is the cost. This is the cost to move all employees, and they are separated into 2 separate buckets because currently the civilian employees on the law enforcement salary plan, we are recommending that due to the nature of the work, they be moved into the county-wide structure that we're recommending. So that's why you have those 2 groups broken out separately. But as you can see, the time in position adjustments, and the adjustments to minimum are listed there. It would total $66 million for the county to implement for all employees countywide. This does not include the cost for any pay equity investigation results and the remedies that may come from that. And of course, the time and position adjustments are separate from the merit process or any kind of promotional activity there. Next slide. So recommendations, additionally, we recommend that the increases be determined annually based on the available revenue and aligned with current market trends, and that individual salary advancement through the range should be based on performance within their job class. We do recommend that the structure is reviewed annually to maintain alignment with the market trends. So salary structure updates and base pay increases should follow the same cadence when those adjustments are being made. We do also recommend that a comprehensive study, compensation study like this one, be conducted every 3 to 5 years, and that the job classification is reviewed annually to make sure that the job classifications are being maintained properly and that the leveling is remaining consistent across the organization. Next slide. And now Zach is going to speak to you about pay equity results.
Thank you, Kat. Good morning, Commissioners. Next slide, please. The pay equity phase of this study is definitely an important one. This not only seeks to affirm the county's commitment to equitable pay, but make sure that we are okay from a legal compliance perspective. There's a big focus on protected classes here. One thing to note as far as timing, Eric alluded to this a little bit earlier, the classification phase was really important to get done before we get to this phase. One of the outcomes of the classification phase that Sherry alluded to is the creation of the similarly situated work groups. That's what the EEOC defines as the best way to measure pay equity. And the classification series puts together employees who are doing that kind of work. So it's sort of foundational to do a good pay equity study. And this is certainly a last but not least situation. We were able to do a good pay equity study because we had good information from the classification phase. The goals of the study were to assess whether there are statistically significant differences in compensation across protected classes. That includes gender, age, and ethnicity. We're going to evaluate whether those differences can be attributed to legitimate job-related factors as defined by the EEOC. And if we cannot find those legitimate job-related factors, we would recommend immediate corrective action, usually along the lines of increasing the pay of those who are adversely affected. Next slide, please. So the way we identify the situations where we have a legal and compliance risk is by doing a regression analysis. This is the first time you're seeing some numbers regarding the pay equity. I'll talk about that in a second, but just wanted to explain how the regression process works first. Basically, what it tells us is a way to figure out how much each attribute affects one's pay, whether that's a protected class that I mentioned earlier, or actual other things like how long you've been at the company or at the organization, and things like that. So what the regression ultimately tells us is a way to predict what one's pay should be on average for a classification series. What we do then is basically run that for every single employee, and for areas where we had statistically significant negative coefficients. For example, there may have been a classification series where being a woman was worth negative $4,000. That's just an illustrative example. So if that were the case, we basically would zero that out and estimate for every single individual employee as of June 2025, what would they make if that negative thing didn't exist? And then if their actual salary was less than the predicted salary, that is the number that you see here. So this number actually most likely 99.9% overestimates what the actual remedy cost will be, because in some of those situations there actually will be job-related reasons. It's possible that an employee may be brand new to the county. It's possible that they may be a low performer and that's why they're being paid less. But we're going to do investigations to actually figure that out based on what the data is telling us. Again, this is strictly data-driven. This has no emotion in it at all and no additional information. We're going to do the investigations in collaboration with HR and the departments to actually get that information and find out where we are from a legal compliance perspective. Next slide, please. So the regression analysis basically identified that there's 8 classification series, which is 5.3% of all classification series where there's potential gender-based issues. There's 13 classification series where there might be ethnicity-based issues. That's about 7.4%. Three classification series have both potentially. And again, if you sum total every single possible situation of that at the county as of June, that would add up to a maximum remedy cost of about $7.44 million. The actual number will most likely be lower than that. We don't yet know to what degree, but when we do the investigations, we'll confirm based on the job-related factors. Another thing that we do as part of the study, again, back to the reaffirming the commitment to equitable pay, is not necessarily from a legal compliance perspective, but just for general analysis, and we call that general comparison. And what that tells us are trends about what's happening in the county as far as pay goes, and what you do with that information is up to you. But this is just what the numbers are telling us. So we found that across all employees, the female to male median salary ratio is 94%. That means that if you take the median female pay and you take the male median pay and divide them, it's 94%. That's actually above the national average, that according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. There's 35 classifications, which are basically job titles in the new structure, which is about 5.1%, that have a female to male salary ratio below 80%, which may be areas that you would consider further investigation. The median salaries for 3 protected ethnicity groups were about 80% of white employees, and we found that 51 classifications, which is about 7.5% of all job titles, had a non-white to white salary ratio below 80%, which again might be some areas that you are interested in looking in further. Thank you.
Next slide, please. So now we're going to talk about some implementation recommendations and the timeline for those. Next slide, please. So one of the first things in a study of this magnitude, of course, is when implementing the classification and compensation recommendations, is to first talk with each of the departments to review the new classifications for clarity and accuracy, to make sure, based on what was written in the position description errors and the job descriptions, were accurate, and we've accurately titled and leveled it. So that means meeting with department heads and or their designees to make sure that all of that is accurate. And of course, implement a process for job reviews and or appeals during that time as well. And all of this will be in partnership with both Harris County HRT and the department heads. Again, implement the salary structure and pay adjustments based on Commissioner's Court approval, and develop a communication plan for countywide for any employees relative to the approved adjustments. With pay equity, continue on with the investigations for those that have been defined where there may be an area of concern, to see if we find any legitimate business reason, and then if not, move forward with any remedy. And also reviewing the promotion salary progression policies to ensure fairness both across the county and in addition to gender and ethnicity. Next slide, please. So on the screen, you'll see a timeline. Of course, one of the most important things that will be year-long is both a communication plan and change management, as this will be a shift in the culture. And that will be working with the Harris County HRT team, along with any and all stakeholders here at Harris County, for the classification, compensation, and pay equity. Beginning in November of 2025, we will start having and holding those department head meetings and looking at classification, compensation, make sure they are accurate. And of course, also begin looking at those FLSA reviews as well, and the protected classes. The investigations will begin, and then in or around February, based on court approval of 2026, approving and implementing any of the pay increases. And of course, there'll be an appeals process during all of this for those classifications. And then, of course, working with Universal Services to be able to implement this into your IT HRIS system. And November through April of 2026, of course, looking at policies and processes, review and or develop any policies or processes that you may need here at the county to make sure you move forward in a fair and consistent way. Next slide, please. So this is just an overall chart we wanted to share with you as a quick summary of the study and the results. For the classification, of course, we read over 6,700 PDQs, over 1,200 job descriptions. We did have department head and elected official interviews, occupational panels, those focus groups, to be more informed of the work being done here at Harris County. And of course, we have now developed the job structure around all that. Then we have compensation, where we are recommending a 20-grade structure for more consistency throughout the county and for employees to be able to grow their careers and move through a pay range. And of course, the pay equity we will be going through, and our recommendation is to continue forward with the investigations see if there's any legitimate business reasons for the pay discrepancies there. Next slide, please. And I think we have appendix. We're not going to go there. Okay, I think we're going to stop here. Sorry. The appendix is just additional information for your review in your packets moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, Sakita, this study was about $1 million.
1.2, Commissioner.
So just a couple of quick points, just to remind my colleagues. In 2019, we raised the floor for our employees to a minimum of $15 an hour. I think that was unanimous. I think Commissioner Garcia, you made that motion. I did it for my employees when I got here in 2017. Once I figured out what was going on here, 2017 or 2018 when I got here. In 2023, we included a 7% cost of living adjustment with some higher targeted increases for the hardest to fill positions. 2024, $2,500 salary increase to employees making less than $75K. Commissioner Ramsey, I can't remember which one you and I did together, but one we kind of shocked him because it was the Ellis Ramsey. It was an Ellis Ramsey motion. We did that together. $30 million. You remember, Sarah, that's what it costs?
33.
Yeah, 30. 32?
33.
33. Thank you, Daniel. In March of 2025, we passed a living wage policy to raise every county's employees' hourly wage to at least $20 an hour and more for contractors. I think Commissioner Briones, you and I did that together. And in the 26 budget, the court voted to increase pay for law enforcement at a cost of more than $100 million, and which obviously dealt with the equity issues that you made reference to. I've sent around a motion. I won't make it now, but I want members to gestate over it a little bit after we hear from the speakers, all of the speakers, not just on this item. We'll obviously vote on what you may think about. The one thing I left out, Commissioner Ramsey, which is kind of a nod to you, in the motion that they proposed, I didn't put the part in about no employee's salary would be reduced as a result of these changes. And the reason is because you've asked for, and we're paying for a executive pay issue. But in no way would I expect us to go and penalize some of the 3/4 of our employees that are non-law enforcement because of discriminatory practices they had nothing to do with. But I just didn't know how to phrase that, Commissioner Briones, so that if we think about it, there may be a way to do it so we don't get into ending the study that he's having. 4 highlights that I saw in this study that I think are worth mentioning. One, most Harris County departments pay their male employees more on average than their female employees. This is 2025. On average, Hispanic women are the lowest paid Harris County employees, followed by African American women. The median salary for Hispanic and African American employees is 20% lower than that for white employees. And the 4th point, the median salary of Black and Hispanic women working for Harris County is $59K compared to $76K for white men, 29% more. So I think what this does is help us level the playing field. The intent is not to go and reduce anybody's salary, but to bring people up. But at the appropriate time, I'll make that motion and hope that it passes. Or if we got to make changes, we got time to think about it after we hear from all the speakers. Commissioner Briones?
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis, for these years of championing. I'm so happy that we have the results of the pay equity study. Thank you, Director Douglas, for helping to quarterback this, and thank you to the Gallagher team and all the departments that worked on this. My top priorities are putting this into action as soon as possible. I know we've reserved $50 million as sacred so that we can make these implementation challenges my top priority would be to address the pay equity disparities as soon as possible. 2, to make sure we're prioritizing those 75,000 and under. And 3, making sure we're in compliance with all federal and state laws. That would be my paramount. I'm all in. I want to do all of it as soon as possible, period, because we've been waiting too long. And I'm happy that we've raised the minimum wage to $20 an hour for county employees. And we did that $2,500 adjustment for those 75,000 and under. So I'm proud of the steps we've taken. And we need to work with the utmost purpose and haste in implementing it. I am comfortable with making a friendly amendment. I love the language that you sent around, Commissioner Ellis and team, as well as HRT. But I do, just for level setting for our team, unless there's extenuating circumstances, making it very clear that no employee's salary will be reduced as a result of these changes, just so that we're being very clear with our team members. But my question to you is, and this is a question for both Mr. Dickerman and for Mr. Ramos. I believe, hopefully unanimously, but at least the majority of court, I believe, is all in making this a reality as soon as possible. So can you walk us through your recommendations from OMB and OCA and how they complement HRT?
So OMB's official recommendation would be to fully implement the study in February. The total prorating that through the rest of the year would cost $48 million.
So February 1st.
The first pay period in
First
February.
pay period in February. So the annualized
The annualized cost would be $48
$8 million. Okay, and then OCA, Mr. Dickerman, did you want to add anything to that?
Sorry, the prorated cost for the rest of the fiscal year 26 would be $48 million. The total annual impact would be 73.
Mr. Dickerman, did you want to add anything to that?
No, I agree. I think that we should implement I think we should fully implement the study. I think, there is in this study about 457,000 that is for department heads and elected officials. I think that needs to be further, there's some legislative issues and we can't raise department head salaries, just any elected official salaries anytime we want. So I think other than those, I think we should fully implement the salaries.
So and Director Douglas, did you want to add any additional
No,
recommendations?
we're in agreement. We've been.
So in sum, we can be all in, full implementation, first pay period in February. Is that what I'm hearing?
That is correct.
Okay, and is that the soonest we can implement it?
That is the soonest, knowing the complexity of this particular project, and having just recently completed the law enforcement salary increases. This is much more complex than that. And so we believe the first pay period, we are confident the first pay period in February that this could be fully implemented.
And Commissioner, just to provide some more context, we let when we were doing the negotiations, we let HRT know and Universal Service and the auditor about 10 weeks in advance, and they were working up until the very last second to get this implemented. That was, while it was 4,000 employees, it was rough. It was only, I think, 7 classifications that we were working on. So this is orders of magnitude more work. And one, I just want to shout out, Sindhu and the HRT team. Yeah. I was fully expecting to get my phone blown up by all of the law enforcement officers saying their pay was wrong. I did not experience that at all. I'm not sure if other folks got calls, but in terms of that large scale of a change that we made, that was an incredible implementation. So thank you both and your teams who were able to do it. But just saying, I think February is not just the financial reason, like we have 50 million, so we can afford 48. We start in February. It is also very much an implementation issue.
Absolutely.
And right now we are going through open enrollment, which is, it requires Universal Services to be all hands on deck to get that correct.
And so, thank you, Director Douglas and Director Ramos and Mr. Dickerman and team and Gallagher. I appreciate it. So that we're very clear for all of our team members listening, we are all in, subject to the vote, of course, but I believe it will pass, and February 2026, this is when we will be implementing the action that we've all been awaiting. And I just wanted to say, taking a step back to this kind of philosophy that you were saying, the way I see it, and this is as a former chief talent officer, we must keep recruiting and retaining the best talent if we're going to deliver the best services and better service to the people of Harris County. And so fundamentally, that's the North Star as far as I'm concerned, and making sure that we are eliminating any of these inequities, that we're 100% in compliance state and federal law. And I'm so happy that we are within weeks of implementing these changes. And so with that, just to the approximately 20,000 Harris County team members, thank you for the service that you provide every day, because it is a calling to come work in government. And I'm so thankful for this service, and especially, my Precinct 4 team and I. So thank you, Brittany, Daniel, Blake. Heart, hustle, higher standards, right? If we want the higher standards in Harris County, we need to be recruiting and retaining the best talent. So to me, this is of paramount importance from a service, from a fairness, from a justice, from an opportunity perspective. And I'm so thankful we have this data and that we're going to take decisive action. So with that, I appreciate it so much, Director Douglas.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Dr. Douglas, good job.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You took a challenging direction from this court and worked with consultants, and you delivered on what you were asked to do. I fundamentally have a problem with the whole process. Having been active in the corporate world, having worked for 50 cities, 20 counties, and most state agencies, I can appreciate how complicated this is. And so we get a report delivered today that we're going to consider and possibly adopt. And it's $48 million is the financial impact of, that's just for this remainder of the year. And the total annual impact is 70-something million dollars.
73 or 23 million above the base.
That's really based on a clear understanding of 758 classifications. Now, maybe y'all understand the 758 classifications. I'll assure you, most of the supervisors that work in Harris County do not. To me, it makes a lot of sense to take time to discuss these classifications as we implement. I don't think the first thing we do is go ahead and jump to the salary increases without fully understanding the classifications. Because believe me, there's a lot of people that would have a lot of input, more input than you've gotten today. I know that because I talk to people. So this is a very cursory assessment on y'all. I mean, you're paid $1.2 million, so there's a limitation to just how many people you can talk to. I get that. But I do not think that you can fully implement this classification-based system in such a short order. I do not think that you fully understand what a position is worth by the process that you took. Now, you say you do. You said you compared it. We didn't even compare it to the city of Houston. If you're going to do a market-based study, you really do need to go talk to the city of Houston. That is our number one comparison when you're talking about different positions and different people that do similar assignments. Trust me, 80% of the people that work in Precinct 3 make less than $75,000. And I know that that is a targeted objective, and I appreciate that as Commissioner Ellis and I focused on that day one. Mm-hmm. We're going to make sure we start there. But it seems to me that this whole deal is based on the position and not the person. It seems to me that performance is not even hardly considered, at least in this initial step. Looks like we're going to be making recommendations based on knowing nothing about performance within positions. seems to be limited to generic job description, I think what you're going to end up doing, and I know this because I work with people, recruited people, and objectively reviewed people, but you're going to limit their growth. You're going to limit their personal goals because now they're in a generic position. It wasn't based on anything merit-wise. It was based on they're in some kind of classification that y'all came up with. They didn't come up with that. Y'all came up with that. So it's problematic. I think the term was no emotion was used in this, but really there's no understanding of the unique performance that our people are making. We got great people at the county. They're out there supervising, making decisions every day. And I promise you, what happens in one position by a person and the number of things that they get involved with in that position, you can't put that into specific details. And particularly, you can't determine, I don't think, legitimately determine what that position should be paid. Particularly, you did not even take into account benefits. And I just find that shocking. We've had this conversation before in the Korn Ferry debacle. We took a recommendation from Korn Ferry. We did some things, and it was wrong. And now we're going to have to go back and fix it. I don't want to have to go back and fix anything once we implement something too early. So I would recommend we slow it down. I would say, Commissioner, that the pay disparities related to ethnicity and age, I think that was roughly 7.5 million, if I remember the reference in the
7.4.
Address that. But the other 40-something million dollars that you're looking at doing, man, slow this thing down. Let's get it right. I promise you the people that are going to have to implement this aren't sitting in this room. The people that are going to have to implement this are out there making a difference in the county day in and day out. So take a year. Take a year and see if you got the classifications right. Don't jump to the conclusion that, well, this is a classification and it's clear that we have a problem between this group and that group. Take the time and listen to our people. Talk to our people when you implement the classifications. Implement the classifications. Just put a pause on putting the dollars out there until we understand it and we get it right. So I'll have a motion to be made at some point that we implement the classifications, but let's take the time and listen to our people. I don't think we've listened to our people and our supervisors and those people that are going to have to implement it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for your work on this. You know, while the federal government is making things difficult on working families, I'm glad that we are at least doing our part to try to help our local working families, and proud of the work, Commissioner, that we're doing here. A couple of things. I wanted, Commissioner Ramsey just said that some of the classification was done in terms of ethnicity or some of the identifying of our employees. Was the Hispanic community or Hispanic employees identified in this regard?
I will let them speak specifically, but all employees were evaluated as in regard to pay inequities. So that would have been inclusive of our Hispanic and Latino communities, employees as well.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Can I make sure to hear that?
It's a good question. Just I think the phrasing, just to clarify, you mentioned the classification part. When we were looking at classifications, we were doing the job shadowing, we're doing the occupational panels, we're reading the job descriptions, we're reading all the position description questionnaires that all the employees and supervisors submitted. That's agnostic of anything. For the pay equity study that I spoke about, that's very much not agnostic. Like, that's what we care about and that's what we're looking at. So that is 100% included.
Good deal. But going back to the classification a bit, some of the jobs do indicate a preference of a second language. How is that being worked into this?
So in addition, when you're looking at the classification, that will be part of the job description now, should it be required for bilingual, regardless of the language. And then from there, we will also factor in, I believe currently, there is an allowance for bilingual if it's required for the job or even needed for the job. So that will be factored in as well to make sure that you are able to recruit and even retain the talent with the skill set of bilingual language.
Good deal. Thank you.
Because that also means they should have had me take Spanish instead of French.
Right. If you learned Spanish first, you'd have held on to the French. And then in terms of the classifications, one of the things that government is absolutely notorious about, and Daniel, I'm not sure if it's you or the OCA, but we're going to have to work to control either from the director's level or from our level, the freedom to construct classifications sometimes just because. We don't want to displace someone. We want to take care of somebody. A lot of that tends to happen. We create special assistant to the special assistant to the assistant of the deputy director of operations. And so just to be transparent, we're going to have to make sure to control that. Otherwise, we'll find ourselves doing more of these studies more frequently than we need to.
100%, Commissioner. That music to my ears. I think that was one of the things that really plagued us. Is every time there was a department had a recruiting, they created a separate job title classification, which meant that there was no normalizing for how that person fit in compared to doing the same job or functionally the same job in another. So I believe Sakita and I will be working on policies to come along with this in advance of that first paycheck to ensure we're not in the same spot again.
Commissioner, I just want to add to that. I do think as we implement this, we may need to freeze some of that movement around because, again, if we don't change our policies on how classifications and pay decisions are made, then we'll be right back in this place in 2 years. If we agree to rerun this study, it'll show similar inequities. We don't want to see that.
Yeah.
So,
And right now, while we have a hiring freeze, maybe this is the perfect time to do it.
It's a great time.
Absolutely. And Commissioner, I'll just add, title inflation is also an issue as well. And so as we think about policy and truly creating the structure around this, we'll have to, organizationally, we'll have to tighten that up as well.
Yeah, we tend to create new titles.
Yes.
So that some money can come with it. So again, thank you for your work on this, and just going forward, if you can make sure to emphasize those employees with bilingual skills and how that plays into the classification process.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Commissioner.
Commissioner.
It's a very important issue, and I know we're going to get the speakers, but it is such an important issue. I just want to let you all know what we're talking about. I want to stress to my colleagues that I called for this in 2022, and then the decision was made later at some point. We needed to go get outside consultant to do a study. So this is almost 3 years. And obviously, we move much more rapidly with executive pay, with law enforcement pay. They're all important, every one of them. But this is 3/4 of our workforce. And old Reverend Jesse Jackson used to talk about the early bus in that speech in 84 and 88 at those conventions. These people really are the backbone. They're the ones, even during the pandemic, if they don't do their part, those of us who are executives, no needing us to come in. They always have to work. Many of these people are not the ones that get the benefit of the flex schedule, by the way. They're not the ones that we trying to figure out how to lure back in to the office. They have to work every day and get in very early. So that's why I hope that we'll act now. I get it on the $23 million, but we got to start somewhere. We waited so long, and I just think we lose those valuable employees at a time when with the freeze, we're asking people who are here to do more with less. And I also would suggest to you that there is some potential of legal liability. Because now we know that the system we have in place has been discriminatory against certain groups. Regardless of whether there's legal liability or not, it's just the right thing to do. So I won't read the motion. I'll do it later. But I wanted the public to have some sense of what we're talking about. But I would hope we would move today. We've just waited. We've asked these people to wait for just far too long, in my judgment. Commissioner Briones.
I couldn't agree more with you. This has been 3 years in progress, and I'm ready to move forward. But just a few clarifying questions. I know you covered it in the deck, but one, with regard to peer organizations and the customized survey, who was invited? And I'm seeing that the city of Houston did respond. Is that correct?
The city of Houston, I believe, was in the did not respond.
I'm seeing it in the data provided column.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have that slide handy.
It was in your slide. There's a chart.
That was in the law enforcement.
That's for the law enforcement. But overarchingly?
Right, they did not.
Okay. And then the other question was with regard to benefits. Can you please go into more detail as to how benefits and the full total compensation package was analyzed?
In this, the study was to be focused on base pay. Benefits were not. A deep dive into benefits were not a part of this study. In the appendix, you will see there were some questions about pay practices and pay administration to the custom organizations that they did provide, and we have that in the appendix for you, but it was not a deep dive into the benefits of the county. It was more just a concern with the base pay.
And Sakita, can you please add to that? And Daniel, I know you wanted.
Sure. So we've done the baselining. What I would say is when you look at our peer organizations on leave, we are right in the middle, in terms of how the amount of benefits that we give. In terms of pension, we are roughly the same as other peer counties in Texas. There's a lot of range in terms of pensions in outside of Texas. It's really the healthcare where we see the kind of a big disparity. You know, I've reported here we have our two health plans are the second most expensive in the state. So that's where we see a little bit of the disparity. But in terms of the rest of the benefits, in terms of peer organizations, we're right in the middle.
Thank you.
I respectfully disagree with that.
Thank you, Director Ramos. Director, yes, did you want to add to that before I ask my last question?
He stole my thunder, so.
Okay, thank you. With regard to the pay equity disparities, the estimated 7.4 million, obviously, as a woman, as a minority, as a Latina, I want to make sure that that estimated calculation addresses the not only 94 cents women make to a man's dollar, but also the 80% number that was discussed with regard to the three ethnic groups in comparison to the white groups. Will that fully 100% address the issue?
We will, to answer your question, yes. Okay. It will require investigations to understand why these are in place and whether or not there's a legitimate and valid business reason for these. And so we do expect that there will be in terms of the total cost, at $7.4 million, we do expect for that to be reduced. To what extent, at this point, I'm unable to give you, but absolutely, we will lift the hood in these investigations, working with departments to understand why these disparities exist and what we need to do to address them.
Perfect. And so I'm very excited. I know the motions are. Daniel, did you want to add? Or Jesse?
Yeah, I did want to say, I think we didn't talk deeply about it, but the next step, departments are going to see the actual mapping to classifications, and there'll be an opportunity for, if folks feel like they are misclassified, to come back and make their case that they weren't treated correctly in the study.
All that has to happen before February.
Correct.
Short time.
Yes, but we can do it.
I'm talking about everybody else, the 20,000 people out there, Jesse, not just you.
I understand, Commissioner. I understand. We think it's feasible.
Thank you.
And Director Douglas, sorry, but one other thing. And you agree with what Jesse just said?
I do agree.
Okay.
I do agree.
So I'm thrilled. Thank you again. I believe so passionately that we need to be paying fairly, competitively, and absolutely equitably. And this is a fairness and justice, just paramount importance. And also on the corresponding to the heart, hustle, and higher standards, I know we've talked about this over the last 3 years. Part of the North Star for recruiting and retaining the best talent, and something that because we did our own pay disparity study in Precinct 4, and we've come up with a whole performance evaluation system. We have KPIs for every team member. We have performance reviews throughout the year, self-evaluation, manager evaluation. We have, again, as a chief talent officer, this means so much. So this is not only about fairness and affordability, but it's also so to deliver excellence, we are demanding excellence, right? And we need to recruit and retain excellence. And so I know right now, as we gear and are laser focused to implementation by the pay period in February, my macro ask, especially now as we have our new chief talent officer, is that we drive to making sure we're being as transparent and holding everyone accountable to the highest of standards. And I know this will be a work in progress for the whole county, and I just appreciate this is a step in order to deliver excellence to the people, and that there was more to come on this journey as we maximize the way we approach talent here. Because and I just want to, again, thank my team being on that journey with me, and I look forward to iterating together as a county so that we're doing the best we can for the people of Harris County. And Commissioner Ellis, I really like the motions, and I'm happy to second them when you're ready.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramsey?
Just quickly, couple of points. I know, Mr. Ramos, you did a deep dive into the benefits of Harris County compared to the city of Houston. Your findings there were our benefits were significantly more than the city of Houston. Is that accurate?
On healthcare it was about a $20 million disparity between the law enforcement in terms of premiums paid.
Right. And upon vesting, Harris County guarantees a 225% match on employee contributions. That's pretty typical. You're saying that's typical? That's what every county does?
That's incredibly generous compared to the private sector. When you look at the city of, specific to the analysis we did for city of Houston, when you factor in that we have a different structure than the city of Houston. Ours is more of a defined contribution that turns into a defined benefit. Theirs is a true defined benefit pension. When you factor in the drop, we're right around, we're roughly in terms of total value, we're very similar.
So there's 254 counties in Texas, and you're saying most of those counties, particularly maybe even the ones that compare more to us, they do the 225%.
Of the big counties, I think the lowest that there is 200%.
So again, I am advocating that we can do the disparities, which is specifically related to ethnicity and age. I'm saying that's a $7 million investment. But we're not talking about doing just that. We're talking about doing that, and we keep referencing, well, we need to address the problems and these issues and these disparities. I'm saying let's do that. Address the disparities. That's $7 million. I'm saying we should get more information on the classifications. That's going to be the 40-something million dollars this year, and we don't know enough to know that right now, I don't think.
So as we turn to the speakers, I'm for doing it all. I'm for doing it now. And Daniel, I'm going to always fight reducing the benefits. Now, I may lose, but it'll damn sure be with my cold, dead hands raising hell. Yeah, so we not reducing it. That's why these people have waited all this time, because of the benefits. Okay, thank you all. Thank you very much. Let's go to public speakers on this item, and then we'll hear from the other public speakers, and then we'll vote on this item and maybe the consent agenda.
Thanks again, Director Douglas.
Thank you. Thank
and
you
team.
all. So these will be speakers on this item first.
For item 266, Guillermo Vasquez and Elsa Flores. You each have 1 minute.
Say your name for the record, Mr. Vasquez.
Yes, Guillermo Vasquez. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Guillermo Vasquez, and I'm the administrator for ASME Local 1550. The American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees has proudly represented Harris County employees now for over 50 years. I'm here today to thank you for your support for the pay equity study that's been conducted. This study provides valuable insights into what is needed to improve the pay system for over 7,000 civilian employees. Your continued leadership will ensure that any new or future pay systems will address longevity, pay equity, compression, and a real living wage. Our membership looks forward to working with you and the Harris County team to share additional suggestions as we work together to keep Harris County a top employer in our community. Your support in adopting these recommendations in the pay plan will let county employees know that they matter too. It sends a strong message that you see them and you recognize the essential services they provide to their community. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Elsa Flores. I'm the president of SCIU here in Texas, and I'm here to speak about the pay inequities. First of all, let me just say how much I appreciate that this was actually looked into. I would love to say that looking at that data was surprising to me, but unfortunately, it isn't. Pay inequity is something very prevailing, whether it's in the private sector and sadly also in the public sector. I think it's not only wrong, but it's unjustifiable to have pay inequity. To have someone based on their ethnicity or even based on their gender get paid less for doing the same amount of work, it's a demoralizing impact on the workforce. These are Harris County has one of the most diverse communities. And I know that it's not the values that this court has lived for. So I commend them for the study, but it's not just doing the study. The important thing is to actually taking action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you very
Flores.
much. Thank you all for your work on this.
Moving on to the rest of the speakers, Oluwanufemi Peters on item 90, Stephanie Torres, item 90 of Precinct 4, Erica Chenchevak, item 90 of Precinct 4, Cindy Marie, item 90 of Precinct 4. You each have 1 minute.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Oluwanufemi Peters, and I am a junior at Elif Taylor High School. I'm an Elif Votes Fellow, and I'm proud to help ensure that our community's voice is heard. Elif is one of the most diverse areas in Harris County, with 53% Hispanic, 29% Black, and 12% Asian. Many families here are immigrants who come to this country with little, working tirelessly to help build a better future, put food on the table, and provide for their kids. But one of the biggest challenges that we face is the digital divide. Many families simply can't afford laptops their children need for school and work. The Chromebook distribution program is essential because since COVID, most schoolwork has moved online. Access to a Chromebook also opens doors to more job opportunities for students. And let's take a moment to look around, and we also see that most of the people in this room have a laptop in their hand, and they're able to work more efficiently. In 2025, having a Chromebook is a necessity. And I also want to say thank you, commissioners, and to everyone in the room.
We're so proud of you. Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you. You did very, very well.
Elif, proud.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Stephanie Torres, and I'm a sophomore high school student with Elif Votes from Elif, Houston, Texas. Receiving my Chromebook completely changed my school experience. It wasn't just about getting a device for homework. It was about the doors of opportunities that were opened up to me. With it, I can take online classes, earn dual credit, and complete my work on time even after school. Before this program, I couldn't do any of that. Now I can learn and grow beyond the classroom. We use technology for research in our school assignments, and as a society, we rely on internet access to succeed. This program isn't just about giving students devices, it's about opportunities, especially in a world where 92% of jobs require digital skills. Continuing the Chromebook distribution program will empower students, families, and communities across Houston. Please don't let our progress fade. Thank you, commissioners, for supporting our future.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, for advocating for your community.
Good morning, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Erica Chanchavak, and I'm a junior at Alief Taylor High School, as well as an Alief Votes Fellow. I live in Harris County, District 4, and I'm proud to represent youth voices who care deeply about equity and opportunity in our community. 3 years ago, Alief ISD distributed 300 Chromebooks to help students bridge the digital divide. That effort made a difference, but the need has only grown. Many families in my district still lack laptops or stable Wi-Fi at home, and without them, students struggle to complete assignments, apply for scholarships, or even attend virtual tutoring. The digital divide is more than a technology gap, it's an opportunity gap. It determines who can fully participate in modern education and who gets left behind. Programs that found broadband access device and digital literacy training help close that gap and help create real inclusion. By continuing to support
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners Court. My name is Cindy Marie Uku, and I'm a junior at Alief Early College High School, and I'm here with Alief Votes as an events associate. I would first like to thank Precinct 4 for giving me the opportunity to advocate for my fellow peers. Since COVID, our society has significantly become more dependent on technology. Education has been heavily affected by this, as the majority of assignments, educational resources, and opportunities are usually found online. Due to all these changes, digital literacy has proven to be a hard skill and will continue to become relevant as we develop as a society. The Chromebook distribution program allows students to practice these digital skills at home, as they don't have the resources to get a laptop themselves. Especially in Alief, at my school, a lot of students use these laptops to go to resources like Canvas, Google, Microsoft, and other digital platforms beyond the classroom. The loss of the Chromebook distribution program threatens to widen the digital divide between reverse progress made by helping underserved.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. Very good.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, guys.
Next is Jacob Clementich on item 201 of Precinct 1. Amanda Rose on item 223 of Precinct 4. Shannon Davis Hunter of items 226 and 227. You each have 1 minute.
You good, Jacob?
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
You've got this.
At any rate, happy Halloween time, and to
Happy
the
Halloween.
Spanish speakers, Feliz Dia del Muerto. Now, we begin with this.
I use PayPal to buy this ticket. I'm paying it off over time. And I get 5% cash back. No fees, no interest.
You know what else is new?
Halloween!
Can you do Thriller?
Thank you. Your
Jacob.
time is up.
It's wonderful. Thank you.
Happy Halloween.
Oh, I saw State Senator Paul Bettingford the other day, and he said,
Thank you. Your time is up.
Y'all handle Energy Park real well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah, I had
you.
that.
Happy Halloween,
Happy
Mr.
Halloween.
Clementich. Feliz Dia de los Muertos.
Don't forget to turn your music off there, Jacob.
Well, I'll be dancing for the rest of court.
Yeah. Turn your music off, Jacob. Thank you.
I'm gonna put my playlist on.
Just hit the volume maybe there. Oh, we'll just let you throw alone out in the hall if you don't. Yeah. You can just take it in the hall. That'll work out.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
That's a tough one to beat, I have to say. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Amanda Rose, president of Katy Pride, and my pronouns are they, them. I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to Commissioner Leslie Briones and her incredible Precinct 4 team. When Katy Pride's event was unexpectedly canceled based on hate and unfounded security concerns, many of us were heartbroken. And Commissioner Briones didn't hesitate to step up. She opened her arms, made it clear through both her words and her actions that everyone is welcome in Precinct 4. Commissioner Briones showed what exceptional leadership truly looks like, leadership grounded in courage, integrity, and compassion. She stood firm in her decision, she found firm in her decision, proud and confident in doing what was right, even when it wasn't easy. She not only made space for our celebration to continue, but she reminded us what inclusion in action looks like. And when she arrived at the celebration, it was like a ripple of joy swept through the crowd. People whispered, "Is that Commissioner Briones? I want my picture with her." And in that moment, she became a real-life superhero to so many who have longed to feel seen and valued. Because of her,
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're always welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Shannon Davis Hunter, a partner at Coates Rose PC. Via items 226 and 227, Coates Rose is requesting TEFRA approval for the bond issuances related to the Idlewild and Lafayette apartments, respectively. Both projects have previously been approved by Commissioners Court for the resolutions of no objection. That was back in June. Both projects are 100% affordable to families earning less than 60% of the area median income. And most importantly, both projects are already constructed and inhabited. They are to be rehabilitated with low-income housing tax credits, returning Harris County tax dollars to our wonderful county from the federal government to preserve and improve existing affordable housing, approximately 250 units each. Neither project is a PFC deal. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Next, our non-agenda speakers, Dr. Ray Field, Adolphus Square, Michelle Blackwell. You each have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Commissioner Briones and Commissioner Garcia especially. I have a volunteer group, Southwest Third, Bayland Community Center. We've been here for over 16 years. I had 53 and a half years in disaster response when I first started out as a military police liaison to civilians. I brought all that forward. I have a double doctorate in emergency response, trauma, and triage. I need you to continue to support our Southwest CERT team just because we don't have a disaster this year. It's important that I can lean back on you two, that you've been supporting us, and we appreciate that. In 2010, I went to Texas A&M with Mark Sloan, OEM office here. Same master certification he has. I'm equal to him. We don't take public funds. We're privately funded. But we need your support, and I'm looking for a new home to put our team of 235 guys. I've got a $10 million corporation I'm bringing back into Harris County. I'm going to find a home. Thank you for your time.
Sir,
Thank
can
you
you
for
please
your
state your
service.
name for the record?
I'll say your name for the record, sir.
Dr. Ray Field. If you want to call me Admiral, I have that rank in the military.
Thank you, Admiral Field.
Hey, thank you so much, and thank you for speaking up for CERT. We go on all too long without making reference to CERT and why they were created, so thank you for all you're doing.
We appreciate y'all continue to remember us.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'd just like to first say thank God, and it's good to be here. My name is Adolphus Square with Houston Homeless Hotel. Is this mic? This mic's working good?
Sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
We can hear you.
Thank you. He was singing his, but I was about to rap mine, but I'm not going to do that. I just wanted to send appreciations to Leslie Brown's, Tom Ramsey. I know Tom. I haven't seen him in years. Adrian Garcia, Mr. Rodney Ellis. I know all you, and Lena that's missing. I pray she's okay, and I pray everybody's okay. We just want to talk a little bit about temporary emergency housing. I know I ain't got but a minute. Dougie Fresh had 6 minutes, but I only got one. But I just want to. I've already met with Commissioner Garcia, and I just want to talk to them on a private.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank
Can I get
you.
one more minute?
No, we'll have our staffs follow up.
No, I'm just messing with you, Rodney.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You good. Just say your name for the record.
Okay. My name is Miss Blackwell, and I live in Precinct 2, and I am part of the Early Learning Quality Network Advisory Committee. Soon, that program is going to be ending, and I would love to see it continue. That program has benefited the families, the children, and then those that have the special needs. And I feel like I would love to see that program continue, the funding to continue, and also I would like to see more zip codes grafted in. I just feel like so many zip codes need to be a part of this. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell.
Next are non-agenda speakers Quinice Booker and Alexi Swirsky. You each have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Quinice Booker. I'm here to respectfully appeal my termination from Harris County Juvenile Probation Department on August the 1st, 2025. I proudly served the department for 7 years, starting as a juvenile supervision officer, most recently a unit supervisor. On March 30th, I was involved in a physical restraint that left a bruise on a youth upper shoulder area. I admitted to it. It was unintentional, and I cooperated fully with the investigation. I returned to normal work duties on April the 10th without any disciplinary actions. However, 4 months later, without any notice or opportunity to respond, the case was reopened due to a parent complaint. I was served with termination letter for violating the county's disciplinary resident plan. I am aware that Texas is an at-will state. However, I respectfully ask this court to review whether due process was followed and to consider my reinstatement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Lexi Swirsky. I live in Precinct 3. I'm pleased to see that the serious issue of roadside vending and panhandling on today's agenda. I've been accosted by these vagrants, and it can be dangerous. I've had one of them bang on my hood and cuss me out when I wouldn't give him money. That was scary. Another beggar used to not live, I don't know where he lived, but he rode his wheelchair in between the two right lanes of an intersection. There wasn't even an island for him to park his vehicle on, or his wheelchair on. And it was dangerous because I would have to swerve to not hit him, and I might almost hit another car, or he was putting himself in danger because he could be hit by a car. Sometimes we need to protect people from themselves. There are laws against these alarming actions in other cities, counties, and states, and we need such a thing in Harris County. Protecting the safety of the public is one of the priorities of county governments in Texas. My right to safety supersedes these actions and the desires to make a living by accosting strangers.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
Those are all the speakers.
Okay. Quickly, colleagues, let's go back to item 266, and I want to read the motion. I think we discussed it pretty thoroughly. Move that Commissioners Court accept and adopt the following recommendations from the countywide compensation and pay equity study conducted by Gallagher, reaffirming the county's commitment to internal pay equity, external market competitiveness, and a consistent countywide compensation framework as follows. A, adopt a 20-grade market-aligned pay structure for all civilian employees, including all 758 classifications/titles. B, adjust the salaries of all civilian employees currently below the range minimum to the minimum of their respective range, and also include time and position adjustments for all civilian employees effective the first full pay period in February 2026. C, address to pay equity study findings and make appropriate adjustments to employee salaries. 2, direct human resources and talent, HRT, the Office of County Administration, and Office of Management and Budget, Universal Services, the County Attorney's Office, and the County Auditor to return to the court on December 11th, 2025, with a detailed implementation project plan, timeline, and compensation philosophy recommendation for the court's consideration. HRT shall also provide a status update to the court on January 29th, 2026, in addition to monthly written progress updates via email. I'll make that motion.
Question,
Yes, sir.
question. Daniel, just want to confirm, what's the cost to this?
It would be $73 million annualized, so 23 million above what we have budget in the baseline.
73 above the?
23 above what we have in the baseline, because we have 50 budgeted this year.
And I thought we were at 40.
Sorry, the annualized cost, the prorated from February through the rest of the year is roughly 48.
Gotcha. But then annualized, they'll go up to 73.
73, yeah.
Gotcha.
I had one question. Just one brief question. Knowing, I guess I'm looking at the consultant's director, is there another example, successful example of an implementation of something of this scope in this time frame? Is there another example where some other entity has done this?
In short to your question, Commissioner, yes. Large cities and counties and other sort of related organizations across.
So you've done this before?
Yes. We work with.
In this shorter period?
Yes. Yeah, it is fairly typical that once this has been adopted, the window for implementation, depending on the particular of the organization and how they'd like to approach it, runs anywhere from 60 days to 6 months.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
One more.
Commissioner Garcia.
Daniel, my staff was just reminding me that I thought the conversation was that it would be annualized to 63.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
That the annualized cost would go up to 63, not 73.
It's the 66 million for the adjustments and then the 7 million for the pay inequities that they're projecting.
Oh, okay.
And that's a ceiling cost, right? That they're going to take a closer look at the pay equity pieces. It could be lower. That's the max number.
But we just wanted to be prepared to be able to implement it expeditiously.
I'm getting mixed signals. I thought there was an adjustment that would take place. Isn't that what I heard earlier, that this would actually go down?
That's a max cost, Commissioner, but we want to project for the worst.
You put in wiggle room?
We're putting in some wiggle room, especially as these appeals come in, to be able to make those adjustments.
Correct. We expect that 7.4 million for those pay inequities to be, once the investigations begin and we're working with departments to kind of understand what is happening within individuals that are within this category, we do expect that 7.4 to decrease. At what percentage at this time, I wouldn't be able to give you a range, but we do expect that number to go down.
You all right? Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Briones, all those in favor vote aye. All those
Aye.
opposed vote no.
No.
3 ayes and 1 no. Item passes. Motion made by Ellis, second by Briones. Any other discussion on this item? Okay. If not, do we still have the financial advisors here? I knew it was cutting it close. If they're here, we can bring you up. If not, we'll wait. They all right? Okay, good. I know you all have a 1 o'clock. I'm sorry we had some very heavy issues, but thank you for being here.
Hi, good afternoon.
And this is item number
4, Commissioner.
4.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to be here before you today and visit on this critical topic. My name is Tina Arias Peterman, and before we begin, I want to thank Mr. Ramos and Ms. Perez and their team for all the collaborative work that we've been doing together. Their teams make our jobs much easier.
Tiffany, could you get the presentation up, please?
Oh, yeah. So while they're doing that, I've worked with Harris County for more than 2 decades. I'm a native Houstonian, grew up in Lindale Park. So for me, this is this is a lot more than numbers and ratios. It's really personal. We call it, my husband and I call Harris County home, and we're raising our 2 children here as well. So thank you for all that you all do for Harris County. So next slide, please. So we are the county's municipal advisor. And what that means is anytime the county is issuing debt, issuing bonds, we are sitting on the same side as the table, helping structure the transaction, serving as the county's fiduciary along the way. Sorry, a little bit about the firm also. So we're headquartered here in Houston. We're 30 employees. We're 100% employee owned. And by that nature, we also happen to be a majority women owned business. We have 20 of those 30 employees, 22 are located here in Houston. Next slide, please. So what does that mean to be a municipal advisor? As I mentioned, we advise the county on all matters regarding the bond issuance process. And also, as I mentioned, we are a fiduciary to the county. So down below, you see a range of activities that we perform in that bond issuance process, including determining financial feasibility, coordinating a timeline of events. I think Commissioner Ellis could probably give this class. Prepare for pricing, and then finally the pricing and closing. But probably where we spend our most time is in that first box, the ongoing dialogue. We work, as I mentioned, we work collaboratively with OMB on your commercial paper programs. We've done tax rate impact analysis, debt capacity analysis. And so really I think of ourselves as, or hopefully you do too, think of us as an extension of your staff. Next slide, please.
And really quickly for me to just cut in, what they don't do for us, but I know this question has come up, is they don't advise us on any, operational or operating budget decisions, and they do not advise us on investments.
We can't blame that on them. Go ahead.
It's not in our wheelhouse, Commissioner. It's not what we do. So our topic today is talking about the rating agencies and how they view Harris County specifically, but then also some of the more macro trends that we're seeing in our space. So rating agents, your credit rating, it's much like your personal credit score. And it really all begins with the revenue, on the revenue side. So looking at your tax rate components, there are two components: the interest and sinking, which is used to pay your bonds, and the M&O, maintenance and operations, which pays the ongoing operating costs of the county. And so here before you, you have the last 5 years of the tax rate components. Couple of things to mention is you have ample what we call headroom, or ability to raise the interest and sinking part of the tax rate. For your road bonds, that tax rate component has 0 limitation. On your permanent improvement or your limited tax bonds, that tax rate limitation is 80 cents. In 2024, that part of your tax rate was almost 4 cents. So when we say ample headroom, that's purely from a number standpoint, like you are not constrained. Now, the reality is there's a question of affordability. We'll talk about that here in a second. On the M&O side, Senate Bill 2 does limit the increase to the M&O side of the tax rate by 3.5% without voter approval. You can go above that, but you need the voters' approval to do that. So that's a little bit about the revenue side. The other thing I wanted to mention is while you are not constrained on the interest and sinking side of the tax rate, as you all know, when we add on more debt if you're keeping the tax rate flat, that means that we're constraining even more that M&O side. And there's a potential for a crowding out effect. And we'll talk about that here in just a moment. Next slide, please. So what's a bond rating and why does it matter? So as I mentioned, it's very much like your personal credit score. It reflects an issuer's ability to repay principal and interest when it becomes due. There are 4 rating agencies. All 4 rate the county's debt: Moody's, S&P, Fitch, and Kroll. The county has $3.2 billion of debt outstanding that's supported by property taxes or ad valorem taxes. So the good news is all 4 credit rating agencies rate Harris County as AAA. The bad news is it's a double-edged sword because there's only one direction to go, and that's down.
And just to interject quickly, sorry, Tina. I also want to mention that our toll road is AA+, which is the highest rated toll road in the country.
That's right. Yep. So again, just like your own personal credit score, they're trying to measure, is Harris County a good credit risk? Are you going to pay back your debt? Are you paying your bills? Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, 4 rating agencies, they all have their different criteria, methodologies, scorecard, however you want to look at it. But there are 4 common factors, 4.5 common factors. The top 3 that are shown there, the economy, financial performance, and leverage, those each represent 30% of the weighted score. And so combined, that's 90% of your credit, of the criteria that goes into rating your credit. And so you'll see that budget specifically isn't listed as a criteria. However, we see it showing up in 3 places under financial performance. And what they're looking for is the flexibility to adjust to new needs or unexpected contingencies. The other place that shows up is institutional framework. That's only worth 10% of the weighting. And what they're looking for there is, do you have the ability to match recurring revenues with expenditures? Or said another way, are you running a balanced budget? I mean, that's essentially what they're saying. And then the last component there is strength of management. And again, what they're looking for, and I'll also say, this is over a long trend, a long period of time, right? They're not looking at what did you do in the last 12 months? What are you doing? And it takes a longer, they take a longer approach. But do you have the ability to develop and adhere to budgets? So that's the criteria. Next slide, please.
And really quickly, before we get to the next slide, when we talk about financial performance and budget, the credit rating analyst is not making value judgments on how our budget is balanced. That, whether we sell property in a year or whether we raise a fee, they're agnostic to. If we spend more on public health and less on administrative services, they're not making those value judgments. What they're really looking at is, at the end of the year, in our financial statements, are our reserves going up or down? Are we taking out reserves to be able to do our budget, which we have not done, certainly in my tenure here, but I don't believe in the recent history of this county.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I would also say that they're also looking to see, are you making the necessary infrastructure and critical investments in the county to ensure that it is thriving and it is a thriving environment and community. So on the Harris County was last in the market summer of this year. For that transaction, we asked Moody's and Kroll to rate that specific bond issue. And this is what they had to say about Harris County specifically. So your credit strengths, regionally and globally important economy, ample reserves, an experienced management team that drives solid and consistent operating results. Your credit challenges, we have storms in Houston. They're concerned with the amount and number of storm-related activity we've had in the near term, or in the recent past. And then we've got a fair amount of authorized but unissued debt outstanding, and they know at some point the county will continue to issue those flood control bonds and the other voted debt that was passed in 2022. So that's what they're just telling you. These are things that we're watching. In the next grouping there, I just wanted to point out that one of the pieces of commentary they talked about is your history of financial operations. Financial history has long record of strong operating performance. Again, this is, they take a long trend approach when they're looking at credit quality. The other thing I'll point out in that same section is, they're saying as of the April 2025 monthly reporting, revenue surpassed expenditures at that point in time by almost $675 million across governmental funds. That's the other thing about Moody's. They actually look at your governmental funds as well as your business and enterprise funds. So the toll road gets thrown in there, which that helps in a large part. While this performance is impressive, expected costs will reduce the positive variance, but year-end results will likely keep reserves relatively stable compared to the prior year. So they're kind of giving us, hey, we're watching these things. And then down the next section there is what are the factors that could lead to a downgrade? And as I said, you're AAA rated, so there's only one way you can go. You can't get upgraded. And so there's 3 bullet points there. Uncontrolled expenditures that significantly surpass revenues, pushing reserves to well below 35%. Right now you're at 38.4%. So you've got some room, but they're watching it, right? Economic weakness, again, if you think about that economy or the strength of economy, that's 30% of the weighting. The reason why this matters so much is if you have a healthy, vibrant community and economy, that is your primary source of revenue, right? So they want to make sure that, Harris County got a huge tax base that continues to grow. So all of that is a positive. Sorry, next slide. Yeah, I apologize. These slides are a little bit dense, but I really wanted to give you the information from the source. So apologies in advance. So what did Kroll have to say about the county? They expect that the underlying economy will continue to sustain large, stable, diverse property tax base, and that the county will maintain ample headroom. So again, from the debt side, you've got a ton of room to increase the tax rate. The question is from an overall, if you're keeping the overall tax rate constant and you're increasing the debt, then that means the M&O piece has to come down, and we've got what we call a crowding out, or it's like maxing out your credit card. Okay, that's a bad example. But if your fixed costs are too high, that means you have to cut your budget on your floating or your variable rate or your variable costs. So they point out your credit positives, again, calling out that sizable and diverse economy. That is one of the key strengths for Harris County. Robust financial management practices, including comprehensive budgeting process and frequent intra-fiscal year monitoring. That's the other thing that's very important to them, is the ability to make mid-year adjustments, which the county does. So that's a good thing. So what are your credit challenges? In that second bullet point, Kroll speaks to the flexibility to increase the O&M property tax levy without voter approval is constrained by Senate Bill 2. So again, they're kind of giving us a cautionary warning, which is also laid out in that very, very bottom grouping with the yellow highlights. They are concerned that the one-time 8% tax rate increase that we had last year, we can't, unless we have another disaster, we can't do that again. And so the concern is that that will apply downward pressure in the operating levy in future years. So in the interest of time, I'm gonna just slide 9 really, really quickly. So how do they grade management in this process? Again, do you have strong budgeting practices, financial management policies? Do you have an ability and a willingness to of the management and governing body to make the necessary decisions and take clear action to maintain financial stability? That's a strong credit factor. I thought it might be useful, if we could go to the next slide, please. I thought it might be useful for you to see how you measure up in some of these key ratios. So slide 10 has Harris County's historic information. We have a dashboard that we've prepared with input from OMB. And so we're looking at your interest and your tax rate components, the outstanding debt as a percentage of taxable assessed value. If you think about your mortgage, that's your kind of loan to value number. Debt as a percentage of general fund revenues, and then per capita debt to per capita personal income. Are we overburdening our constituents?
You can continue.
Can I? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
It didn't like what I had to say there. So this gives you a sense for, again, long-term trends, right? Because that's how the rating agencies are looking at it. But I think what might be even more meaningful to you all is the next slide, which puts you, where we compare you against other Texas counties. All of the counties that we've compared you to are AAA by at least one rating agency. I think Fort Bend and Montgomery have a split rating, meaning they're not they're not AAA by they've got one that's rating that's not AAA. So looking at Harris County is all the way on the left. The green hatched line is the median across all the counties. And so what you'll see is that, Harris County, you're right there in line with the medians. One thing I'll just call your attention to is, and you all know this way better than I do, Harris County is a little bit of an outlier in the sense that you have so much of the county population that lies in an ETJ, right? And the county doesn't have city powers. That goes back to that institutional framework. Your statutes tell you how you can raise revenue, but it also tells you what services that you have to provide. And so Harris County is a little bit of a hybrid. You're providing some city services, but you're also providing county services, but you can only raise revenue like a county. So it's a unique situation. I would say that I don't think any of your peers are on this slide because you don't have peers. So this just gives you a sense for, where you stack up against other Texas counties. And then the last slide that I wanted to touch on is, how is Harris County performing against some of its peers? And this source data comes from Moody's. It's the medians, cities and counties medians for 2020. Well, it was issued in 2025, but the data is as of 2024. And so, again, you can see for Texas counties, the median available fund balance was 38%. If you remember back to that Moody's slide, Harris County was 38.4, so right in line with your medians. And why that is important is these stable reserve positions reflect the county's ability and their capacity to effectively manage resources to support ongoing operations. It's your savings account, right? Like if something doesn't go according to plan, where are you going to go? You're going to go to your savings. And then I'll just call out the other thing that we are continue to see in various rating pieces is, and we've heard some of that discussion today, is this paradox between maintaining operating stability in the face of either declining revenues or fewer revenues or what have you. And Harris County is not alone. Pretty much every client that I work with has too many needs and not enough revenue. And so that's where that strong management and policy making and decision making comes into and prioritizing comes into play. So those are the prepared remarks or slides that we had. Again, thank you for all the work that you all do, and thank you for allowing me to be here with you today.
Tina, thank you. Sorry that we kept you a little
Yeah.
later than expected. Commissioner Ramsey, then Garcia, and then Briones.
Commissioner Ellis, thank you for putting this on. This is excellent information. A lot of times, our constituents will ask us questions because they hear concerns and it's out there. One, Masterson, you've got a really good reputation as well in the community. I've worked with a lot of different entities that y'all help and advise. Commissioner Garcia and I heard a stunning report from the Port of Houston. I wish we could take some time about once a quarter and communicate clearly the extraordinary things that are happening out at the port, how it's really the number one port in the universe as far as I'm concerned, and based on real data. So it's important that we pay attention to those kinds of things. I read, as you went through those details, the infrastructure. You talked about the tow road, as Daniel clearly pointed out, the highest rated tow road in the state.
In the country.
So when they look at the even TxDOT, our statewide, probably the most respected Department of Transportation in the state, they think that the Harris County Tow Road is equally well. So I think those kinds of metrics, those kinds of factors, I think there's a lot to be said about the hospital district and what it's doing. Storms sounds like is a huge concern. The fact that we're investing in the next 3 to 5 years, $3.5 billion to make our county much more resilient going forward, I think should speak to that. And I'm just simply going to say, I'm going to acknowledge Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Garcia, and Commissioner Briones for your decorum in court as we go through some very difficult issues, and our ability to tell the facts in terms of a budget, and when distortions are made related to the budget, as in we're underwater, there's a problem, there's a detail. We worked through a budget, and it was a tough budget season, but you know what? We sat at the table, we figured it out, we have a balanced budget, but what you say and how you say what you say matters. And I think you very clearly told us why it matters. So thank you for pointing out. I'm going to keep this by my desk. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Commissioner. Tina, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for acknowledging the good work of the toll road. I remember one of our county administrators was like, we're debating on how to deal with the toll road, and he was like, well, if we take a down rate, it's no big deal. And I'm like, the hell it is. And so I appreciate the work that's being done to keep Harris County in the positive light regarding to our financial management. And like Commissioner Ramsey mentioned, you know, it was a tough budget year, but we got through it. Experience matters. But it also helps to understand that there are parameters to the way we approach our work here. as it relates to setting our budget. I brought this up before, and in terms of our investments, is there anything regarding our investments that impacts our credit rating? I mean, if we don't.
How much you have?
If we change slightly the amount that we invest, is there any direct impact to our credit rating?
I mean, they're definitely focused on your reserves. Right,
Not
for sure.
reserves, investments.
So the county's restricted by the Texas, what's it called? What's that? TF, yeah, Public Funds Investment Act. So you're already pretty limited as to how you can invest?
No. I'm
No.
saying amount. If we were to reduce the amount we invest, is there any direct amount, impact to our credit rating?
So yes, because the reserves, I'm assuming that the
Not
investments
reserves.
are part of so where the metric that they use is unrestricted cash. And my guess is that the unrestricted cash, some
That's our
subset
reserves.
of your investments is unrestricted cash. I think your investments fits in one of the buckets is the reserves. So yes, I mean, because your reserves, they're not just sitting in cash, they're probably invested.
Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Briones.
Thank you, Tina, for being here, and I love how clearly you explain things. I appreciate you very much, and we appreciate the partnership of Masters and Advisors. So thank you, Director Ramos. I wanted to echo the point Commissioner Ramsey made. So thank you, Commissioner Ramsey, Commissioner Garcia, and Commissioner Ellis for your partnership. I'm very proud that Harris County continues to maintain the highest possible credit ratings with stable outlooks from all major rating agencies. So that is a fact, and thank you for presenting the facts. I appreciate it. So my question is about reserves, and I know we talked a lot about this, but for, again, the public record, could you please state the current level of our reserves? And then I have a question for you, Tina, in a second after that.
Are you referring to our PIC or our fund balance?
No, our reserves, and then also while you're at it, if you want to say the PIC balance, but
Yeah, the PIC one I have off the top of my head, it's 197 in cash and investments, and then another 160 in receivables that we expect to get from FEMA in the next year and a half. In terms of our cash reserves, we go anywhere from 1.2, depending on where we are in the year, because so much of our revenue is concentrated in the kind of December to February, or upwards of $1 billion, and then we go down to around 500, give or take.
so we have our reserves, we have our PIC. And so my question to you, one of the positives was our stable reserves and our healthy reserves. The negatives seem, the theme amongst the different agencies are one, environmental factors, hurricanes, where I'm very proud of the $3.5 billion of Harris County Flood Control District investments to make us safer and more resilient. And we're not God, and we cannot stop climate change and stop, right? So that is one that's a challenge. Also, SB2, the revenue cap seemed to be the other negative factor. We cannot change state law at this time. So those are kind of irreconcilable. We will do our best, but they are what they are. So my question to you is, to continue doubling down on our strengths, would you recap your advice in terms of continuing to maintain this healthy financial outlook for Harris County?
Yes, I mean, as you all mentioned, it was a difficult budget season. We know that the county is pulling down some reserves in order to make the necessary investments in the budget. I think my understanding of that budget was the new investments were in safety, right? Police or public safety. I think while that is not a capital asset, it is still an investment in the community. If people don't feel safe, people aren't going to live where they don't feel safe. And so I think that it's about reprioritizing. You all are making the necessary investments in the infrastructure. I mean, Harris County has over 1,000 lane miles that it's responsible for.
You've pushed my button.
Oh,
You're
is it
speaking his
6,000?
So we're, the four of
6,800.
us, yeah, the four of us take care of about 7,000 miles of road.
Okay, so I had my data point wrong. You know, my recommendation would be to keep investing in infrastructure. So not necessarily new, but also maintaining the existing infrastructure, because that is going to continue to augment that base of economic vitality and vibrancy. We're not going to have people leaving Harris County to go to Fort Bend or Montgomery or, you know, whatever the flashy new development is outside of Harris County. That's going to keep people here. It's going to bring new businesses here. You all saw Eli Lilly is coming to, I'm going to call it Generation Park.
Yep.
That's the stuff that we need. That's the kind of things the things that are happening at TMC Helix Park that's bringing in new biotechnology. Those infrastructure improvements is going to be what's attracting businesses, people, families, communities.
Thank you for your partnership and your guidance. Thanks, Tina.
Yes, of course.
So, Tina Arias Peterman, I know you far better than you know me, obviously.
That's a scary.
You know I was in the business. What you probably don't know is that Tom Masterson loaned us money to help start the firm that I put together with Jody Giles, and they introduced me to Richard Ramirez, who you know is still in the business.
Mm-hmm.
And the first deal we did was a Harris County deal. It was the refurbishing of the Astrodome, and we did a bit of FA work. Now, what Tom Masterson, not Drew, Tom Masterson would always tell me, with those school districts in particular, well, we were co-FA to his firm. He was teaching us. He was mentoring the firm. Biggest problem he generally saw was when a governing board wanted to spend money but didn't want to take the heat for taking it in. And when I was on the city council in Houston, we did have a downgrade. He was advisor to the city of Houston, but I was not involved in that because I was on the council. And obviously, it was a big political landmine. Well, I got reelected. So did the mayor. I don't think anybody lost, but a downgrade is a big psychological blow. It's not the end of the world, but it's a big psychological blow to the governing board, to the citizens, and the people who are thinking about moving into an area. Because we are a unique beast, a model with Harris County. In addition to the traditional infrastructure, we get a lot of pressure on us in addition to capital improvements for those human improvement areas as well. Two biggest developments we have just happen to fall in the precinct that I represent. You know, Generation Park and also NVIDIA. Just those two happen to be in the unincorporated area that I represent. When they were trying to make the decision on bringing in the first pharmaceutical manufacturing operation they didn't get, one of their big concerns was parks, management of the parks, you know, whether you kept them up. They were talking about Deucin Park way out there at the edge of our two precincts. But there were a host of other issues that they thought about. They were worried about the one when we were successful with Eli Lilly. Big concern was utility, which obviously we don't control. And then obviously roads, as my colleagues point out, how they have more road miles, but they want roads. They want them in. And they knew the roads weren't there when they picked the site. Won't go into that issue now, but have to figure out how to pay for them to get them to come. But so my concern is when the city got its downgrade years ago, and it was a big psychological blow, the state didn't put revenue cap requirements on us and didn't put restrictions on whether we could reduce any areas of the budget back then. And with all due respect to what's happening on the federal level, we hope we're going to get reimbursed. Like we hope we're going to get all of the money that some of which we're planning on spending on infrastructure right now. But in this environment, not casting political aspersions, but just mentioning reality. We don't know what may get swooped up and taken out of here. So the reason I put it on the agenda was, first I thought, I was told at least when we were in combat over our budgetary issues on the Houston City Council with the mayor, and I probably was one of the lead instigators, by the way, giving poor Miss Kathy with my hell on a regular basis. I was told by Tom Masterson some of the things that I said that ended up in print could impact what rating agencies thought about the region. Now, I don't know if he was saying that to me because the mayor asked him to say it to me to calm me down, but that's why I put the item on the agenda. Just my fear of so many unanticipated factors. We don't know that indigent defense costs are going to go down. And under the way the law works, we can't really control that. We get the bill, and we could challenge whether or not we pay it. So that's my concern. And any reaction, that's why I asked for it to go on. I mean, obviously, I know a little bit about the business, but I didn't listen to Tom as much as Jody and Richard, which is why they got out and left me with the firm. But I sold it to a Harvard MBA and got some good money for it.
No, I mean, I think you all are taking the right approach, being thoughtful, focusing on the data. I guess one thing I would say is, the county's just finished its FY 2025. And so when the audit comes, all of the rating agencies will update their metrics with audited financial statements. And so, but I don't think the county's alone. I mean, I think this next round of financial results are going to be weaker across the board because we've seen, entities have had to wean themselves off of the ARPA dollars. So I don't want the audit to come out and I don't think you're going to get a downgrade, but I don't want there to be discussion around FY 2025 performance and say, well, Tina, you were just here in October and you said nothing. So, it takes us, we won't get the audit until March, which is 6 months after the conclusion of the fiscal year. So these things just take time to work their way through. But I mean, it's the key takeaways are strong, very diverse tax base and economy, and it continues to grow. I mean, I'm a cup half full kind of person, and so those are the things that I'm focused on. And whenever we have a conversation with the rating agencies, we're not putting our head in the sand, but we're saying, look, these are the things that we should be focused on, and these are the areas that we make sure we highlight.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Thanks for your work on the homeless. And I know you handle the financial issues for the Herman Park Conservancy as well.
A little bit.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, would you all like to knock out the consent calendar? We can do that quick before we get out of here. Okay.
So for item 4, we'll show no action.
Yeah, no action. You want to run through the corrections?
Sure, Commissioner. So corrections and no actions review, item 9, page 2, no action. Item 48, page 6, insert marked street from, should read as follows: request for approval of a study report prepared by Concept Engineers Incorporated for Market Street from East Beltway 8 to South Sheldon Street, UPIN 23102MF2UG01 in Precinct 2. Item 72, page 9, change to Deputy Tommy Berry Pocket Park instead of Rimwood Park. Item 100, page 12, no action. Item 108, page 13, remove and possible action. Should read as follows: request for discussion regarding the Harris County Code. Item 114, line 15, page 15, change fertility to infertility. Page 128, item 128, page 17, no action. Item 183, page 25, should read as follows: request for approval of a Sourcewell Cooperative Purchasing Program award on the basis of low quote 2 Mustang Machinery Company, LLC, DBA Mustang Cat, in the amount of $277,881 for diesel boom lift for Precinct 4. Justification for 0% MWBE participation goal exempt interlocal cooperative agreement. Item 258, page 33 is no action. Item 266, page 36, agenda caption revised as follows: request by Human Resources and Talent for discussion and possible action on the compensation and pay equity project results presented by Gallagher Benefit Services. Item 312, page 39, correct the spelling of the honoree's last name to Arnim, spelled A-R-N-I-M.
I also seen item 99 is no action,
Yes, item 99, no action.
and item 281 is no action.
Yes, item 281, no action.
Thank you.
And item 9, please.
Yes, I read that already. Item 9 is no action.
Okay, any others? We're good? And let's go to the items that were pulled. You want to run through them, Jay? See if colleagues want to add any?
Sure. Commissioner, you want me to read the items that are pulled? Okay. So as of this time, item 1, flagged by Precinct 3. Item 2, flagged by Precinct 3. Item 4, flagged by Precincts 1 and 3. 90, flagged by Precincts 2 and 4. 92, flagged by Precinct 3. Item 99 was flagged, but it's no action. 101, flagged by Precinct 3. 113, flagged by Precinct 3. 157 by Precinct 3. 169, Precinct 3. 210, Precinct 3. 211, Precinct 3. 212, Precinct 3. 219, Precinct 3. 229, Precinct 2. Item 230 is a public hearing. 231 was flagged by Precinct 3. 238, flagged by Precinct 4. 266 is flagged by Precincts 1, 2, 3, and 4. 269, flagged by Precinct 2. 270, flagged by Precinct 3. 285, flagged by Precinct 3. And 306, flagged by Precinct 3.
Colleagues, any additions or changes?
Under the just vote category, I need to add 307.
307, okay. And Commissioner Ramsey, if when we go to lunch, maybe if Jay works with you and there's some that you want to, we could expedite it, you kind of know you just.
I can give you that list right now. You want to
Okay.
vote on it? 101, 157, 169, 285, and 307.
And I'll second. Does that make sense, Jay?
Yes.
You move those and I'll, Commissioner Garcia make the motion and I'll second. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All those opposed vote no.
No.
3 ayes and 1 no. Item passes. You good?
You got it, James?
Got it. But
Any
for the
others,
record, I want to
colleagues?
say item 4, the court already took no action on, so we'll take that off the discussion list.
Yes.
The court also
No,
took.
we did it. We did item 4, just no action, yeah.
Correct, there's no action, and item 229 and 266 have already been taken care of.
Correct.
Good. Okay, any other changes? Is there a motion for the consent agenda?
I got a few questions.
Go ahead.
Commissioner, we also have the executive session review
Okay.
before the consent.
And do you have some questions on the consent agenda? Go ahead.
Jay, if you want to go ahead with the executive session, I'll.
Okay.
There are items 258, 259. 258 was already pulled for no action. So the executive session items are as follows: 259, 260, 261, 262, 263, 264, and then 281 has already been requested for no action.
Do we need to go, colleagues, on executive session on 259? Doctor?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, that one's okay. What was the next one?
260.
260?
260.
Do we need to
flood
go to
control.
executive session on that?
No.
No.
261?
No.
No.
What's your next one? 262?
No.
Cybersecurity? You need to take us
I
back.
That one
understand,
we-
Chair. Go ahead.
We do it.
I understand that she has a brief presentation she does need to give you.
And what about do we pull 263 or not? When you go I'm skipping on. We need to go back executive session on that?
No,
No.
Okay. 264.
no.
Ms. Miles, okay. Am I skipping any? I got
Just
all?
my question is item 5, what action is being had?
No action.
No action.
Okay.
That's item 5?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah.
Item 86, that's for the legislative platform and agenda.
No action. Colleagues, anything on legislative affairs? No. Okay.
And item 108, that's the discussion regarding the Harris County Code.
Commissioner Ramsey?
It's not an action item. It was just discussion only.
Okay.
Discussion on-
Code.
So I'll just show no action.
Okay. Is there no action or discussion on total?
Discussion on it.
Discussion on it.
We'll add it to the discussion.
Okay. Any others? Okay. Is that motion for the consent agenda?
So
Motion.
moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously.
And that's all through the whole agenda for
All the
consent,
consent.
except the resolutions.
Any problems on any of the resolutions? Anybody want to vote no?
We've already voted on one of them.
We voted on one. Any of the others? Any you want to vote against? Okay, so we'll put all of the consent,
All the resolutions on
all
the
the
consent.
resolutions on the consent agenda in case somebody tips out.
Commissioner, we have speakers on some of the resolutions,
Oh, we
so we
can't
can't.
vote,
So
don't speak.
what I suggest is go items 1 through 308, and then we'll handle the resolutions afterwards.
Okay. All right. So the motion is, that we voted on was 1 through 308. Okay.
Understood. And that's 4-0 unanimous.
4-0. Any other business?
No, sir.
Just lunch at 1
Work
o'clock.
up my motions. Okay, it's 1:16. Let's come back at 2:16. 2 o'clock? 2:16. Okay, we'll adjourn, come back at 2:16. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, it's 2:20 and we're back in session. Commissioner Ramsey, I understand that item on page 29, 219, you said you were okay with that? This is on the box lunches. Okay, so Commissioner Briones, is there any objection to approval of item 219? Hearing none, it passes unanimously.
Who's the motion and second?
I made it, Commissioner Briones made it, Garcia seconded.
Thank you.
Okay. And Commissioner Briones, you had an item. I do want to mention to colleagues, if we move quickly, we can finish up before we get to the resolutions. You have item 238, Commissioner Briones, Harris County Public Health and Houston Health Department collaboration.
First, may I please call up the team for their brief presentation before I jump into the questions? Thank you.
This is item 238. Yes, thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Leah Barton, Director of Public Health, and I'm here with Dr. Teresa Tran, who is newly appointed as the Director of the Houston Health Department.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And we're extremely appreciative of all the support that we got from Director Stephen Williams during his more than 20 years with the Houston Health Department. He's still on speed dial and advising us both, but wanted to make sure that y'all had a chance to hear how we're collaborating and even just see physically that we're collaborating. Dr. Tran, would you like to just say a bit about your first impressions, and then we'll go very quickly, I promise, through our presentation.
Sure. Hi. Yes, Teresa Tran, and I am happy to be the new health director at the City of Houston. And I've learned in my short 7 weeks here so far that we have done so much great work with the county, and I anticipate building upon that with Leah.
Thank you. Okay. Tiffany, could you help us through the slides? And 2 years ago, in 2023, an interlocal agreement was established between the city and the county. And part of that was an ask to bring progress back to court. So we just wanted to share progress on a few of the items within that ILA, principally how we're working together, how we're sharing data, how we're collaborating on emergency preparedness, how our comms teams are talking to each other, and then how we're working together on clinical care. There's plenty of other coordination happening, and we have some initial thoughts on longer-term aspirations, and of course, we always need your support. So moving forward, from a collaboration perspective, there was an ask in the interlocal agreement that we align on community-wide planning. There are a few vehicles through which that's happening right now. Our leadership teams meet together every quarter. We meet together regularly. Our individual kind of functional teams meet together, IT to IT, HR to HR. But within our Community Health Improvement Plan Steering Committee, the Houston Health Department is a very active participant, and one of the first projects we're working on together is an access to care report that should show us where we may have overlapping services, where we may have service gaps, and by first quarter of next year, that should give us some visibility into additional opportunities to optimize. The interlocal agreement did ask us to create a data sharing mechanism, and Commissioners Court approved an interlocal agreement, a data sharing agreement in March. And we actually have another data sharing agreement for the Ryan White program that was approved today. So thank you for your support in that regard. Tiffany, next slide. Of course, emergency response is paramount. Our teams participate in many of the same working groups, regional groups, supporting the Strategic National Stockpile, distribution of medical countermeasures, the Mass Care Coalition. We work together on training. Our teams presented at an administrative preparedness workshop that the city led recently. Houston Health Department attended the Family Assistance Center exercise that we coordinated on Friday together with more than 20 other agencies. And one of our primary areas of collaboration right now is on planning for FIFA. So that remains a priority from now through next June. Next slide. On communications, Our public information officers meet regularly, and not only Houston and Harris County, but Fort Bend as well. The local health authorities meet to determine what are the most critical health issues that may be facing the region and align on potential responses. We have collaborated on joint communications, specifically after Hurricane Beryl, now with, kind of more recently with measles, and even now in response to our SNAP cessation or temporary stoppage, we're talking about how we can share messaging there. We have next close alignment across our clinical teams, and some of what this looks like is potentially collaborating on grants and deciding kind of within specific federal opportunities which services one department may provide versus the other. We have good referral pathways between each team, and our mobile health services operate within the city. We're excited to be launching mobile dental at Hiram Clark and at the Third Ward Multi-Service Center. So part of that access to care report should help us see where else we need to optimize those health locations. So those were just a few of our areas of collaboration. We're certainly doing more beyond what was in the interlocal agreement. Our environmental public health teams worked very closely together with Intergovernmental Affairs during the legislative session on various food permitting bills. There's some things that we do countywide, like mosquito and vector control, that the health department doesn't do at all, or that the health department does for all of us, like rabies testing. One area where we know we need to do more is collaborate on violence prevention. So we're starting to work not only with the Houston Health Department, but the Department of Neighborhoods, the Mayor's Office of Gang Violence Prevention. And of course, our teams are ready to support each other when an outbreak occurs, when we need surge capacity to investigate a particular instance of disease, foodborne illness, and not the Houston Health Department, but VPH is working very closely with BARC. So in terms of next steps, you've seen some very specific, if we move to the next slide, some very specific next steps, building that access to care report, figuring out jointly how we're going to approach the collaborative agreements with the state on food truck inspection coming out of the recent legislative session, preparing for FIFA, collaborating on violence prevention. But these are some longer term opportunities that we see. Certainly there's opportunities to think about how we diversify revenue, how we leverage our electronic medical records systems to be able to inform our work more, and continuing to work together on legislative engagement in partnership with entities like TACHO, the Texas Association of City and County Health Officials, and Intergovernmental Affairs. And so we, just to close out, we are very grateful for your help. As always, we appreciate your advocacy in helping us secure funding, spread our messages, sending us referrals, connecting your community members, and we're just excited to keep working together as we move forward.
Thank you, Director Barton and Dr. Tran. Congratulations again. It makes me happy to listen to this presentation and see that there is active communication and collaboration, that we're continuing to grow together. And so the report you referenced, Director Barton, Q1 2026, is that going to then further flesh out and prioritize kind of key areas for potential coordinated services delivery or just a deeper collaboration?
So the access to care report is specifically around our clinical services, and we're engaging not only each other, but several FQHCs, Harris Health on that. So it's kind of specific to the clinical care universe. We're certainly exploring additional collaboration opportunities.
Okay. And so I love that. So that's even broader. With regard to City of Houston, Harris County, obviously we both have a deep commitment to making sure our community is as healthy as possible, that we're being as proactive as possible, sharing data. And I know there's so many different areas in which we work, from immunizations to animal welfare to after disasters. And so I'm just curious in kind of what are going to be the top 3 ways we're going to try to even better partner with the City of Houston to really show meaningful impact, improved outcomes, et cetera.
I think there's many more than three, but I think in the very near term, we have a strong focus on data, both through the Access to Care report, through thinking about ways we can share dashboards that we've developed, make sure that we have aligned strategies. Our upcoming quarterly meeting has a focus on data. Houston is refreshing their Houston State of Health report. We're developing a Healthy Communities framework. We want to make sure that we're aligned behind the same outcomes. Those are different reports with different audiences, but we really want to make sure that we're figuring out the most critical areas to pull together around. I think seeking additional funding is always a priority. That's a priority for both for public health broadly, nationally at the state level and locally. So starting now to think about how we approach the 2027 legislative session, how we make sure that we have continuity of charity care funding, how we seek, again, new opportunities for funding. We're in early discussions with Harris Health and the Harris Center about some ways to demonstrate the ROI of our programs, get paid for prevention work. We know that we can do more to support claims. And then very near term, environmental health is very focused on making sure that we can continue food inspection.
Excellent. Those are all amazing, and I cannot wait for us to continue to dive in together. Two final quick questions. One, lessons learned from the pandemic and how we were better positioned. Hopefully we do not have another pandemic anytime soon, but how are we better positioned to work together from when we were to where we are now?
So neither one of us was in our roles during the pandemic, but our teams certainly worked very closely together at that time, coordinating on vaccination locations, on messaging, on, I think that was some of the most critical areas of collaboration. But we also heard feedback like, just yesterday, I heard someone say, hey, during COVID, you had a COVID dashboard, the city had a COVID dashboard. We didn't know where to go for COVID information. Isn't that something you could have done together? So that's a great example of where we would want to be working together going forward.
I would ask unanimous consent to continue the discussion on this item. Is there objection? Hearing none, we'll continue.
Well, I know this is a much broader conversation, but I know it's so much easier if we plan now, which I know we're planning, but are we going to take enough action between now, knock on wood, and the next pandemic or the next hurricane or the next freeze or whatever, knock on wood, the next situation may be? Thank you. And with you two at the helm, I have tremendous confidence. And then lastly, we get so many just concerned calls, emails from our constituents about animal welfare. And, what more could the city of Houston and Harris County be doing to work together to improve in that area? Can you speak to us of any examples of what you're currently doing and what you're planning on doing, please?
Sure. BARC and VPH have worked together this year to align a number of policies, such as aligning our registration requirements. We now have common requirements for microchipping, other registration components. We have done some joint sweeps. There are areas like in Cloverleaf where we have a city-county boundary, and rather than worrying about at what point a dog is on one side of the border or the other, we've sent teams out together to do sweeps in areas where we're seeing high rates of animal bites. Both VPH and BARC participate on the 927 Paws Cruelty Task Force. They're meeting regularly with rescue teams. There's certainly more that we can be doing, but we're talking very regularly.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey. It's encouraging to see y'all standing here. Dr. Tran, thank you for what you do, what you're going to do. Leah, good job in terms of staying focused. My specific question related to collaboration had to do with animal control and others, and I think you just answered that. There's just much work to do in that particular area. Probably very clearly, we can leverage some of our resources in both groups. So I know that's an ongoing conversation. How can you leverage limited resources both in the county and the city to make a bigger difference in the community? So continue to do that. Thank you for what you're doing.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both. This is a transmittal.
Thank you.
No action
Thanks
on this
again.
item. Thank you, Commissioner Briones. Next, we'll go back to page 2, item 1, County Administration, a discussion on Harris County Prompt Pay Act policy. Commissioner Ramsey, you pull that one.
Yeah,
One.
the question here is we're going to start paying interest on this, Jesse, on January the 12th, 2026. My only concern, again, just as I was on the pay equity, I want to be sure we're ready for it, because once you implement something, you got to be ready. This is a significant change. Interest will be charged directly to the department. Obviously, you've budgeted for this, Daniel, going forward. Any interest we have to pay?
No, the idea was that it would come out of existing resources if the department is liable.
So it's not budgeted. And you think we can pay for that out of other resources?
We'll have to reassess to see the significance. I think when the last number I saw was a little over $1 million. If it had been annualized, $1 million is a lot of money, but it's not going to break the county one direction or the other.
So late invoices can be disputed, but it's unclear in the policy who will make this determination.
Are you talking about the prompt pay policy that's on court?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think disputed is, there is very clear guidelines there based in state law on what's disputable and what is not. I think the idea is that if an invoice meets those criteria and is disputable, then we should dispute it.
Okay, again, this is an issue in terms of prompt payment. Sometimes through just when we can meet, when we don't meet, we impact that ability for invoices. There'll have to be a decision made on who's the responsible party for the invoice being late. Just encourage a quality set of parameters and policies on how you implement.
I would say, Commissioner, that right now we start testing in mid-November on what's really going to be the most complicated part, which is the pre-invoicing on construction projects. And so we are going to have, come the December court, like about a month of testing on that. And I think the team feels good about being able to, integrate things like eBuilder and what flood control and Hectra use with AIP. And then that's how we're going to track who's responsible. We'll set, parameters on what, is a reasonable time for those invoices to be sitting, both with the departments, with the engineering departments, and then with the holders of the contract. I've said before that if we have a red flag that we think we're really not going to be ready from a technical or business process standpoint, then then I'll throw it. I think Universal Services, I want to thank Sindhu and her team. They've done a lot of work. I think we are in good shape to implement. The goal here is to be compliant and to not pay interest, right? But one of the problems that we've had is that, right, we can't manage what we can't measure. And so until we're able to really know what all the parts of our process, how long it's taking, then it's hard to fix it. And I think that was, I believe, I don't want to speak for Commissioner Garcia, but a big reason that we're going down this road is that we need to be, to have some consequences to put our processes in place so that we can track and make sure that we're acting expeditiously with our contract.
And again, it's mandated.
Yes, sir.
And you're talking to other counties with equal volume of issues.
Travis has implemented. They are smaller, but I think there's no reason that we should not have business practices that support payment within 30 days of an invoice as is required.
And I guess the main message, you're ready.
We will be ready.
Okay, thank you.
So I got a couple of concerns. My finance people are telling me that Commissioner Precincts will not be allowed to test the functionality of construction invoices until 11/12 with an expected go-live date of January the 12th. And they feel like this is an inadequate time to fully test and correct coding deficiencies identified during testing. Other concern is that the funding department, Commissioner Precincts, would have to pay late interest no matter the length of time a construction invoice remain at the Office of County Engineer. It puts the full burden on Commissioner Precincts to ensure that the Office of County Engineer construction invoices are processed within a time period. Now, as I understand it, nobody complies with the law but Travis County, and I'm glad they do it. So Dallas doesn't, Tarrant County doesn't. So here's my suggestion, and I'm gonna offer it as an amendment, that the proposed policy be delayed to go live until February the 9th, and direct the OCA and the Auditor's Office to return to Commissioners Court in December with a proposed amendment to better align the incentive structure for our invoices that require review by other departments. The amendment must define a reasonable number of days for departments to complete their reviews prior to assuming at least partial responsibility for any resulting interest payments, and require a quarterly true-up of late invoices to determine what department is responsible for interest payments based on the number of workdays that invoice remained in the department's queue. And I'm just trying to figure out how we don't end up arguing at the last minute. I don't know if I sent it out, I meant to, but I was so wound. So that's what I'd like to offer, and Commissioner Garcia seconded it. That gives you time and us time, so we don't.
Commissioner, I think the true up is very reasonable, and I think that that's a great add. I think that the testing from starting mid-November, as your team points out, like it's enough time to get us to the December court and know if we're going to have big issues in measuring that pre-invoicing time. And because that's the key, is if we can measure how long that pre-invoicing time takes, then if it is the county engineers team and not the precinct teams, then we'll associate that cost with the county engineer, and we can true it up at the end of the month, at the end of the quarter. I think that's very, very reasonable. I would ask that we can delay implementation a month, but I think the team is working really hard to hit that January date.
And stay on it. I just don't want the pay equity issue, this issue. I just don't want something to blow up. And although for a department, like I'm told that for the last period, May 25th indicated, May 2025 indicated that potential interest costs during the period would have been approximately $638,000. It wouldn't be much to you all, but it'd get me in a real bad mood. If I was having kids, I'd be in a real bad mood. So, okay, so I'll make the motion. Commissioner Garcia seconds it.
About still have.
Oh, you want to talk?
Yeah.
Say, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. Jesse, I'm looking at your motions. Do any of these need to be worked into what Commissioner Ellis has proposed?
I think my motion does not include pushing the go live date until February, and so I think everything else in my motion is similar to Commissioner. So I think his can just replace what I sent around.
Good deal. And as Commissioner Ellis said, that Travis County is compliant. I got to check the record of when I made this motion to be compliant. I think we're going on.
Over a year?
No, we're going on 3 years, Milton. About 3 years. And I just, have we ever had a conversation with Travis County to see how they're doing it and why it's so hard for us?
I believe so. I think the issue, the challenge on our part, Commissioner, is our own business practices and our own business processes, and that I think has been long discussed. E-Builder doesn't integrate, and invoices come in, and we're not tracking them in a common system, and that's the heart of our issues.
Got it. All right, I second your motion.
Well, I'll let you make it. I forgot it was your item. I read it. So, somebody else want to talk? Commissioner Briones?
My comments were similar to Commissioner Garcia's. I know this has been years in the making, and so I'm happy that we're creating a clear process and incentive structure for departments to comply with the Prompt Pay Act and to make sure we're getting the payments. I agree with my colleagues that if we're going to have this go live, we need to position it for success and clarity and make sure all the departments, especially where there's interplay between multiple departments, that we each know who's on first and we get it done within the 30 days. But I'm happy we're doing this because I know it disproportionately hurts MWBEs, small businesses, local businesses when they're not getting paid on time. And we want it to be easy to do business with the county, and we certainly want to comply with that Texas law. So thank you, Jesse, Daniel, and all the departments. So thank you very much. So I'm in favor, Commissioner Ellis and Garcia.
And I sent him a copy, so he has it, Commissioner Garcia. And look, thank you for bringing it up. And it's something that your office ought to take the lead on blowing up. And we'll encourage Fort Bend County and others to do it. But we just want to make sure, being as big as we are, we roll it out the right way. So I'll second Commissioner Garcia's motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 4 ayes, no nays. Item passes. Thank you. And thank you, Jesse and your team. Next one is item 2. Request for discussion and possible action on hiring freeze exemptions, PCNs. Commissioner Ramsey?
Well, my comment here is really the terminology used in this one. Request for discussion, possible action on hiring freeze exemptions. I'm going to ask one more time if we can use a word other than hiring freeze, because we don't have, in my opinion, we don't have a hiring freeze. We've got a strategic hiring initiative. If you need to hire someone, you come to court and we have a conversation. So it does create, I think, some confusion to some degree. Some may even affect our bond rating when they say we've got a hiring freeze. So in any case, that's my simple request on this one. I have no motions related to this particular item.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yeah, and I just want to echo that, because Commissioner Ramsey is absolutely right. We're going to be very reasonable with directors as they propose their items and when they make sense and offer continuity, especially when someone vacates a position in mid-fiscal year. Is there another term that works, employment control,
We'll take guidance from court, but we can
We'll
come up with
something.
something
Perfect.
that however court wants to refer to the hiring practices.
I've been through a hiring freeze here. This is not one.
Is not it.
So I would just say that no matter what we call it, since we called it hiring freeze for a while, guess what? It's still going to be called a hiring freeze, but I'll go with whatever term. If I forget, remind me. I want to hear from some of the departments about what impact the denial of an additional person in the process has. With DEEO, I'm sitting here thinking just a second ago, part of the rationale to implement our prompt pay policy, which is a good thing, 3 years late, was it helps small minority women-owned businesses. Now, we know with what's going on a national level, they're doing their best to kill that every day. And we didn't have a program until the leadership around here changed, by the way. But this FTE for vendor diversity, I want to get some that you all didn't recommend. I want to hear from the department what impact it has on you, particularly with what's going on now with the state. I just saw this the other night, and I just thought of that when I saw it. And then I want to hear from the engineering department in particular of any impact that it may have on their shop. Tico, if you're here, or if you're here virtually.
She was here before.
Yeah.
She was here earlier. Oh, there she is.
I would have told you I was going to call on you, but I just thought from the previous comment, sometimes this stuff is spontaneous. I know it's hard for you all to believe it.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm going to defer to Maya, who leads vendor diversity. She's been leading that effort and leads that team.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Maya Punk Thornton, Managing Director of Inclusive Procurement. So the position is the Senior Manager of Vendor Diversity. And so what that position does, they manage post-award compliance. So currently right now, the contract has 1,000 plus contracts as it pertains to MWBE compliance. That manager leads that particular team and those set of monitors. Additionally, when departments require renewal recommendations for contract renewal, that senior manager approves contract renewals, and also any deviations to contracts. So it does, affect our team, but of course we will be good stewards and, trudge through it, but it does have an impact.
So I know we expect you to do more with less. I just don't want something to be delayed. I don't want a contract to be delayed. All this stuff has a ripple effect. and I just want to get some sense. If you don't get it, I know they'll review it again later. Will you lose a person? Oh, I mean, what? Give me some sense. This is your chance if you want to make the case to get it. I mean, I know we all want to be real congenial. I'm really a nice guy. I keep telling people that all the time. But when something blows up, then we're not so nice.
Yes, it could cause significant delays when we talk about compliance work. I know, Commissioner Garcia, you are always on us about ensuring that those contracts are monitored appropriately. Without that senior project manager monitor role, especially with the 1,000+ contracts that currently have MWB goals assessed to it, there will not be able to be that additional interaction and additional oversight that is required by the court. And I will say this, that position, it was 5 days right after, the court made its decision. So it's not a new role at all. So
if you'd known it was coming, you might have sped it up.
Possibly, yes.
So, Jesse, how do you all decide this? I mean, I've never been in your position, but I assume when I'm telling my staff what they ought to do, then they come back and work me 3 or 4 ways. I'm looking at it from pretty high up.
Yeah.
As I'm doing 5 or 6 other things.
Yeah.
But what's the give and take? How do y'all?
I think this one, Commissioner, is just really the time of year it is and where we are in the process. We think the position does have a lot of merit, but I think you asked last court, and we're going to come back on November on the next court and look at where we are with the budget, especially with slower hiring. We circled 25 million. We want to make sure we're on track for that. We want to make sure that we didn't bake any attrition into our numbers. We want to start to see if that attrition's happening, what we'll have to do. So it was really purely about the high level of financial demands that court said 25 million is the target for this.
And I'll stop on this, but do you all dig in with them like our offices are exempted? But if I was talking to somebody and I thought I could get them, and then this happens, and I have no idea of knowing whether or not a month later it'll change, and then I lose that person. Do you all get down to that granular level?
Yeah, I mean, our teams work very closely with the departments and are really familiar with their operations. DEO in particular has worked really well with our office for the last couple of
me, and I want to tell somebody, don't take that other job. Just, I want some, did I get a wink or a nod, or do I lose that person and then I'm starting all over? Or do I give them false hope and then I deny them an opportunity to take another slot?
I think every manager handles, I think, that situation differently, Commissioner. I think in our office, we have a person who's planning to move to another part of the county. That position will be frozen in our office. But if that's their decision, if that's what they want to do, then, I wouldn't ask them to.
Okay, I'll go to the next person. I'm just making a point. Whatever you call these, there's an impact. And I have lived through them in other places that I have been on the governing board of. It just, a lot of unanticipated consequences come up. Next, I think it's you, Commissioner Ramsey. Was that an old?
Come back, quick question. I know that Dr. Rahman manages probably all these contracts that you're monitoring. Is there anything to be leveraged between the managing going on in the county engineer's office and the monitoring going on in DEO? There might be some resources that could be leveraged to get us through, buy us a little time, if you will. But does that make any sense at all?
So, Commissioner Ramsey, I do appreciate what you just suggested. However, we do manage a different level of compliance that Dr. Rahman's team does manage. So when we talk about postal work compliance, we're looking at the payments made by prime contractors, but also we're looking at the payments that those prime contractors are supposed to make to subcontractors within our monitoring platform. And then at that time, if they don't align with the county's contract, as well as the prime contractor's contract, we're then able to step in to make sure that they are within the county's MWBE compliance and policy. And then also, should there be an issue between payments between the subcontractor as well as the prime contractor, the subcontractors there within the platform can alert the county that we're having some challenges and issues. Now, this is where the collaboration where the department comes in, where we're now able to go to engineering and say, hey, Dr. Rahman or one of his project managers, there has been an issue with this contract. So that's how we partner. But as far as like the MWB compliance, that is solely the responsibility of DEO.
Well, it's also the responsibility of the person that's holding the contract.
Agreed.
Having been one of those people that held a contract, doing work for the county,
Okay.
I signed a contract that said I would do certain things, and I felt kind of obligated to do those certain things.
Well, I wish
Out of
everybody
all-
was like you.
All the monitoring you're going on, so are you hitting 40% of them don't do it, 20% of them don't do it? What percentage of the contracts that you monitor don't comply?
I'll have to get back with you on that. But there has been, well, I will say this, because of our great work, a lot of them do comply. But without us in that background, we would definitely have some significant challenges. And that's why you see such a significant increase in the county's MWB utilization, as well as our contract awards and as well as our expenditures.
Okay, well, sounds like they're finally getting up to the Ramsey code. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey.
Garcia, and then Commissioner Briones.
Thank you. First of all, Director Houseman, so good to see you. And again, congratulations on taking on this responsibility. When did this position get vacated?
Oh, gosh. Commissioner Garcia,
Roughly.
five days before the freeze, like maybe last month, maybe? Like
Okay.
literally 5 days before the freeze. We did have to fill in an exemption form, and it had been vacated by the time we filled out the form for only 5 business days.
Gotcha. And what's the cost,
I don't have the current cost on me. I'm so sorry. I can get that for you. sir.
if you can?
Yes.
I'd appreciate that. And then maybe we can figure something out.
I appreciate
Okay.
that. Thank
Thank
you.
Thank you. Commissioner Briones.
Thank you both, and congratulations again, Director. Very excited. My team just pinged me with the answer. The annualized cost is $129,839, Commissioner Garcia. $129,839. Does that match, Jesse? So, Trevor, you're awesome. Thank you. But my question to you, I understand that this hiring freeze, strategic hiring, the target was strategic savings of approximately 25 million. I know there was substantial hiring right before it took effect. Could you please state the number of PCNs and the amount of money?
I think it was, Daniel can, the number of PCNs, I think it was approximately 13 million worth of PCNs that came in under the, had a previously signed offer letter exemption that was in the policy.
Okay, so we had that. And then last court.
That was something that we tried to be generous with, given
Right.
that we had
Oh,
folks
for
that
sure.
were.
We have to honor, that's a reliance issue, absolutely. I'm just laying the groundwork. That was not, my questions to the next part. Last court, I remember there was numerous exemptions being requested. 87 were not recommended, but 61 were recommended by y'all, correct?
That's correct.
So we granted 61 exemptions last court, correct?
That, I believe, was all of the exemptions that we kind of rolled up through when court passed the policy, and we were looking at what qualified under those exemptions, and that included, I believe, that 13 million worth of positions that we just referenced.
Yes.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Jesse. And so we have one. And can you just be a little clear then why the 61 were recommended for approval, but this one was not?
So the vast majority of the ones that were recommended last week or last court were either core court operations or public safety. So position court reporters and the district courts and the county courts and some of the district clerks that staff the courts. It was almost all court justice system operational that we made the exemptions for, or ones that had a verified offer letter prior to the date in the policy. This one was a one-off. In addition to that, which follows our policy, they submit an exemption. It gets reviewed by OCA and OMB, and then a recommendation is transmitted to court. This one, again, we're so earlier in the year. I think Our hope is that we hit that 25 million much sooner, and we can lift the hiring freeze and we can go back to the normal operations. But as of now, we have to be incredibly strict in order to make sure that we're not digging ourselves out of a hole that and have to be more draconian later on in the year. Disciplined.
Commissioner, I'd say that the last court was the holdover from the Commissioners Court passed this policy, and we were applying that to the numerous requests that came in at the end of the last fiscal year. And this is really the first court where we're dealing with essentially new exemption requests that are all from FY26.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both, and congratulations, Ms. Hausman.
Thank you.
I had to remember the last one. When you got a good name for a candidate like Tico, it's hard to remember the last name. But thank you for being here. Congratulations. Okay. Next, Dr. Rahman, I want to just get some sense of what impact it has on your shop.
Good afternoon, members of the court. Milton Rahman, county engineer. So last week, we received an email from the budget office that 21 of our position will be frozen, or whatever other name we use.
Not filled.
Not filled.
Trying to comply.
Yes. So those positions will impact three key areas of business: disaster recovery and critical maintenance, invoice processing and procurement, and lastly, project delivery and inspectors of them out. Name some of the title of this position: a specialist AP PO who just drop the PO and do invoice processing, field tech, environmental. Again, during a hazmat issue, these are the people that go on the field. So we have inspectors, technician, project manager, vertical construction. So there will be some impact if you are unable to fill those positions. Especially, I'm concerned about the disaster recovery position that has been exempted by the court. Actually, when we are looking into initially, we requested several category of position being exempt. That includes contracts, procurement, disaster recovery, permitting, and court-exempted disaster recovery and permitting. I think there is an understanding issue here because we don't have a team of disaster recovery folks. They're sitting there not doing anything. The same folks, they are the field technician, project manager, and inspectors. They also become a part of our disaster recovery organization when it hits. So the conversation I had with the budget director earlier is those positions will be exempt. So it was kind of a surprise for us. And hence, we will see some of those impact if we have a disaster.
So the hurricane didn't hit us. We're fortunate it hit some of our neighbors. But if it had come here, or since the season lasts longer now than the tradition, usually we wait a certain time of year, then you don't worry about it as much. But so what impact would it have if you didn't have this person in place doing, these people in place doing something when a hurricane is not here, when one does come?
Yeah, so I'll give you a short example, Commissioner. Let's say the project manager vertical. If a disaster hit, we deploy them to do private damage assessment, public damage assessment of our building, like what kind of damage happened here and there. So then it will be slowed down. I mean, we will not have the number of people in 21 positions. We lost in total, we eliminated 17. That's about 37 total positions. We're less than last year. So it's almost half of a smaller department, Commissioner. So we'll have some impact.
Commissioner Briones.
Thank you, Dr. Rahman, for flagging what could be. My question is, do you have any exemption requests today?
So today I don't.
And to the extent you do, especially around disaster preparedness, we urge you please to follow the process. I think it's very fair. It's the facts and circumstances. If you can make the compelling case as to the need, then there's a process laid out. So it will be considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Dr. Rahman, and appreciate the work you're doing. And similar to Commissioner Briones, work up that data. But I would ask for some strategic thinking on how there may be able to, support DEO to the extent that you can, whether technology can support some areas. the thing that Jesse mentioned, for example, on prompt payment, a lot of our work has been complicated because we just did not implement PeopleSoft right. And so a lot of the tools that could have been used to automate some of these processes were purchased but never implemented. And so, assuming that there could have been a technology approach, I want to see if there's some ability to pursue that, and maybe we can help resolve some of this pressure. Thank you.
All right, thank you. No action on item. Next is item 90, Universal Services. Commissioner Garcia and Briones, both pull that one. Harris County Broadband Task Force, page 11, number 90. Yes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about this critical item. We are grateful to you and your team members, as well as the departments that worked with us diligently in developing this task force structure. We looked at the national models, worked with talked to several of those agencies that have stood up this kind of a structure to address the broadband and digital divide issues. And through those research, we have come up with this best practice model recommendation for the Commissioners Court to adopt. On June 26th, Commissioners Court, we presented to Commissioners Court the broadband roadmap, and then we worked in collaboration with the Harris County Boards and Commissions Office, County Attorney's Office, to create the 16-member task force, again, based upon the best practices, and there are representations from the county departments, as well as the member of community, academia, and the private sector in this recommended task force. I would like to re-emphasize that there will be no additional funding requested for establishment of the task force. We intend to use the existing resource within the Office of Broadband to mobilize the task force at this time. And the goal of the Broadband Task Force is for our county departments to work in collaboration with the Commissioners Court offices and the community on projects that will help close the digital divide for Harris County. Again, we are very thankful for the support we have received from the Commissioners Court on this critical topic every time we have brought it to the court. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate your work. And Mr. Dickerman had given me an update as to you bringing in flood control as a ex officio member, for lack of better words. And I appreciate your ability to control the growth of this thing, because I want to get things done, and if it becomes too unwieldy, we don't get things done. So thank you for continuing to keep it in a place where things can get done. That's of utmost importance. And thank you for your continued advocacy to make sure that our county residents have the connectivity that they so rightly deserve, but absolutely need, especially in this economy. And so there is some low-hanging fruit that I suggested that you guys take a look at. But with the fact that there's over 155,000 homes that lack broadband subscriptions and another 220,000 that only use smartphones to navigate the web, it's incredible that this town, with NASA in our backyard, the spaceport in our backyard, that folks are still relying on their phones. So thank you and your team for all the work you're doing on this. I do have a couple of motions here. I hope we can get these moving forward. These are cost neutral, correct?
Yes.
And so my first motion is to move for Universal Services to submit updates and recommendations from the Broadband Task Force to the Harris County Commissioners Court on a biannual basis. These transmittals shall occur every 6 months and include progress on broadband projects, community engagement, outcomes, and stakeholder feedback. My second motion is to move to direct Universal Services to work with the Office of Management and Budget to secure services from MS-ISAC for an amount of not more than $30,000 annually. I also direct Universal Services to add generative AI information security assessment to the existing cybersecurity and risk management framework and work with the Office of Management and Budget to bring back to Commissioners Court any additional funding that may be needed to address this addition.
Second.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown, did you have a
Commissioner?
comment?
Yes.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Just on those two motions, the first one, I think we're good to go on that. On the second one, what I was going to recommend is that first part that relates to MS-ICAC should probably be brought back because it doesn't really apply here. And for this item, and then the second part of that sentence should go, it really applies to item 262. So you can make that motion, just apply to 262.
Gotcha.
So the first one, we're good to go.
Okay.
And Commissioner, I hear you. I'll take that as a direction and we can.
Good deal. Thank you.
So
I'll second.
Commissioner Brown, the second, the first part of the motion. You got that?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Brown, you have a comment?
Yes, very brief comments. Director Menon, thank you and your team. I couldn't agree more with Commissioner Garcia. Please make this as action-oriented as possible. We don't need another committee to talk. We need to do. And it's staggering to see that nearly 10% in one of the most prosperous areas in the country and in the world, 10% of our brothers and sisters and neighbors still don't have broadband access. And especially now with affordability being such a pressing issue, it's like $72 a month for a home to have internet service. So I think about, and I was so proud of our A-Leaf ISD students who came earlier advocating for them in their, community. But the more action we can take to address this, because it affects opportunity, it affects education, and we have such charitably minded for-profit partners and just creative thinkers in this space that I'm sure there's a way we can make marked progress in partnership. So with that, thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for shining a light on this really important issue.
Commissioner?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, before I apologize. Commissioner Garcia, one more thing. If you can add another motion to just approve the bylaws as presented.
I move that we adopt the bylaws as presented.
And Commissioner
Second.
Brown seconds that. All those in
Thank
favor,
you,
vote
County
aye.
Attorney's Office, for drafting them.
Yeah.
And all those opposed vote no. 4 ayes, no nays. Item passes unanimously. Do you have something else?
So, Mr. Chair, I just want to see on item 262, we'll just take care of that now.
Okay.
So I move that we take 262 out of order and that I move to direct Universal Services to add generative AI information security assessment to the existing cybersecurity risk management framework and work with the Office of Management and Budget to bring back to Commissioners Court any additional funding that may be needed to address this addition.
Okay, so we'll bring it back up because we passed that on consent earlier, 262.
No, that's actually an executive session item, which you'll still have, but you can pass this way.
Do it now. Okay.
Done.
And Commissioner Brown
Second.
seconds it. So it's amended. Is that all right?
No, for the second, what he just said was for item 262. Just needs a motion, a second, just move for approval.
Okay, so motion's been made by
Second.
Commissioner Garcia, second by Briones. Is there any objection? Hearing none? It's approved unanimously. Cindy, you had something else?
Thank you, Commissioner. I really would like to give a shout out to my peer departments like Public Library, Office of County Engineer, Flood Control District, and HECTRA, along with the County Attorney's Office. We worked very closely in developing the task force, so it's not just all done by us. They jumped in whenever called upon.
Good, wonderful.
Thank you.
Wonderful. I'm just rushing us along. but
Great teamwork.
I want to
Thank
thank
you.
everybody for everything they do. And we'd like to get all this done by 4. Next item is 92. Commissioner Ramsey. Jay Webb.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to ask, I guess I'll ask you, Jesse, maybe Director, is this the last payment? Is this the last request?
I wish I could say yes, Commissioner. It is similar to a construction project where we are right now in the design phase, and there will be development phase where, depending upon what kind of development we are doing, we will have to come back to the court again.
So roughly, we spent 2.5 million at this point.
Yes, sir. There were several activities as a part of that 2.5 million. Some of them were related to finding out. If you recall, the incident that prompted
I remember.
this action, there was a lot of unknowns. So we had to uncover a lot of those unknowns, document them, and that's the process that we are going through this request.
So we halfway there
We are halfway there, sir. More than halfway.
and getting good cooperation from all our J-Web.
Yes, sir. This has been one of those initiatives which has been a great collaboration with our justice, law enforcement, all the communities that we work with on the jail.
Make a motion to approve.
Second by
Thanks.
Commissioner Garcia. Is there any objection? Hearing none, it's adopted unanimously. Next is item 108.
Thank you, Director Menon.
Thank you. 108. That's
Correction.
legal department, county legal department.
I'm not sure. I think it may have been put on by error, in error, unless someone has any
Okay.
questions.
No, it's fine.
No action on it. Okay,
No
next
action
is
on it.
113, Commissioner Ramsey, travel and training.
We just need to vote on, we're going to identify motion to approve all items except 8 and 9.
Motion made by Ramsey, second by Garcia. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
4 ayes, no nays. Item passes. Now, Commissioner Garcia. And I'll second it. Motion made by Garcia, second by Ellis to approve the remaining items. All those in
Aye.
favor vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed vote no. 3 ayes, 1 nay. Commissioner Ramsey votes no. It passes. Next, Commissioner Ramsey, this is 210, panhandling.
State legislature in the last session gave a county the ability to pass ordinances related to panhandling. As you know, we don't have many ordinance making capabilities. This is one of them. I think the merit of this is really safety. Those folks that are at the intersections, and particularly in the unincorporated Harris County, they're in the median. I've seen little children with their parents in the median as cars race by them at speeds that just make no sense to me. I've seen children in carriers there. I've seen people standing in the middle of the road that they really do need help, but they don't need to be able to stand in the road and collect. So I think my motion is simply to ask the county attorney to work with the court offices to draft an ordinance regulating roadside panhandling and vending activities in unincorporated Harris County, which may include clear prohibitions on panhandling and vending within traffic lanes and medians and other areas that pose safety risk, improves traffic flow and quality of life by creating designated safe zones away from busy traffic. The ordinance would minimize disruption to daily commutes and enhance the overall community environment in unincorporated areas, fostering a more orderly and enjoyable public space without impeding on individual rights. Enforcement provisions that prioritize warnings and referrals to social services for individuals experiencing homelessness or economic hardship, emphasizing compassionate solutions. Collaboration with Harris County Flood Control District, Harris County Sheriff's Office, and local community organizations to support outreach and assistance programs, and regular review and reporting on the ordinance's effectiveness and community impact. Again, this is another tool in our ability to control what goes on within certainly the traveling roadways. We adopted a Vision Zero plan, which means we're opposed to deaths on our roadways. I can't think of any more vulnerable position than to see folks where they are doing those kinds of activities creates a big problem. Obviously, this is to send to the county attorney, to have the county attorney's office look at it. All of our court offices can weigh in, modify, but I think to do nothing would not be appropriate. So that is my motion.
Commissioner Garcia has some comments.
So just to be clear, this is an item to send to the county attorney's office to be drafted, and then we can debate at that time the ordinance itself. I'm going to second this. As the chair of the Public Safety Committee at the City of Houston, this is almost identical to what I created back in '04, '05. And I think it does speak to your concern of safety where there's going to be the debate about enforcement and who might get caught up in it and all, but the enforcement issue will be a challenge. However, it has created some opportunity for, softball, little leagues, school car washes, even the field of boot by the fire department got snagged up. And so we were able to create some exemptions for different groups in different situations. So I would be willing to support the creation of a policy, and then we can debate the merits of the policy at a later time. So I second the item.
So before we go, from my standpoint, if a policy comes back, I'll look at it, but I'm not inclined to support it. I just don't think we ought to criminalize people being poor. And the studies that I've seen from San Francisco and Fairfax County found no significant evidence that panhandling endangers public safety, and that the enforcement of panhandling regulations primarily displaces poor people, and rather than reducing panhandling or connecting them to the help that they need, you essentially end up punishing them and ticketing people for panhandling. It creates a cycle of poverty, and it creates problems for them finding housing and employment when there's some record of an offense of it. Now, maybe I could be convinced at some point, but at least right now, I know it just passed. I've heard from two other county commissioners in other counties when they saw it, saying that once they saw the press account, people are calling. I just don't know that with 3,300 people experiencing homelessness every night we know about in Houston. I don't know if that's Harris County. I think that maybe the Houston number. I don't think it's quite countywide. I think that one is harder to measure. I just like for somebody else to be the pilot first before we do it. So for that reason, I just can't vote with it today. Of course, they could informally pull it together, but I just don't want to go out and create that signal. Only because I heard from two colleagues, one in the region and one that from another part of the state. I just don't want to be the first. And one of them said to me, I hope y'all don't do it. And then we have pressure on us to do it, and less pressure to do something about the people who are unhoused. So for that reason, respectfully today, I won't vote for it.
Yes.
But
And
that's
I have constituents asking for it. That's the reason I put it on.
I get it. Yeah. So do I, by the way. And I guess I may have more than you because I got more than city. But at least today, I can't vote for it. And if they work up something informally, but I just don't want to. I just think of the things we have not done to help to unhouse, and I'm not in a position to do now. So for that reason, I can't vote for that. But a motion.
So,
Commissioner.
Commissioner Ellis, no, I had pressed my name. I was basically going to say very similar to what you just said. I share your sentiments on this. And yes, we care about safety, and yes, we care about the unhoused, but I don't want to create a regime where we're criminalizing or creating even more suboptimal outcomes for these individuals. And as a macro point, I look forward to the county continuing to work with the city and all the cities so that we can be doing more, especially as the ARPA dollars are waning, because and I loved how you put compassionate solutions, Commissioner Ramsey. I love how you phrased it, and I just think it's a potential slippery slope. So for the reasons Commissioner Ellis stated, I will not be supporting this today.
So it's just a suggestion. We can vote, or I would say, maybe the two of you, Commissioner Garcia, work up some policy, and then at some point bring it back. Or we could do a vote if you want me to now.
Just as a point of reference, 150 people died last year as pedestrians on our roadways. So that is the impetus for doing it.
You have any stats on how many were panhandling?
Well, again, they were pedestrians. No, I don't.
Yeah. But I'd like to reference Division Zero. And I hope even if some of our partners don't do it in the region, we do as much as we can. I know Dr. Roman has talked about that.
That was the other comment I was going to say. Yes, we do not want pedestrian deaths in Harris County, nor deaths of anyone in a vehicle or any other mode of transportation. And I know we are going to be getting periodic updates on Vision Zero. And I know I've asked my team to incorporate kind of that paradigm into all of our infrastructure projects. But if you could please keep us all laser focused, Dr. Rahman, on what progress we're making, because I know roadside safety for pedestrians and those in vehicles in all modes of transportation is very important.
Absolutely, Commissioner.
Let's just vote.
Okay, so motion is made by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed vote no. No. 2 ayes and no nays. Item does not pass today. Okay, the next item is Commissioner Ramsey. That's 212, discussion prevailing wage rate conflicts with inspector daily report. Page 28, 212.
Yeah, quickly, again, we adopted the prevailing wage rate. As you look at that and we implement it, again, this is something we put together. It was well-meaning, but there are a lot of details associated with it. But the motions I had related to that were using prevailing wage guidance document. Harris County minimum wage, I think, has created some conflicts. Contractors need to know which has precedence. Harris County's wage rate, other wage rates. There's a lot of communication related issues. Inspector daily reports, which Dr. Rahman and I have had many conversations on, as our inspectors are in the field and they're documenting. Again, I don't want contractors documenting what progress they're making on a job. In other words, writing themselves their own check. I don't want them filling out e-builder. That should be done by our county folks. So I think these are issues that we need to look at, the pay estimates associated with it. So I really had two motions. Motion one, to add to the prevailing wage rate table clarification that if the wage rate of the employee is lower than that of the Harris County living wage, the living wage rate shall be utilized. There's confusion amongst the contracting world on that one. Motion number two, to mandate the responsibility of entering horizontal construction, not vertical, but horizontal construction quantities on pay items and documenting daily work and site conditions on daily reports, and e-builder stays with Harris County inspectors. Those are my two motions.
Commissioner?
I just want to double check. Dr. Rahman, any concern about these motions?
Absolutely not, Commissioner. This is what we've been talking to. Our new purchasing director to add that contracting language in our contract, and at the same time, our inspector daily reports. We're going to continue to do the same way. Our county inspectors go review the quantity, check the quality of the work, enter it into e-builder, and then it goes to the contractors for approval or their concurrence. So no issue with the motion.
I might say, as I turn to Commissioner Burke, did you have something you want to say?
Commissioner, I was just going to point out, unfortunately, this item is a discussion only. But since the county engineer's already agreed to do it, I think
at least
you can just. I'm sorry? Yeah, yes, exactly. Thank you, Commissioner.
Well, before we direct.
You know, Milton, I think it'd be a really good idea.
We'll do that, sir.
If you would work this up and we'll formally adopt it.
We'll take care of it. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you.
And I guess we can debate it then, because I just hadn't seen it, Commissioner Ramsey. And as the person who worked with Commissioner Brianos to put this on the agenda, I just want to make sure there are no unintended consequences. I'm trying my best to get us out here before 4, but I think.
And just to, may I jump in, please? And so, again, to level set, one, I agree with the direction that we should never have contractors grading their own work, and it should be the county engineer. Wholeheartedly agree with that direction, so thank you. But the other thing, the prevailing wage, I think, just for everyone's sake, whatever wage will be higher is the one that is applicable. correct? Because there are some instances where the prevailing wage is higher than the 2165 that we passed. In those instances, that wins. However, if the 2165 is higher than the 2165, so the 2165 is the floor that shall never go below. That is my understanding of what you were saying, correct?
That's correct.
So I don't want anyone to
There's
think we're
confusion
trying to
amongst the
erode.
contractors,
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I don't want anyone to think we're trying to erode it. On the contrary, we're creating clarity. If we can go higher than the 2165 because the prevailing wage, whether by law or by policy or regulation applies, so be it. And that's wonderful. If not, the 2165 is the floor that Commissioners Court passed. So that's what we're saying.
Yeah. So,
Correct.
Understood,
yeah,
yes.
and I would just add, directing you to make sure you visit with the stakeholders that help us come up with the policy. So that would be Director Hausman's office and our labor and contractors as well. I just want to make sure there are no unintended consequences. And just only because I hadn't seen it. So I asked my staff.
Well, they're the ones that are calling.
Yeah, the contractors. So I just want to make sure did labor call you or the contractors call you?
Contractors.
Okay, well, you call labor.
Will do. Thank you.
Just make sure we're hearing both sides. Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
I show no action.
Thank you, no action on that one.
We
Okay.
skipped to 11, Commissioner.
211, what is that?
It'll be quick.
Okay, go ahead.
We have, this is a simple request that quarterly,
Oh, I thought you pulled that one. That's why, okay, good, go ahead.
that request for this, that we requested the Harris County Attorney provide quarterly updates on the toll road outstanding collections. And again, this is simply in the area of transparency. I've talked to Roberto and we've talked about collections. I just want to be sure that we're monitoring that number. We know that because the conditions changed, we've eliminated toll booths. We're now collecting statewide. There's a lot of things happening, and that number is at some point going to stabilize. And I think if we're having a report on a quarterly basis, we're going to be able to monitor that in terms of it really is a problem or it's not a problem. We're making decisions on collections and how we do that, how we bring in maybe some help for that. So just my only request here is just simply to know what the number is so that we can get some sense of where that is and where it's going. It's either going up or it's going down going forward.
So is that a motion or just a request?
Yes, it's a motion.
Okay, motion made in second. I just want to have a little discussion if we might. I thought you pulled it for no action, by the way. I know you mean to put it to discuss it. That's what I was talking about earlier. But, Mr. Feinbaum, you are there. I want to make sure that somehow we are pulling the data on other places in the country where toll booths were removed to know what impact that has. And when discussions are being held about farming it out, I think we've been very firm here that we were not going to have some predatory practice. I don't know what the law permits, but as I
right.
told you,
No, that's right.
this is one where
You and I agree on that.
yeah, that's right. That was that Raddick motion, which it's the only thing he and I agreed on was to bring that in-house because of the predatory nature of it. But you want to say something, Mr. Feinbaum? Give us your sense of this before we vote.
No, we're happy to work with Hectra. Obviously, this is Hectra's data, but we're happy to work with Hectra to make sure that that report is provided quarterly and reflects sort of realistic collection rates and what's outstanding. And we'll try and do some research to see what those collection rates look like across the country, Commissioner.
Yeah, when the toll booths have been removed. And like
Understood.
what the practice is around the country where they don't have that law we have in Texas that says you can only have outside law firms. I'm told on this, maybe you can have somebody else other than a law firm. I want to make sure we can get away from that predatory practice. I'm gonna fight it when it comes back. Okay,
Yeah,
motion's been made. Go ahead.
And, sorry, Mr.
Sorry.
Feinbaum, what were you going to say, please?
No, I was going to say, I believe Director Trevino is looking at putting together an RFP for different collection solutions beyond just law firms, so that we're not using law firms that may use some of these, heavy penalties and excessive costs.
Yeah, Commissioner Briones.
I was just going to emphasize the point that was just made in that RFP. To me, it's of paramount importance that it be so clear that that collection will be subject to the policy passed by this court, i.e. a policy that is fair and non-predatory, that will always be the framework with which we pursue these toll collections. And I couldn't agree more, Commissioner Ramsey, that we need the frequent updates. It's very important that we move as fairly but as expeditiously as possible.
Thank you. Motion was made by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor, vote aye.
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 Unanimous. It passes unanimously. Okay, now let's go to page 30, item 230, request by the Office of County Engineer to allow the process for the revision of the subdivision plat entitled Highland Farms, partial replat number 1 to proceed, and the Commissioners Court hold a public hearing for the proposed plat under Local Government Code 232-009, parenthesis C1, Precinct 3. Next, we have a public hearing for item 230. I now open the public hearing for to consider approval to allow the process for the revision of subdivision plat entitled Highland Farms, partial replat number 1 to proceed, and the Commissioners Court hold a public hearing for the proposed plat under Local Government Code 232-009, C1 in parenthesis, Precinct 3. Is there anyone who would like to speak for or against this item? Since there are no speakers, is there any discussion? Since there's no discussion, thank you, speakers. Thank you, members, for not discussing it. I'm now closing the public hearing. Is there a motion on this item?
Make a motion.
Have been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
For the revision of the subdivision plat entitled Highland Farms Partial Replat Number 1 to proceed, and the Commissioners Court hold a public hearing for the proposed plat under Local Government Code 232-009, parentheses C1, Precinct 3. The vote is passed unanimously. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, now let's go back to the agenda. What's my next one, Jay? I'm moving so fast here.
I believe it's item 219, Commissioner.
231.
I'm sorry, 231.
31, it's a transmittal. Commissioner Ramsey, you pulled that one, OCA reporting, department heads.
The county administrator would feel like I didn't think about him if I didn't ask him at least one question. So this is my number of meetings question. So we're going to status of goal setting process for 15 OCA reporting department heads. The last time I checked, we've got 83 goals that you're going to meet with the 15 direct reports on setting goals. So as you go through the strategic plan and goal setting, I guess I'm encouraging efficiency and maybe we could even have a conversation with them on the number of goals, maybe more specific to their in terms of to their interest. I think that would be fairly strategic. I'm probably stating what you're going to do anyway, but
I think we have found opportunities as we look at the strategic plan on like a department by department basis that there is some repetition on some of those goals and that we can collapse some of them into fewer goals. Like Vision Zero, Dr. Aman has there's 4 separate goals in the strategic plan that all really roll into Vision Zero. I think we talked about it doesn't need to have 4, can have 1. And so that process has happened. It's been a great opportunity for department heads to look at those and comment. And we're feeding that back to Alex and his team on the strategic plan. So I think it is a step in that direction, Commissioner.
that was my only comment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. No action on that item. Next, Commissioner Garcia, item 269, Flood Control District Professional Services Procurement Policy.
Yes. Thank you. Is Dr. Peterson here? No? Oh, there she is. Wonderful. And if the auditor is available, I'll be having a couple of questions for him as well.
College, we have 3 more items.
Good deal. Dr. Peterson, thank you for being here, and just got some questions regarding this particular item. And this is the transmittal of your professional services procurement policy, and thank you for your work on this. So, walk me through the timeline of the process of creating this document. And my understanding is that the initial audit was conducted in 2023, and then there was another review later this summer. So give us an idea of what the timeline looked like.
Sure. I would be happy to do that, Commissioner Garcia. So there was an audit in 2023. the Flood Control District began immediately developing a policy to implement the findings and address the findings that were identified. And earlier this year, there was a review conducted by the auditor looking at the period that was really that interim period between when that audit was initiated and a new policy was implemented. And so as a result, the audit was assessing compliance with a policy that was not fully yet in place. Now, what I do want to be clear, Commissioner, is that we take the findings of that 2023 audit very seriously, and much progress has been made. There is a new policy that has been in place for many months that we believe addresses all of the findings in both the 2023 audit as well as the items that were identified in the review by the auditor.
Good deal. And the auditor transmits all the audits that he does. Every one of us, I think, gets an email with the audits in them. I tend to look at most of them. Every one of them has some recommendation from the auditor. And have you ever dealt with an audit that did not have any recommendations?
I cannot recall any off the top of my head.
Good deal. So I've also heard that statements have been made that there was no conflict of interest form, there was no selection committee documentation, that there was no procurement process. Are any of those accurate today?
So, Commissioner, what I will say is, I mean, at face value, that statement is not correct. However, the auditor did identify that there was documentation that was not fully in place. So I need to be clear about that. But there were conflict of interest forms that were completed, but they did identify that there were some that were not in the file. However, there were completed annual conflict of interest forms. There were also debarment and checks and verifications that were also in place. And again, what I would highlight is there is now a policy in place that is very clear about the documentation. One of the key areas that our policy really was strengthened was around documentation. We now are using the e-procurement system that the county uses to collect all of that documentation, which was really a key aspect of the new policy that we thought was very important.
Good deal. And had this policy been implemented when the previous, or rather, had the policy been implemented when the previous audit had been conducted?
The new policy, no. It was in the process. So following the 2023 audit, we began to develop this new policy. And the review that was conducted by the auditor was really focused largely on the period that was that interim period where it was really assessing compliance with a policy that was not yet fully in place.
So I appreciate your work in getting it implemented, but having been a director myself, you just can't develop a policy overnight. So thank you for your work on that. And is this new policy covering all the contracts that come through your shop?
Actually, no. And that's a really important point, Commissioner. The policy that we developed is focused on the professional services. And that policy was developed in conjunction with the auditor, with county attorney, with the purchasing agent. There are other types of procurement that the Flood Control District participates in, but really none of the procurement that we do can be completed without those other partners. And there are things like non-professional services that we solicit through a request for proposal process. We use and work very closely with the county purchasing agent on construction bidding processes. So this policy is not comprehensive across all the work. It is really focused on our professional services.
Very good. And how does this process differ from what has been in place previously? And if there's a difference, what does this mean for the procurement process moving forward?
I think that is a good question. I think, the policy is really monumenting a lot of the processes that were already happening. The things that I would highlight that are different are really the strengthened documentation using the new e-procurement system that the county has, which is called Bonfire. I think that is one of the major improvements in the process that I would say.
Good deal. And then lastly for you, Doc, the issues that the audit identified, have they been addressed?
We believe that the new policy that is been developed and implemented for many months is addressing the issues that were identified. So yes.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Post, are you around? Anybody from the, oh, there you are. Very good. You're live. All right. Quick question. Have you reviewed or has the auditor's office reviewed the new policy that the flood control district has developed, and does it address the issues identified in the audit?
Yes, I believe Mr. Post has reviewed it, and he should be available a little bit later if you want to circle back with him. He's not available at this moment, but to my knowledge, yes, he has.
Good deal. So it has addressed the issues that the audit has identified.
Yes.
Good deal. And then so you may so I understand you may have initiated a new review looking at compliance for the new policy. So what is the intent, and can you provide us a timeline for how that effort's going to be done?
Again, I'll confirm with Mr. Post. My understanding of it is that in February, they'll be looking at some of the procurements that have been performed during this time that the new policy has been implemented, specifically looking for those items that were mentioned that were added to the policy around the documentation.
So essentially, you're confirming that Dr. Peterson has implemented, as number one, has the new policy, and then number two, that the new policy is being followed.
Correct.
Good deal. Thank you very much. Thank you both.
Thank you very much. This is a,
Just
I'm
a
sorry.
quick comment. Having participated in this process for decades, I can tell you that knowing what we did 20, 30 years ago isn't a lot different than what we do now. The difference is there's some more level of documentation, which documentation is always good, but there's never been a real issue of any kind, conflict or otherwise, in anything flood control that I can remember going through the decades. So the overriding control over professional services is the State Board of Registration. They have very specific things that you need to comply with. It would make our audit look like a elementary school audit compared to what the State Board of Registration. So just for the record, we're in full compliance with the State Board of Registration, and that governs not only the county, but it governs those people that will be submitting proposals to the county. So I feel confident. I think there's been some reporting done by media that distorts, maybe to sell newspapers, but I can tell you that there are not these problems, and there's not been a documented issue related to any conflicts related to any projects. There's just some paperwork that we are getting cleaned up, and Dr. Peterson, thank you, and Mike Post Office, thank you for what y'all are doing.
Thank you, Commissioner. And you do bring up a good point. When we look at, in terms of audit, you have controls and you have compliance. And these recommendations are around controls and documentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And just for you, same question I asked Dr. Peterson. Have you, how often rather, are any audits that the office does, how often is it that they come with no recommendations?
Most of them do come with recommendations.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkes. Thank you, Dr. Peterson.
Collis, we have two more items. Commissioner Ramsey, the next one is no
show that
action
out
on
and
that
be
was
an exception.
transmittal. The next one is also a transmittal. Commissioner Ramsey, this is on page 34, item 270.
Yeah, quickly, and I'm going to speak on behalf of Dr. Peterson because we've talked about this, and you don't have to run back down here, but Dr. Peterson has communicated, I think, with our offices. I hope you all got that. But she's identified, I think, roughly 400 million in projects that will be bid in the next 12 months. That's encouraging. Of course, we're shooting for 600 million. But just to put that on the table, we've got 3.5 billion worth of projects that we need to bid in the next 3 to 5 years. So just for us at this level to monitor that we are getting the projects out in the streets. Some of them do have particularly some of our CBG money, our federal money, they do have some pretty tight guidelines. So Dr. Peterson, thank you for putting this together. I think we've communicated that with other court members. But again, right now, just publicly communicating $400 million of projects are going to be bid in the next 12 months. And if you need names, numbers, and addresses, call Dr. Peterson.
Thank you. And thank you,
Thank you,
TG.
Commissioner Ramsey, for putting
Thank
this.
you. Next item is item 306, colleagues. That is Commissioner Ramsey. It's a supplemental item, discussion, possible action regarding contractor safety record policy.
I'll show 270, no action.
Oh, yeah, no action.
No
Just
action,
transmittal.
that's right. 306, the contractor safety record policy. Simple contract, where there's a task force working, and good job with pulling that together. Y'all are making some really good progress. Y'all, I think they met yesterday, and they're meeting right now. So the good progress that's going to be made related to that, they're pulling together a policy. That's going to be that's a challenge in one sense, but they're hard at it. They're working hard. My simple comment here for the record is we want the safety responsibility on those construction job sites to remain with the contractor. We're going to monitor, we're going to manage, we're going to be involved with it. But the minute we start removing that responsibility from the contractor, we're creating some risk and problems that we don't want to get into. So that's my general comment going forward. I know they're working through a lot of different issues. They get a lot of good feedback, but that specific one I'm concerned about.
Any action?
No action.
No action on item. Okay, that's it. That's everything on the agenda, right? Okay, colleagues, under the rules, a member is permitted to be shown voting aye on the resolutions as long as it does not change the vote. I had a small hand in helping get technology conferences here, and I haven't been over there yet. About 35,000 people checking in hotels, spending money at restaurants to help our economy. The state more than the city more than the county. But we appreciate everything's coming in, so I'm going to tip out, but I'm going to try to come back. So I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to be shown voting for all of the resolutions. Is there any objection? I make that motion. Commissioner Garcia seconds. If there's no objection, I'll be shown voting for all of them. And we'll take like a 5-minute break and then go to resolutions. I'm sorry that I won't be here for people who are here, including my resolutions. But
Commissioner,
I'll try to
if we're going to take a 5-minute break, can we just go to executive session? I believe there's like a 5-minute presentation.
Okay.
Is that okay?
And what's that item? I need you announced the item.
It's 262, I think.
Sovereign.
Yeah, 262.
It is 3:52. We'll go to executive session on that item. Thank you.
It is now 4:04, and he's not coming back. Okay. All right, it is now 4:06, and we are back from executive session. 262, I think was the item, is no action. All right, we're going to call, if my colleagues will allow, because we have some very special guests. 313, this resolution will be called out of order because we got to get folks to their Metro lift. So thank you all for coming down. And this resolution has to do with recognizing the members of ABE, the Wheelchair Association, or Acompañamiento y Vistas Enfermos, ABE. So we have Noe Ramirez, who is here today to speak about ABE and the many services they provide, such as visiting the sick, distributing supplements and medical equipment to people with disabilities. Today, we also recognize National Disability Employment Awareness Month and support dignity and fairness on the job. We want our community to know that when workers of all abilities succeed, so does Harris County. So, Noe, thank you for coming down, and thank your colleagues also for joining you. And we welcome you to Harris County's Commissioners Court. They're working on, let's give them one. There you go.
Noe. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, my friends. We're going to talk about what we do in ABE. ABE is an organization dedicated to improving the lives of people with disabilities by providing emotional support, motivation, and essential resources during challenging times. At ABE, our mission is to enhance the quality of life for people with physical disabilities, those who have suffered accidents, victims of crimes, or individuals using wheelchairs due to illness or amputations. We also support visually impaired individuals and those facing difficult times such as loneliness, depression, or health challenges. Our main focus is to visit and support these individuals, whether in hospitals or at their homes, offering them motivation, hope, and reminding them that God is with us even in the toughest times. We are a united group, committed to helping each other through good and challenging moments alike. We provide emotional support and visit sick individuals, whether in hospitals, at home, offering companionship, hope, and motivation during difficult times. One of our main goals is to provide supplements and medical equipment for people with physical or visual disabilities, made possible by generous donations of the community. We also support transportation needs and basic services, improving, improving the quality of life for our members and offering assistance at every stage of the journey. We also offer free guitar lessons to people with disabilities, providing an opportunity to learn, enjoy, and connect through music. We hold a monthly meeting where everyone has the opportunity to share their feelings, life stories, and participate in motivational talks that encourage personal growth. Every month, we celebrate our members' birthdays with a joyful atmosphere, singing las mañanitas and sharing a cake in their honor. At the last, I want to say that it's an honor for us to receive this proclamation, which motivates us to continue fighting for those who need it most. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you, Noe. God bless you, and thank you for all you do for so many. And you're having an impact, and I've seen you at my James Driver Park on many occasions. And so I just thank you for representing the community well and helping us remember that we have to be thoughtful of people of all abilities. So thank you for your incredible work and supporting others that need your support as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Adrian Garcia. Thank you for all the support through the years you give to our organization and to our people and our community. Thank you, and God bless you, everyone.
God bless. And I'm gonna ask my colleagues. Unfortunately, they need to get to they need to be ready for Metrolift. So can we suspend the rules briefly to take their picture, and then we
Should be
can get
great.
on with business? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. And this next resolution, we have some special guests from the Sheriff's Office, as well as from the Harris County Sheriff's Office Foundation. If you guys could make your way. And was Cecil able, Cecil, good to see you. Thank you. Please make your way. When I was sheriff, I had the honor of helping to preside over the creation of the Harris County Sheriff's Office Foundation, really through the hard work of Franco and a few others. And this foundation has enabled us to do some incredible things with the Sheriff's Office, with the support of the foundation for the sheriff, members of the Sheriff's Office. David, good to see you, man. And it's done some incredible work. And so, but you know, there are those who can share with their treasure, and there are those who serve and give with their heart. And so I was so honored to work alongside Katrina von Hindemann Arnim, and because she was the one charged to keep corralling all the cats. And that was a heck of a charge. And so she became the executive director of the foundation. And unfortunately, she left us, but she is still with us. Because like law enforcement, she was so close to us. She will also be a part of the mantra that gone but never forgotten. And so in 2017 is when we started the foundation, and we began to do the work on creating the Harris County Fallen Peace Officers Memorial Garden, which is at Crime Stoppers. And she just really took the horns, took control of the horns, and just really made everything happen. But she also worked to provide equipment and training for deputies from the Sheriff's Office, but also from the various constables' offices as well. And so today, we're here, Cecil, just to let you know that she is a part of law enforcement family. And when folks step forward and support us, we support them as well. And we're always going to be grateful for how Katrina, I don't know how she dealt with Franco. I really don't. That was a full-time job in itself. But she did it with class, she did it with dignity, she did it with love, and she did it with respect to those who wear a uniform here in Harris County. And again, we just can't be more grateful for all that's been done. And we're joined here by Chief Diaz, Chief Suarez, and Raymond Garza. And thank you all for, I know y'all work closely with her. And so with that, we have an incredible resolution that this court will officiate. And she, you know, it reads that she found her true calling in serving the men and women in law enforcement. Born on June the 20th. She won't want me to say her year, so I won't read that one. But she earned a Bachelor's of Art in Philosophy from the University of Texas, my baby and my money, and her Juris Doctorate from South Texas College of Law. And then later married the love of her life, being Cecil. And y'all were together for 29 years. Katrina's leadership was instrumental in developing and dedicating the Sheriff's Office Memorial Garden in 2017, then oversaw the fundraising efforts to provide all the specialized equipment and training for deputies of the Harris County Sheriff's Office. And beyond her work with law enforcement, Katrina was a passionate supporter of the arts and community service, serving the Houston Ballet Foundation. That I did not know. She was on the board of trustees, and as past president of the Houston Ballet Guild in 2023, also the Nutcracker Market chairman. and then past board president of the city artworks. Man, she stayed busy. And I think she got you busy too, right, Cecil?
Yes, sir.
And so inducted into the Greater Houston Chamber of Commerce Women's Hall of Fame, very appropriate, very appropriate. In 2018, Katrina's legacy reflects a life of service, leadership, and compassion. And Cecil, just let it be known that on this day, it will always be known as Katrina von Hetman Arnhem Day. God bless you. If you'd like to share a few words.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And my thanks to Commissioners Court for the recognition of an extraordinary woman, Katrina. You know, her mantra was, and her belief with the foundation was that every deputy goes home to their families every day after their shift. And that every day that there was not an end of watch day was a great day.
That's right.
And so, on behalf of our family, the Harris County Sheriff's Office Foundation, and the Harris County Sheriff's Department, I say to y'all, thank you.
The thanks is to you and your family. God bless y'all.
Yes.
Chief, anybody want, Chief Diaz?
All right. Commissioners, thank y'all for this incredible honor. I knew Katrina personally for many, many years. And if it's okay, I'd like to tell a quick story about Katrina. As she was battling her illness and we were still planning events for the foundation, for the sheriff's office, she was calling me, checking in. She was calling my admin, making sure things were still getting done. So I just reminded of an Abraham Lincoln quote. It's not the years in your life, but the life in your years. And she definitely packed it according to the resolution you provided. I've known her. She would call, text, email, send a smoke signal to get things done. So we definitely miss her. I'm appreciative of Cecil. We go to lunch together. We're friends, all out of our relationship with Katrina. So we miss her. Incredible person, incredible woman. And I'm glad she's in the Hall of Fame. And thank you so much for honoring her here in front of the community.
Thank you. And Chief, Dave, please.
On behalf of the Harris County Sheriff's Office Foundation, we're incredibly grateful that you decided to honor Katrina. She was instrumental in finding funding, finding projects that needed to be completed at the Sheriff's Office, projects like the Hot Homeless Outreach Team, the ballistic windshield programs, the bulletproof vest for canines. She was instrumental in locating all those needs, and she just was an incredible woman, and we definitely miss her.
Amen.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. And I would just, I'm just a commissioner these days. All I can do is suggest, but give thought to maybe how we can commemorate her at the Garden so that folks know who helped to start it and that she was an integral part of it. So I know that'll be in good hands with you guys. Would you like to say something?
Hi, I'm Ann Bean. I've taken Katrina's, I'm trying hard to fill her lovely shoes.
Good luck.
As the executive director, yes. She and I were very good friends, worked together on the Ballet Foundation and the Nutcracker Market and all those good things. And now I'm working hard to fill her shoes. And we have done some good thinking about how to commemorate her
Good.
role there in the Memorial Garden.
Good.
And if there's ever anything I can do for any of y'all to help kind of carry on her tradition of making sure that everybody gets home at the end of the day and keeping our community safe through helping these deputies get home safely at the end of the day, that is my new mission in life.
Wonderful.
So she was a wonderful woman, and there is no way to fill those shoes, but I'm going to work hard every day to do it.
Good deal. Thank you. And I think to my right, you're looking at some of Harris County's most staunchest supporters of law enforcement here in Harris County. And I know that you guys and gals are always on our front of mind, thinking about you. And Cecil, to your point of Katrina never wanting to see a end of watch day, for folks who may not understand what that means, is that She didn't want to see or be a part of a day where a law enforcement officer lost their life because of their work on the streets. And for a beautiful lady, if I can say this, who had, I don't think any connection before the foundation was created to law enforcement, she really embraced this. I mean, I think everybody who wears a uniform is her kid in some way. But she really embraced the mission, the cause, and the goal. She really did. And so, again, thank you, Cecil. Thank you for sharing her with us. And to the foundation, thank you for everything you guys do. Thank you so much. And now I'll recognize my colleagues. Commissioner Briones.
Commissioner Garcia, thank you for bringing this resolution and honoring Katrina. Cecil, thank you for sharing Katrina with Harris County. And her legacy lives on in all the lives she touched and the impact that she's forever made on our Harris County Sheriff's Office, but the whole county. And so thank you, because I know it's a family affair. And to everyone here today from the foundation and our officers and leaders, thank you for your service. But may she rest in peace. I know she's smiling down from heaven, and may the work continue in her name.
Amen.
So,
good deal.
our
Commissioner
deepest
Ramsey.
condolences.
Thank y'all for coming. I saw y'all out there today. Y'all so patiently listened to us as we went through many different things. But this is a real important thing we're doing today, because Scripture calls us to remember. And I think it does that so that we know how to go forward, and remembering not only our fallen officers, but remembering her and Katrina and her efforts on behalf of the community. We need to remember that and not forget. So thank you for sharing her, and thank you for being here today. We'll remember her, and as Commissioner Garcia has so clearly and said, we'll think of a good way to remember her so that we can know the path forward. Thank you.
Thank you all. God bless you. David, good to see you. Roxanne, good to see you. All right. Now, our next resolution will be by Commissioner Ramsey. It is recognizing someone just like the Harris County Sheriff's Office. Commissioner Ramsey?
Yeah, I was in Washington a few weeks back, a couple of 3 weeks ago. I actually made it out to Mount Vernon, where they're celebrating the 250th anniversary of George Washington being named our first commander-in-chief. So I put that into context that just a few short months after that, the Marine Corps came into being. And so it was so very important in that initial founding of our country, and it remains important today. And I see many of our good Marine friends. I'm going to ask you, if you will and can, to come stand down here. And I know a couple of y'all have signed up to speak, so y'all get strategically positioned as I go through the resolution. Whereas the Second Continental Congress on November the 10th, 1775, authorized Captain Samuel Nichols to raise 2 battalions of Marines at Tun Tavern. Tavern. I'm sorry, Tun Tavern. I don't want to get that tavern mixed up with any other taverns. Tun Tavern in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Whereas the 1st Continental Marine Company was comprised of 100 Rhode Islanders, commanded by Captain Nichols. And whereas in March 1776, Captain Nichols led Marines on their first amphibious landing at New Providence Island, Bahamas, against the British Empire. And whereas on July 11th, 1798, President John Adams officially signed legislation creating the United States Marine Corps. And whereas since its founding, the United States Marine Corps has distinguished themselves as the defender of liberty during the Barbary Wars, War of 1812, War to annex Texas, and the First Battle of Bull Run in 1861 during the Civil War. And whereas modern day Marines were named devil dogs Yeah. By the Germans for their bravery and fierce combat skills during World War I at the Battle of Belleau Wood.
We're gonna have to send you.
Yeah, okay.
They're gonna make you do
Bellow,
push-ups,
okay, this-
Commissioner.
I don't want to get on y'all's bad side, okay? I really like you a lot. And whereas since Belleau Wood, United States Marine Corps has been the tip of the spear in advancing America's interest in freedom in every climb and place from Iwo Jima.
Iwo Jima.
Iwo-
We're sending you to Parasite.
Okay.
Boot camp for you, man.
Okay, here's the next one. Boy, y'all are tough. Incheon?
Incheon.
Yeah. Thank you, Incheon. That's what I said. Hugh City and Flusion? Way City and Way City
Yeah, Way City.
and Flusia? Is that it, Flusia?
You got one?
I got one right. Okay. Now therefore be it resolved. The Harris County Commissioners Court, in spite of Tom Ramsey, celebrates the United States Marine Corps on their 250th birthday. Happy birthday, Marine Corps. I know a couple of you have remarks.
Yes, Commissioner Ramsey, we thank you and all the commissioners for recognizing the United States Marine Corps and on their anniversary today. And of course, on November 10th of every year, we howl at the moon and go through all our paces on that thing. But my name is Charles Inman. I'm a Vietnam veteran. And we have a lot of people here that have different generations and that have been in different places. And all of them, or most of them, are combat Marines, because every Marine is a rifleman. But I thank Commissioners Court for even thinking of us, because so many people overlook the bravery of these men that are here. This gentleman right here next to me is, we'll just say we're part of the Marine Corps League. I'm a former Department of Texas Commandant, and this man right here that's going to introduce himself right here, Mark.
Yes, thank you. Commissioners, after your little lesson there, Commissioner Ramsey, I'm Mark Olmixon. I'm with the Sergeant JRT Arena Detachment out in Katy. And on behalf of all these Marines that are with us today, I want to thank commissioners for the resolution and recognizing us on our birthday. For the 250 years the Corps has been around, we have defended our liberties and our freedoms, and we're exercising it today.
Amen.
So,
Amen.
on behalf of the Marine Corps, thank you all very much.
Amen.
All right.
Commissioner Briones?
Yes. Commissioner Ramsey, thank you for bringing this really important resolution, and thank you for the 250 years of service for the Marine Corps. Thank you all for your service and sacrifice, and thank you for representing the best of our country and fighting for our liberty and our democracy. So we honor you today. We look forward to the next 250 years as the United States of America continues to be a beacon of democracy and freedom. So thank you for your sacrifice.
I did make it out to the Vietnam War when I was Wall in Washington when I visited. And, I knew people. I found this gentleman's name. His last name is Isbell. I took a picture of his name on the wall, and I sent that to his brother. It means a lot. I mean, that was 60-plus years ago. But his brother appreciated that somebody would remember his brother died in 1967 defending our liberties in that country. So thank you for all of you for what you do. It means a lot. And again, as we said earlier, we need to remember. We need to remember.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And there was a young man that was here earlier that was thinking about Halloween, and I'm going to take a lesson from him, see if I can do this.
to the shores of Tripoli. Fight our country's battles on the air, on land and sea. First to fight for right and freedom, and then for our queen. We are proud to claim the title of United
Thank you.
We'll get pictures in a minute.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
It's an honor. Gunny, good to see you. Hi, sir. All right. Okay, Commissioner Briones.
Yes, thank you. I have two resolutions, and thank you again to everyone who came from the Marine Corps. And thank you to the Harris County Veteran Services Department for everything that they do every day. We have about 150,000 veterans here in Harris County. So we're here for you. We honor you. We support you. So I have two resolutions. My first one is to honor the Chinese American Citizens Alliance Houston Lodge. So if all of our guests could please come up. I am very proud to be honoring you all today. And on November 9th, 2025, the National Chinese American Citizens Alliance, CACA, will celebrate its 71st anniversary and honor all of those who have served our community. CACA was established in 1954 to fight practices and laws that discriminated against our city's Chinese residents and residents across this country. The Houston Lodge and the National CACA organization have a storied history of promoting immigration, naturalization, citizenship, equal education, and economic opportunities, and the right to vote. Throughout its more than 70 years of advocacy, CACA Houston Lodge has defended the rights and privileges of American citizenship for Chinese American and has promoted the pursuit of the highest ethics, morals, and values of the community and of the culture. CACA Houston Lodge aims to connect Chinese Americans to all parts of their identity by preserving historical and cultural traditions while ensuring that all Chinese Americans have the opportunity to discover and enjoy the American way of life. And there's so much that the CACA Houston Lodge does in our community, from registering voters to providing scholarships, internships, and advocating for Harris County's more than 250,000 Chinese residents. So we look forward to celebrating the 71st anniversary and look forward to the next 71 years of advocacy and service. And as the Commissioner for Precinct 4, which is proud to have the lodge and proud to be the home of Chinatown, we honor you today and always and want to continue making Harris County a place of opportunity, of respect and inclusion for all people. So be it ordered that today this resolution be included in the minutes of Harris County Commissioners Court. So thank you for what you do and welcome. We celebrate you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, please.
Hi, I'm
What's that?
Susan G., and the Chinese American Citizens Alliance is one of the oldest civil rights organizations in the country. It was founded in 1895 in San Francisco. The Houston Lodge, as Commissioner Briones said, was chartered in 1954. My dad, along with the dads of other representatives here, were some of the original founding members. As Veterans Day approaches, we are reminded that just 5 years ago, Chinese American veterans were recognized for their service during World War II with the awarding of the Congressional Gold Medal. The Houston Lodge was honored to host the regional event for some living World War II veterans and their families from Texas and 10 neighboring southern states. We are thankful to Commissioners Court and especially our friend, Commissioner Briones, for this resolution as we celebrate our 71st anniversary. This year, as we gather on November 9th, we are honoring teachers and educators in the
Please
greater
continue.
Houston area. We appreciate you and all that you do for Harris County.
Thank you, and likewise.
Wonderful. Commissioner Ramsey? Oh, I'm sorry, anybody else?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Commissioner Adrian Garcia, Commissioner Tom Ramsey, Commissioner Leslie Bionis, how you doing?
How are you? Welcome.
On behalf of the CAC, Chinese American Citizen Alliance, Houston Lodge, please accept our most sincere and deepest gratitude for this resolution. Your support motivates us and reaffirm our commitment to our mission, namely to help Chinese Americans advocate for their civil rights, preserve their cultural heritage, and make a difference in their community through education, leadership, and community service. A very special thank you to Precinct 4 Commissioner Leslie Bionis for this honor and resolution. Moreover, thank you for your objectivity and fairness and kindness to all citizens, regardless of their ethnicity, race, and gender. In other words, thank you very much. 我叫Lai in Chinese. On November the 9th, the CACA will be honoring an educator. And we know that you were an educator and your parents were educator. In that regard, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you do to educate, to advocate for civil rights, to advocate for economic opportunities. It's remarkable, the level of impact that you have in our community, and I look forward to the next 71 years, and I appreciate your friendship and your partnership as we make Harris County the best it can be.
Wonderful. Commissioner Ramsey?
I promised Dr. Chen, y'all don't know him, but he had an engineering company in Colorado. And he's a good friend. I worked with him in the 90s. And Dr. Chen would tell me stories of how he immigrated to the country. And coming to Colorado in 1954 was not necessarily very easy. They weren't really looking to figure out how to start a geoscience firm or environmental firm. Well, he'd established one of the leading engineering firms in Colorado, and I would go visit him in the evenings. He would tell me stories of how he designed the Burma Road, how he and Chiang Kai-shek did some things that are pretty incredible in World War II. And I promised him every chance I would get, I would tell his story. I've given you just a snippet. But I think it's important that we, again, remember those people that came before us, what it means that to today in terms of what they did. So I thank you. I thank you for what you're doing. I think your continued work of Dr. Chen, what he meant to me and what he means to America.
Wonderful. Commissioner Briones, thank you so much for bringing this resolution forward. And just thank you for all you do. I don't know where you get the energy for everything you do. I mean, you guys are just like the Ever-Ready Bunnies. Y'all are all over the place. But thank you for everything. And, the community has always been immensely embracing to my family and I just can't thank you enough. I have an adopted, see if I get this right. I have an adopted Xiongdi, brother, close. Anyway, I'll stay with Shisha.
Don't look at me.
Yeah. But
Good job.
but I maybe you'll get this one. I do have Laupan. Laupan. Boss. That's my wife.
Y'all need to take him to school too.
Tom, you and I got in the same boat. But again, thank you for your contributions. You make Harris County better, stronger, and much more beautiful. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chinese American Citizens Alliance, Houston Lodge. Thank you. So my second and final resolution is item 318, and that is a resolution about Dia de los Muertos. Before I begin, if we could just please take a moment of silence to think of all of those that we have lost. Thank you. So this weekend, millions of Latinos around the world, including many of the over 2 million Latinos who live in Harris County, will celebrate Dia de los Muertos and honor their loved ones who have passed. This is a time for remembrance and is deeply rooted in Latin America and the Catholic faith. It coincides with the observance of All Saints' Day on November 1st and All Souls' Day on November 2nd. And as a proud mom, as a proud Latina, and as a proud Catholic, I believe that we're deeply all charged with the responsibility to teach our children about our culture and our history and our heritage. And we're so excited that this weekend, I hope you all can join me, Commissioner Garcia, Mayor Whitmire, Houston Police Chief Noé Diaz, Houston Fire Chief Thomas Munoz, our wonderful honorary co-chair. We have Dr. Laura Murillo, we'll hear from in just a second. All of us are going to be at the Houston Dia de los Muertos Parade and Festival this Saturday from 4 to 11 at Sam Houston Park, just down the road. And so as we chart the future of Harris County together, I hope we can remember all the sacrifices and love and wisdom of our ancestors as we move forward and celebrate and remember. And so with that, we are very excited to have some amazing guests. I will first call upon my dear friend and our CEO of the Houston Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and our honorary co-chair of the Dia de los Muertos festivities, Dr. Laura Murillo.
Thank you, Commissioners. Well, thank you for having us here at your beautiful new court. It's outstanding and certainly wonderful for so many people to get to have the opportunity to visit you all. Commissioner Garcia, you can use your second language now during this opportunity to redeem yourself, sir. But thank you, Commissioner Briones, to Commissioner Ramsey and Garcia, and also I know Commissioner Ellis is at the Hilton where I was earlier. There are so many people there, entrepreneurs celebrating, and so thank you for that. And the engagement that you all had with our infrastructure summit most recently, having all 4 commissioners there, truly means a lot for business. And this remarkable group behind me here, Mauricio especially, you'll hear from, who brought this to Houston, to Harris County. And it's lovely to see so many non-Latinos celebrating, dressing up, learning, and as you mentioned, that we carry it on to our children. And so for that and so much more, I just want to say on behalf of the Houston Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, we thank you for the ongoing support that you've given this chamber and to me personally. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Murillo.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramsey?
Dr. Murillo, thank you for your leadership in many different areas, but particularly this, and appreciate what you do day in and day out. As I've said many times, nobody does it better than you do when it comes to just taking care of business, but taking care of people is taking care of business. And you do that very well. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an honor, and I've had the blessing to serve as president and CEO for now, coming up on 18 years.
Wow.
And
Congratulations.
It's a true honor, and all along the way, the great board members, volunteers, and others who've just been tremendously involved and engaged with this chamber.
Good
So
deal.
thank
Good
you.
deal.
Congratulations. You're an inspiration, Dr. Murillo.
Thank you very much.
Love you dearly.
Thank
we
you
have
so
To be honest, thank you for recognizing this day, and thank you for the way you started this, for us to reflect on family, friends. We were just recognizing the beautiful life of Katrina, and obviously our men and women in the Marine Corps celebrating their birthday, but generations of families that served and sacrificed. Just yesterday, we were talking about Gold Star mothers and what that means. And so this is culturally an important day, but this is a day that belongs to so many. And thank you for how you lead the moment, but how you lead in general in every aspect. You are a unifier. Every one of you, I still refer to Sam as chief, every one of you, Carlos, everything you guys are doing. Thank you for for just being examples and pillars in the community, and for all you do, and to take an occasion that was normally celebrated in a home, but now it's almost a national holiday, but because of leaders like yourselves. So, Commissioner Briones, thank you so much for
Thank
this.
you. It'll be fun to be out there together.
Yeah, yeah. I'm channeling my pop and my two brothers, and just keeping everyone else in our thoughts and prayers. So, thank you, Doctora, for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Murillo. We have a couple of other speakers. Carlos Duarte, who's my American Leadership Forum brother, and he also serves on our Harris County Hispanic Cultural Heritage Commission, and he is leading ALMA. Thank you, Carlos, for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner Briones. Commissioners, I would like to talk a little bit about the commission, the work of our commission. I am representing, obviously, Precinct 4. Thank you, Commissioner Briones, on the Harris County Hispanic Cultural Heritage Commission. Our commission is dedicated to identifying, preserving, and promoting Hispanic cultural heritage across the county. This year, we deepened our impact through a powerful blend of research, outreach, and cultural stewardship. We expanded our governance, welcomed 2 new commissioners, and convened 11 meetings with 80% attendance. We analyzed over 600 historic sites, identifying 30 Latino landmarks. We supported a traveling LULAC exhibit that reached 9 venues. We co-hosted a civic event on the landmark Hernandez versus Texas case, and another focus on demystifying the probate process. On behalf of the Commission, I want to celebrate not just the tradition, but the people who keep it vibrant, the artists who paint the calaveras, the abuelas who prepare pan de muerto, and the families who build altars to honor their loved ones. Dia de los Muertos is not only about remembering the past. It's about affirming the beauty of Latino life in the present, and truly in Harris County and across the United States, not only Latino life, but all lives. Let this resolution be a tribute to the communities that make Harris County great. And I think we at some point will be celebrated as people that have passed. And when I look around here in this room with this many leaders, I think that we will be remembered very satisfactorily because of the great impact that all of you have had. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. And there was anyone else signed up?
Anyone else?
Like to say? Armando?
Thank you, Commissioner Briones, and your colleagues for this meaningful recognition. I believe it is absolutely important to uplift and honor the community members who pioneered celebration efforts in our beloved Houston. Visionaries like Macario and Chrissy Ramirez of Casa Ramirez Folk Art Gallery. Our churches such as Our Lady of Guadalupe and St. Joseph's Catholic Churches, the Consulado General de Mexico in Houston, and organizations like MECA, founded by and led by the incomparable Alice Valdez. Through decades, these champions have poured their time, sweat, and tears into preserving and celebrating the spirit of Dia de Muertos season. It's inspiring to witness how many entities across Houston and surrounding areas are now joining these celebrations. It's even more thrilling to see so many striving to educate the community and celebrate with authenticity and heart. From creative events like Death by Chocolate, hosted by State Representative Cristina Morales, to theatrical performances on stages such as the Miller Outdoor Theater and now the Hobby Center, to powerful concerts like Leela Down, presented by the Performing Arts Houston at Jones Hall, and MECA's own 2-day festival, also November 1st and 2nd. For over 20 years, our city truly shines in cultural vibrancy with cultural vibrancy. Thank you to our civic leaders for this acknowledgement and for helping make all of this possible. Art and culture celebration make the world turn, and they continue to empower the greatness of our people and our communities.
Amen. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you.
Couldn't agree more. We look forward to celebrating together. Everyone is welcome. Come celebrate with us this Saturday. Please.
Commissioners, my name is Mauricio Navarro. I'm the producer of the Dia de los Muertos Parade and Festival. I am a proud immigrant from Mexico City. Houston received me when I was 9 years old. I went through Bunker Hill Elementary, Memorial Junior High. I'm a proud Stratford Senior High School graduate. Amen. But life after that pulled me away. I do not live in Houston, but ironically, death calls me to Houston. called me to Houston, and when I lost my father when I was 27 years old, my brother, my sister, my mother. So ironically, death keeps calling me back to Houston. And now as the producer of the Dia de los Muertos Parade, it's calling me back, but not only is it calling me back, but I have friends like Dr. Laura Murillo, our friends with Comerica Bank, our Chief Peña, and everybody in the community, that now, instead of painting grief when I arrived to Houston, now I see celebration and friendship, and I truly am humbled, and I know my father would be very proud.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mauricio.
Thank you.
Do you want
So, anyone else?
Anyone else? Wonderful.
So with that, we hope to see you this Saturday from 4 to 11 at Sam Houston Park. All are welcome to celebrate with us Dia de los Muertos Parade and Festival. And one of the Grand Marshals right here, Commissioner Garcia, and me, and the Mayor and Fire Chief and HPD Chief. But thank you, Mauricio and team, Dr. Murillo, everyone for putting this on. And let's celebrate together. And I couldn't agree more. As we celebrate all of our cultures, that's what makes Houston, Harris County such an amazing place to live. And that is our strength. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Commissioner. And we have a final resolution. Judge Hidalgo cannot be here, and this resolution is to recognize the flu season. And we have Dr. Brown that is here. She'll make her way down. Obviously, we need to recognize the significance of how we can go about in fighting back influenza, and how easy it is to do so, and and all the good work that our public health department is doing in that regard, and how we should be encouraging others, because amongst racial and ethnic minority populations, we tend to contribute to higher rates of hospitalization and illness in regards. I haven't gotten my flu shot yet, Doc.
I've already reached out to your team.
All
You're
right.
scheduled. You just don't know it.
I just don't know it yet. Now remember, I asked for a lollipop. That's all I asked for. Doc,
We talked about this last Halloween.
yeah, I'm going to try and get something on every occasion. So the floor is yours, Dr. Brown.
Thank you. So as we enter flu season, I want to emphasize that influenza is a serious respiratory illness that can affect everyone. We encourage everyone who is over 6 months of age to get the annual flu vaccine. And it's especially important for high-risk groups to get a flu vaccine. And these include older adults who are 65 and older, young children between the ages of 6 and 5 months, pregnant women, and people with chronic health conditions. As we know, the flu season runs in Texas, usually between October and April. Technically starts in September, but because of our seasons, October through April. But what we are seeing is a longer flu season. Last year, we saw our flu season run through May, and unfortunately, we did see higher pediatric deaths in the state of Texas because of the flu. So although flu is not a reportable disease to health departments, we are monitoring flu trends in Harris County through multiple data streams, including emergency department visits, hospital admissions, school absenteeism, and laboratory surveillance. We're working with local clinics, pharmacies, providers, and community partners to ensure that the flu vaccine access is as widespread and equitable as possible, especially in neighborhoods that face barriers. These efforts are further bolstered by Harris County Public Health offering vaccines at our health clinics and also through our mobile health clinics as well. We are also offering vaccines at our community events, such as our Wellness on Wheels and other scheduled events. We're coordinating outreach efforts to educate community members about the importance of vaccination, recognizing the early signs of illness, and acting when someone is sick. It is, again, important for everyone to get vaccinated who is eligible for the flu vaccine. Public Health does offer free flu vaccine and free vaccines in general to those who qualify. It is published on our website. You can also call us to figure out where we are going to be in our next mobile event. We are seeing vaccination rates go down, and this is a serious health issue for our community. So again, we encourage everyone to get vaccinated. encourage everyone to wash your hands, encourage everyone who feels like they are sick to stay home until you feel well. And again, you can reach us by looking on our website, or you can call us at 832-927-7350 for an appointment or a mobile health clinic, walk-in clinic near you, with its free vaccines for those who qualify.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Brown.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now do pictures. So who will be the first group? The Marine. Let's get the Marines down. All right, I think we still have some resolutions to adopt. And tell me the number again.
The resolution's 309 through 319.
I move to adopt resolutions 309 to 319.
Second.
Second, all in favor, all opposed, motion carries. Thank you very much. We still need to sign these, colleagues.
Thank you. Did you want to adjourn?
Oh, no.
Did you want to adjourn, Commissioner?
It is now 5:23 and Commissioners Court is adjourned.